Ryan Dubow, and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm here with my guests Jordan Kessel and Scott White, and today we're talking about the NFL. Guys, we're going to start off with the Giants. They're in an 0-2 slump. What went wrong against the Packers this week, and what do they have to do to bounce back next week against the Redskins?
Well, Brett Favre and the Packers really tore up the Giants' secondary, which has been weak in the past. And Tom Coughlin said that his team is yet to play to their full potential, but I'm really starting to doubt it. Next week with the Redskins, they got to watch out for Chris Cooley, the tight end. Their linebackers have to line up with Chris Cooley and stop him.
Scott?
Well, honestly, it's just the defense. They can't keep up with their offense. Their offense is scoring all the points, and the defense just can't back them up. There's poor tackling in the secondary, key injuries, Usi Umenyiora, Will Demps, it's just a lot of key injuries on that Giant defense that really takes down them.
Personally, I think their penalties killed them. They had 6 penalties for 71 yards. All right, moving on. Clemens, Pennington's backup for the Jets, threw 2 interceptions this week. Do you think if the Jets had their starting quarterback, they could have turned this loss into a win?
Well, the Jets really just ran into a better team in the Ravens. The Jets don't have the defense to play with them, and they don't have the offense to play with them. Kellen Clemens did the best job he could for a rookie quarterback, but even though it's his second year, he still hasn't played much. In his first start, you can't really expect him to come out and be really high-powered. The Jets dropped 3 passes in the end zone in the fourth quarter that would have gotten them back into the game. Clemens did a good job, but who knows what Chad would have done.
I disagree completely. I think Clemens did a great job. He came in a rookie quarterback out of nowhere. No one's ever heard of him before. And he comes in, and what should have been a Jets win, turns out they got unlucky in the last drive with 3 drop passes, like Jordan said. If the wide receivers caught those passes, that's a win for the Jets. And for a rookie quarterback, a win against the Baltimore defense is a win that counts.
He went up against a really tough offense. Ray Lewis was blitzing all day, but I guess he just couldn't pull it out in the end. Anyway, the Browns defeated the Bengals this week 51-45. How did the Browns do so well scoring this week compared to last week?
What really impressed me was that the Bengals were able to put up 45 points in any game. What was more impressive is that the Browns, an offense out of nowhere, comes out and scores 51 points. The key to their offense in that game was the running game. Jamal Lewis carried the ball extremely well, going for 215 yards. Out of nowhere, he's had a couple off years since the big year where he rushed for over 2,000 yards. But since then, he really hasn't been able to get anything going, and this really was a big step for him.
I just want to begin by saying the Browns are amazing. Derek Anderson comes in right after Charlie Frye was traded and ties the NFL season record for the Browns in touchdown passes. 5 touchdown passes on his very first start. Larry Lynn Edwards had 2 touchdowns, and on top of that, they had 215 yards with just Jamal Lewis alone. And as a defense, if you give up 215 yards in any single game, you can't come out of that game winning.
I totally agree with you, Scott. Derek Anderson did a great job starting for his first game. He threw 328 yards. But next, we're going to talk about the Texans shockingly defeated the Panthers this week, 34-21. Do you think that this win was a fluke, or will it continue next week against the Colts?
Well, the Texans really have showed that they are pretty good. Looking from David Carr to Matt Schaub, you think it might have been the offensive line, but something's going on there. Where Matt Schaub's really ignited that offense, throwing the ball to Andre Johnson deep. Amon Green started to run the ball pretty well. He hadn't been doing so great with the Packers at the end of last season, has stepped it up this year. And the Texans are for real. They're playing a good defense. They're stopping teams on offense. They run into the Colts next week. The Colts are the Colts. They're the defending Super Bowl champs. They're good. I mean, the key for that game for the Colts is going to be their run defense and what they can do to stop Amon Green and the Texans and force it on Matt Schaub.
I definitely agree with Jordan. Matt Schaub comes in there, just goes 20 for 28, 227 yards, has a great opener. Andre Johnson, 7 receptions, touchdown. They impressed me, to say the least.
All right, guys, one more quick question. The underestimated Titans came up just short of the victory over the Super Bowl-winning Colts. Why do you think teams are having such difficulty with the Titans?
It's the running game. Vince Young is really just igniting the offense, and the running game has been amazing.
Scott?
I think it's Vince Young. These defenses have to go out there stopping the run game at the running back, stopping the run game at Vince Young, and stop the pass game, which they have all three of those on their offense. So I think Vince Young is definitely the deciding factor.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back with more predictions after this. Welcome back. We're going to start off today by talking about predictions for next week. We'll start off with the Giants, guys. Giants versus Redskins next week. Can their Giants defense catch up with their offense?
Oh, the defense is going to be in big trouble next week. Jason Campbell has been turning it around a little bit. And with all the weapons he's got, Chris Cooley, Antoine Randall, Liddell Betts, and Clinton Portis, and Santana Moss, that is a high-powered offense. Once the offensive line gets it figured out a little bit, not as many false start penalties, they're going to be really a force to reckon with.
I say no way also. Giants they're falling apart, really. They're injury-prone very much in the defense especially. Redskins 2-0 after last night's win against Philly, which turned out to be a big disappointment in my opinion. I don't think the Giants can pull it off at all.
Personally, I think they will tighten up and help Eli win, come out with a W. Next, we'll move on to the Jets versus Dolphins. Should you start Chad Pennington with his injury?
Well, of course you should start him. I mean, he was number 2 in the depth chart last week, which means he was suited, he was able to play, yet they decided to go with the young Kellen Clemens. Chad really knows the offense a little bit better, so you got to put him in. He can't lose his job to injury. The only thing is his wide receivers have to wait sometimes for the ball because he doesn't have the strongest arm. Sometimes they'll get laid out. If the Jets start losing even more, then maybe we'll see a switch mid-season, Kellen Clemens. But for this week against the Dolphins, the Jets should definitely start Chad Pennington.
I disagree again, same thing as before. I think definitely Kellen Clemens should be the starter on the Jets offense. I mean, versus the Baltimore defense, probably, if not the best defense in the NFL, he brought a W to that team. Not entirely because they didn't win, but I think they should have. They had 3 drop passes on the last drive again. And versus the Dolphins defense, I definitely think they could pull it together.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't want to risk any further injury. You should let him heal completely. All right, next, Bengals versus Seattle. Do you think the Bengals defense can step up to Matt Hasselbeck?
Well, no way. I mean, the Bengals played the Browns last week and gave up 51 points. Their defense is in trouble, especially going against Seattle offense, which has Sean Alexander in the backfield. There is no way, no matter how many points their offense scores, they're always going to be playing catch-up because their defense is not going to get any stops.
Personally, I think the Bengals defense is great. I mean, they're versing a Browns offense, which is impenetrable in my opinion. With Jamal Lewis, Braylon Edwards, Derek Anderson, I mean, there's just no way that any defense in the NFL could stop that. But personally, I think the Bengals will beat Seattle.
Well, Matt Hasselbeck and Deion Branch are a deadly combination, so we'll see.
No.
Up next, my favorite game, the Titans versus the Saints. Can Drew Brees lead his team to a win over the Titans?
The Saints have been a real surprise this year, going 0-2. But, I think they'll find a way to turn it around. Drew Brees just got so many weapons on his offensive side that they'll figure it out. They'll get Deuce McAllister, Reggie Bush, Marquise Colston going. They'll get everything going good. They'll figure it out. The defense will start stepping up in the secondary, and I think they'll find a way to win. I think they need to do it, and I think they will.
I think the Titans are going to take this one personally. The Saints are 0-2 out of their first 2 games. Drew Brees he's struggling a little, so is Reggie Bush. They're not doing nearly as well as I thought they would do. Titans, they're having a good start. They nearly beat the Super Bowl champions from last year, Indianapolis Colts last week, and I think that a lot of team defenses are just having a really hard time containing Vince Young.
Drew Brees, he's just not an accurate quarterback. He threw 26 or 44 against the Bucs. So I think that the Titans will come out with a win. Next up, Chargers versus the Packers. Will LT find his groove again?
Well, yeah, you got to think so. I mean, the guy was the MVP last year. He did so good last year. You got to figure he'll put it together somehow. I mean, Norv Turner's still learning that offense, what he needs to do with his players. I mean, it's the same system, but he still needs to know how to use his players. The Packers, yeah, they've shown that they can be pretty good, but the Chargers are just a better team.
Yeah, definitely, I think so. Chargers, the Pack, they won last week, they won the week before, but I think the luck's going to run out on this game against the Chargers. LT, he'll step it up definitely against that Packer defense. Folbrect has been, he's playing pretty good. And they'll definitely pull it together against the Packers next week.
All right, guys, great opinions. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Welcome back to a 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Jordan Kessel and Scott White. Guys, we're going to talk about a little fantasy football today. So we'll start off, is Matt Schaub for real?
Well, he's got to be. I mean, he's got so many weapons around him. He's got Amon Green, which is extremely underrated, in my opinion. Jacoby Jones is his second wide receiver, who is going to start stepping it up a little bit. He's got Andre Johnson, who is, the top 5 fantasy wide receiver in the entire league. So with all the weapons around him and the offensive line playing a little bit better, he's found the right mix for that offense. I mean, David Carr was there for so long, but Matt Schaub has found the right way to make that offense work and make that offense spin.
Matt Schaub, he's doing good so far, but I don't see him. I don't see him going that big. He did great last week against Carolina, but, it's Carolina. He threw well. He got some good passes, 2 touchdowns, I think. But personally, I just think he's a fluke, I think. His luck will run out.
Sorry, Scott. I agree with Jordan. I think he's just always hooking up with receivers, making good passes. Moving on. San Diego wide receivers. Who do you play?
Well, they're playing the Packers this week, which favors the passing game a little bit more than normal. They're going to find a way to get LaDainian Tomlinson working early, which is going to open the passing game towards the middle of the game. You already got the first option there, which is Antonio Gates. But if you're looking for a wide receiver to play in maybe a flex spot this week, Vincent Jackson is a pretty good person to fill in that spot. I mean, Phillip Rivers, not that many options to go to besides Antonio Gates, and he seems to, in his second year, seems like he's going to emerge as the top receiver out there in San Diego. So maybe you want to slot him in this week in maybe a deeper 12-team league with a flex spot. He might do something special for you.
I think Vincent Jackson will be good also against that defense. Antonio Gates, I think, will be a little bit better. That Packers secondary, they're not bad, but they're lacking in a little size. And Vincent Jackson, 6'5", Antonio Gates, 6'4". They can do some swing passes to LT across the back. I think that they could just easily take advantage of their receivers and Phillip Rivers over that small Packer defense, and they'll definitely put it forward.
LT, once you get him the ball, I mean, he's just going to the end zone. No one can tackle him. Who's a good waiver wire steal this week?
Well, I talked about it a little bit before when we were on Matt Schaub. Amon Green has really stepped it up a little bit. His numbers don't look as good as they should, but I really think that's going to start stepping up once teams start to honor the passing game a little bit more. So he's probably good for, 85 yards and a touch this week. So if you're looking for a flex position there, he's probably a good spot. I don't know if you want to start him in a league you're only playing two running backs, but he's definitely good enough to play this week.
Scott,
I'm saying Derek Anderson. Last week 5 touchdown passes. Fantasy sports, that's how much? 30 points right off the back. Ties the Browns NFL season record in one game. I mean, he just did outstanding in his game against Cincinnati.
good points. All right, Colton, do you sit him or do you start him?
Well, Marquise Colston is an interesting situation. The Saints offense was so high-powered last year And last year he had tight end eligibility in most leagues. It was a must play every week. But now that he's a wide receiver, it's starting to get a little shaky. Yeah, I still start him because he's still the number one option in that offense since they've gotten rid of Joe Horn. So I think you definitely start him. I don't know if you expect the same numbers, as one of the other top-tier wide receivers, but he's going to be a top wide receiver this year, and I think you just plug him in every week and play him. Don't worry about how that offense is doing.
I think Marcus Colston's going to be a bust this year in fantasy sports, I think. The Saints, they're 0-2 out of the first two games. I mean, Reggie Bush isn't doing anything. And when you don't have a running game, passing game lacks a lot because, you always have those secondary dropping back, covering the wide receivers a little bit better. It's going to be hard for them to utilize him.
All right, guys, real quick. Any running back help?
Well, Lendale White in Tennessee has taken over the goal line role. So Chris Brown's not getting as many yards. Lendale White's getting all the carries by the end zone.
Scott?
I think Derek Ward from the Giants, now with, what's his name, Brendan Jacobs out. Derek Ward had a great day against the Packers. I think he'll put it back together again next week.
Guys, those are all valid points. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm here with my co-hosts, Alex and Bobby, and we're here to talk about the baseball season. It's autumn and it's time for the hunt for October. Now let's see who we think is going to make the playoffs. Let's start with the NL. In the NL West, there are 3 teams going for that spot. There's the Padres, Diamondbacks, and Rockies. Who do you guys think is going to take it?
I think the Diamondbacks are going to come away with this. They've had a phenomenal second half, and I think they can get the job done.
I think the Diamondbacks just because they have a big lead, but the Padres can keep it close.
I think I'm going to have to agree with Bobby here in that the Padres could really make a run because they have such a dominant pitching staff, and their hitting finally is good enough to complement it this year. So I think they're going to take it over the inexperienced Diamondbacks. Let's move on to the NL Central. It's become a 2-horse race with the Brewers and the Cubs. The Cardinals are really fading away, so who do you guys think is going to take it?
Brewers, hands down. Their rookie Ryan Braun has just played phenomenal since he's came up, and Prince Field, they're hitting a lot of home runs this year. They have a powerful offense. They could do it.
I think the Cubs just because they have a solid hitting and they have some good pitching, but the Brewers have no pitching.
I agree with what you're saying, Bob. The Brewers' pitching has folded. Brewers have a lot of young talent. The Cubs have a lot of veteran talent. I think the Cubs are going to take it. In the wild card, let's move to the AL. It seems like the Yankees have really run away with it. The Tigers and the Mariners are somewhat close, but what do you guys think is going to happen?
Well, the Yankees, if they don't come back to win the division, the wild card is definitely going to be theirs, and I think that no doubt it's going to come from the AL East this year.
Bob?
I think the Yankees deserve to win their division, but they have the Red Sox, so that's tough. They'll definitely win the wild card.
I agree. I think the Yankees are too good to lose it. The Tigers have really, really disappointed this year. Now let's move on to the NL. A lot of teams are in this race, a lot of possibilities. Where is it going to go?
I'm going to have to say the Phillies on this one. With their lineup is just phenomenal. They had a great second half, big sweep over the Mets this weekend. I think they can do it.
I think it'll be the Padres just because they have a solid pitching staff, and the Phillies are a few games back, so that's.
I think I'm going to have to go with Alex here. Even though the Phillies are back, their team is too strong to lose this. I think their team is by far much better than the other ones, and after they've rebounded from these injuries, I think their pitching may hold up enough to be able to win this wild card. Now let's go on to the awards. The AL MVP, there's 2 really players who have a chance of winning it, but it looks like Alex Rodriguez, right?
Yeah, he just second half and first half all around year, unbelievable. Putting up unbelievable numbers. There's no way he won't win it.
Bob?
Yeah, I think A-Rod, no doubt. He has 52 home runs, 141 RBIs, 315 average. He could win the Triple Crown.
I got to go with A-Rod too, but I think that Maglia Ordonez's achievements this year are underscored. He's been the rock of that team to even keep them competitive after all those disappointments in terms of injuries and lack of pitching production is amazing. Let's go to the NL MVP. This is the most wide open race I can remember. So many options from so many different teams. No one has emerged to take the lead. Who's going to win it?
David Wright. I mean, best team in the NL and best player on the best team. That's what the most valuable player is.
I think David Wright could win it. He's hitting 30-30 and he has 315 average. But I think it also could be Matt Holliday because he's been hitting very well. He has a 330 average, so you never know.
I mean, I can understand where both of you are coming from there, but I think I'm going to have to take the riskier pick, and I'm going to go with Chase Utley, the second baseman for the Philadelphia Phillies. Chase Utley is one of the game's underrated best players at one of the least important positions, but he's really, really been productive there. I mean, without him, the Phillies this year were 15-13, but they've really exploded with him. He's been a great hitter, and though his stats aren't that great due to his injury, I think he really should have a shot at winning the NL MVP. And now let's move on to the Cy Young, the pitching award. In the AL and NL, it looks like a pretty wide open race. Who's going to take it?
I think Dan Herron. I mean, he's had an unbelievable first half. Second half, he kept it up. Microscopic ERA for most of the year. I think he can come away with the Cy Young.
I think it'll be Josh Beckett. He's been 19-6. He can win 20 games this year. He's playing for the Red Sox also. I think he'll win the Cy Young.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Herron really did have a tremendous first half. When it comes down to it, the A's aren't really in contention. Josh Beckett has had a magnificent year, finally coming through on the promise that he showed as a young prospect and for the best team. I agree. Now let's move on to Rookie of the Year. Quick hits. AL Rookie of the Year. One name. Who's it going to be?
Dustin Pedroia.
Bobby.
Joakim Soria.
Wow. It's an interesting pick, the closer on the Royals. And NL Rookie of the Year. Same thing. Who's it going to be?
Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun.
I think that most people are choosing Ryan Braun, but I'm going to have to go with Troy Tulowitzki here. His defense cannot be underscored. He's had an incredible season at the game's most important position, and he's been kind of overlooked on the Rockies, but he really has had a great year. And I think that's about as much time as we have in here today. And when we come back, can a QB from Kentucky really win the Heisman? Stay tuned. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill, and as everybody knows, it's football season, but not just the NFL because college football has just started too. Now this week was the beginning of in-conference matchups, and some big games went on. Let's just start by talking about the number one ranked team in the nation, USC. Guys, they played Nebraska this week and once again routed another team. What's your analysis?
USC is a very excellent team. They have an excellent offense and an excellent defense. They have All-American linebackers, Keith Rivers, Brian Cushing. They also have an excellent running game with the number 1 and 2 recruits left from this year, Joe McKnight and Mark Tyler. And they have Stephon Johnson, who came out of nowhere with 13 carries for over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, USC is a great team overall. There's no doubt that they're going to win over Nebraska. They have a good team, great offense, great defense, good overall.
You're right, guys. As we all know, like every year, USC is strong, but the question is, are they championship strong? And I guess we're going to have to see that in the upcoming weeks. Now let's move on to another big game. Florida killed Tennessee, and it would appear that the only matchup for Florida in the SEC this year is going to be LSU. Would you guys agree?
I would agree about that. There also is Georgia has an okay team with Matt Stafford, and also Alabama with Nick Saban, and Arkansas has Darren McFadden, so there are other teams. But Florida has Tim Tebow and Percy Harvin, who are just excellent players, and that offense is very explosive. I don't think anyone's going to stop them besides LSU.
Josh?
Like Brandon said, yeah, Florida's a great team, other good teams, but Florida will come up on top.
Mm-hmm. It really does look like it's going to be Florida at the top of the SEC against LSU, with those other good teams coming up a little bit short, I think. However, another big game this week, possibly the biggest game, was a ranked team, the number 9 ranked Louisville, with their star quarterback Brian Brom, playing against an unranked Kentucky team, as we all know, had their star quarterback Andre Woodson. Now, these guys have been rivals since high school, and in this game, Andre Woodson came back with 27 seconds left and threw a 57-yard touchdown pass to win the game. Your thoughts?
Kentucky is a very excellent team. Andre Johnson, who has been a quarterback for Kentucky for 4 years, has been playing Brian Brom since they were in high school, and finally Andre Woodson, pardon me, I said Johnson, beat him in one of the biggest games in Kentucky's history.
Josh?
It was a big upset. Louisville is a very good team, but Kentucky did really well and came up on top and beat them.
Thanks, guys. And obviously some other big games this week. Alabama, under Nick Saban, came up big to beat the ranked Arkansas. And also, BC beat another ranked team in Georgia Tech. So those look like they could have some ramifications for the bowl games. Now let's move on a little bit to talk about a Big East conference. Now this conference obviously was picked apart a few years back by the ACC, taking some of their best teams. But it appears that they've had a huge reemergence with Louisville, West Virginia, Rutgers, and South Florida. Guys, what's it going to be like for the Big East this season?
They're going to have they're probably the second or third best conference behind obviously the SEC, which is dominant. But there's teams like South Florida coming out of nowhere with an excellent quarterback, Brian Grothy, who is an excellent player. Rutgers has Ray Rice, Mike Teal, and Kenny Britt at receiver, who's good. West Virginia has an explosive offense with Steve Slayton, Noel Devine, Pat White, and the big fullback Ian Snelling. And Louisville is a very good team. That one loss might end their chances at national championship, but they still can make a PCS game by winning the Big East.
Yeah, basically what Brandon said was, overall, the Big East is a very good conference. Great players, offense, defense, everything.
I think what's going to come down to in the Big East is that, yes, obviously West Virginia has a tremendous offense in White and Slayton especially. And Louisville has that quarterback Brom and that great passing game. But with that loss, there's no way they're going to be able to have a chance at the national championship going on. It looks very unlikely that any of these teams is going to come out with undefeated or even some with one loss. If any team did, obviously they'd have a chance at the national title. But it looks like this conference has gotten much stronger over the past few years. Now let's talk about college football as a whole. Obviously, the biggest award in college football, the Heisman. Right now, there's been plenty of Heisman speculation, usually with John David Booty, the quarterback of USC, and Darren McFadden, the running back at Arkansas, at the forefront. But let's see what your guys' opinions are on this subject.
I think Cole Brennan is also up there from Hawaii. They don't play the best teams, but he's probably the best quarterback in the nation. They pass the ball 50 or 60 times a game, and he throws usually 5 touchdowns and over 300 yards. He's up there. Also, Ray Rice and Steve Slayton are the best 2 running backs with Dan McFadden. All 3 of them also have a very good chance.
Josh?
Yeah, I think Andre Woodson from Kentucky has a good chance because of that win over Louisville. And Ray Rice from Rutgers, also a really good candidate.
I think I'm going to have to agree with Josh here. I mean, this may be the year of the running back, but it really looks like if Andre Woodson can continue this, leading this unranked, weak Kentucky team to especially an undefeated record right now, I think he should have a serious shot at the Heisman. That's about all the time we have right here. I hope next week we can come back and see the 30-minute drill, and I'd like to leave you with one great quote. When you walk, walk hard. And when you run along the way.
What you all been waiting for.
Hi, and welcome to the second edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm Sean, here with Jordan and Kyle, and today we're going to talk baseball. Let's start off with the Yankees. Guys, Yankees come in and against Baltimore and Toronto. How do you think they did?
Well, obviously they did pretty good. I mean, they won, they won 6 out of 7 games, or 5 out of 6, whatever it was. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Honestly, I mean, you go in, you win 5 out of 6, but they've been playing that way the whole second half. It's not too surprising. They've just been continuing what they're doing. The starting pitching has shaped up over the past couple series, starting with the Boston series, and they've really found a way to turn it around, and good for them. Power to the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees have definitely played very good baseball, as Jordan has said, and especially during the Toronto series. For example, the first game of that series, Roy Halladay was pitching against Jimmy Wong, and as you know, Halladay pretty much gives every team trouble. And it was a 1-1 game. It was a 1-1 game, and the Yankees ended up winning in extra innings, which was very good for them. And then they came back to win 12-11 2 games ago, which was very impressive for them too after a few lead changes. So it's very impressive for the Yankees to play as well as they have been.
That's a good point. And Jordan, as you brought up the Boston series, which is our next topic, Yankees versus Boston, greatest baseball rivalry, greatest maybe rivalry in sports. How do you think they did this past series?
Well, they did pretty good, but it didn't matter for Boston. Boston just went in the series and said, who cares? I mean, we're up a bunch of games. We're going to make the playoffs. Let's heal some of our guys. Let's make sure everybody's healthy. It doesn't really matter. We'll find a way to get on track the last week before the playoffs. So we're a little hot. We'll give our starting pitchers a rest. Beckett and Matsuzaka have eaten up a lot of innings this year. Kurt Schilling's getting a little bit old. Wakefield's old. Their bullpen's a little bit tired. Okajima, a little bit tired. They got to figure out how to get Gagne back on work. Gagne, sorry, I heard it was Gagne. Get him back working. And, Papelbon's thrown a bunch of innings. He's had some shoulder problems at the end of seasons, and they'll rest him up. The series didn't really mean much for the Red Sox. Got the Yankees closer, but it was just a hope. Doesn't mean anything.
The Yankees were lucky they did beat Boston 2 out of 3, and it was very impressive for them to do so. Josh Beckett always gives the Yankees trouble, and the Yankees lost that game 10-1. However, the Yankees did beat up on Hideki Okajima and Jonathan Papelbon, which is very impressive as well. Since, Okajima has been having a very good ERA for most of the year at like 150 or so, the Yankees punished him. They also punished Papelbon. And then the Yankees also played a very good game against Kurt Schilling. Roger Clemens only gave up 1 run, Schilling gave up 1 run, and the Yankees salvaged that game, which was the final game of the series. And they had a pretty good outlook going into Baltimore.
Thanks, Kyle. Now, you talked about the Boston pitching getting beaten up, but only 3 starts ago, Mike Mussina just got demolished. What do you think of his comeback out of the last 3 games?
Well, it's really just him, tweaking the way he pitches. He's been doing what he always does. He's no longer an overpowering pitcher. His fastball rarely hits 90. And, he had to reformat a little bit. He's getting old. Hitters are starting to figure him out a little bit more. And, he had a stretch there to where, his stuff wasn't where he wanted it to be. He wasn't hitting spots quite as good. But now, after a bunch of bullpen sessions out in the pen, they kept him out there, made a relief appearance or 2. He's found a way to fix it. That's just strictly, a big league pitcher doing what a big league pitcher does. He's starting to get hit, so he changes things up a little bit. He's a major league pitcher. He changes things up. He finds a way to make it work. He's been doing it for so long.
Well, the Yankees definitely needed Mike Mussina to shape it up a little bit. He was 8-10 with a 5.50 ERA prior to doing so well, and now he's lowered his ERA to 4.90, and he has 11-10 record. He's been 3-0 at a 1.95 ERA over his last few starts. I mean, he's been doing very well. His knuckle curve is doing well. He's striking out a few more batters, and he's been studying the hitters and learning how to pitch around them. I mean, he's been doing very well, and I look for him to keep doing well towards the end of the season here.
Right. Well, we just talked about a starting pitcher for the Yankees, but how about their bullpen? Jabba Chamberlain's been doing amazing, but what about the lack of a good lefty in the bullpen?
Well, it hurts. It does. When you got David Ortiz playing against the Red Sox and, maybe happening in ALCS series, you got to have a lefty to come out of the bullpen and face him. I mean, Jabba Chamberlain can only do so much. They're trying to keep him on a regular schedule, but he pitches 2 innings in the first game of a series. He's done for the rest of the series. He's not going to be able to, come out of that bullpen every day to help, when you need it, to help stop some bleeding. He can help, once, twice a series. It's tough, you're playing guys like David Ortiz. It really hurts. It does. You'll go through every bullpen in the major leagues, and you see they have a lefty.
Well, I mean, the Yankees don't really have a good lefty, as you said. They have Ron Vallone, who's pretty old. Kei Gawa has been pitching up in the zone and getting hit really hard. And Mike Myers got traded away. Sean Henn's been doing very poorly as well. I mean, Jabba Chamberlain is really, really good. He has a lot of strikeouts per innings pitched. You can't really expect him to be like a god for the bullpen. He came in yesterday in the middle of an inning with runners on base, even though the so-called Joba rules did not allow him to do so. But, without a lefty in there, there's really no one to get the good guys out.
Well, thanks, Kyle. And now when we return, we will talk about the Mets and a division series. Well, right back on the 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm just going to be here with Jordan for this segment, and we're going to talk some more baseball. All right, Jordan, the Mets, they were doing good in the beginning, slipping away. What do you think of that?
Well, those crazy Metropolitans have really started to slip due to their bullpen issues. Billy Wagner was pitching well in the season. He was hurt. He missed a couple games. He's back now, but he still hasn't been at full strength. Aaron Heilman's starting to get a tired arm. Jorge Sosa and Guillermo Mota have thrown a lot of innings for that Mets team. Willie Randolph does not have full confidence in everybody in his bullpen. And, that's really what's hurting them. The starting pitchers they're not, the youngest guys. They're not guys that'll go, 7-8 innings deep. And they really need the bullpen. That should be their key. And Willie's got to find a way to get the bullpen going.
That's a good answer, Jordan. And you actually touched on starting pitching, which is what I have to do with my next question. What do you think of the return of Pedro Martinez to the Mets?
Well, Pedro really helps the Mets. I mean, he may not give them the same perfect start they were getting from him before the injury, but he helped re-energize that starting rotation. They were really getting beat up, and Pedro came back and brought his energy and his leadership to that staff. And everybody just started to step up from there. But as I said, Pedro's still coming back from rotator cuff surgery. He's not going to be able to go 8 innings. Tom Glavine's getting old. He's not going to be able to go 8 innings. John Main's thrown a lot of innings this year. There's no guarantee he's going to be able to take you late in the ball games in October. So even with Pedro, it still comes down to that bullpen.
Well, Jordan, you said that the pitching has been, it's getting old. And that might have to contribute to the losing of the Mets. But how do you think Willie is handling the Mets losing?
Well, he's doing what he's always done. He has always been, sort of a down-to-earth guy. He's not getting crazy with everybody. He's really just sort of, doing everything he normally does. If a player's, not hustling or something, he's not going to go publicly taking shots at, individual players on his team. He'll go at it in a quiet manner, in the locker room, just, talking to him like a person, not, like an object of the franchise. And they got to respond. I don't know what Willie can do that he's done different. They've played so well through most of this season with the way Willie's managed. There's no guarantee that whatever he does is not gonna get them, playing good. If he was to go crazy now, well, it wouldn't really be sincere because they know that's not his type of the way he goes after things. So it's really Willie's just got to do what he does, and he's there. He's not going crazy, going at umpires, going at his team, going at his franchise. He's one of those down-to-earth guys. It's not huge with the media, and really gets to the ballpark every day and focuses on baseball.
All right, well, Jordan, we touched on both the Yankees and the Mets, both almost hometown teams. Let's touch on all the leagues together. Who do you think will have the best record in the American League?
Well, it's really a close race between Boston, Cleveland, and the Angels. Anaheim, or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, as they are called nowadays, they really got some good starting pitching. They got Francisco Rodriguez in the bullpen, who really just comes in and closes down games the way he needs to. And then we go to the Indians. They got some power in their lineup with Travis Hafter and Garco and Victor Martinez. And their pitching staff's still pretty good. They're a little old, but the whole base of their team is pretty young. The pitching staff's a little old. They got Joe Borowski. He's a real good closer. And then you come to the Red Sox, who have held the best record for most of the season, but have slipped of late. And, you know, if they can get on track, you got to think they're going to come out with the best record. You know, they just got their pitching staff is just so quality. And once they get Manny Ramirez back from that strained oblique, he's really going to give a spark to that offense. And the pitching staff will, you know, settle down and start pitching well. It's late in the season. They've thrown a lot of innings. They'll get them a little bit of rest this next week. But I think the Red Sox, you know, pull out the best record in the American League.
Right, well, Jordan, you actually touched on pitching for the Red Sox, and we're actually now going to move to Cy Young candidates. Who do you think will be a Cy Young candidate in the American League?
Well, you know, you got CC Sabathia and Josh Beckett, the two favorites for the Cy Young in the American League. Josh Beckett was the first pitcher to get to 20 wins, and on a Red Sox team, he's really come out and played better, pitched better than everybody else. CC Sabathia has thrown well. It's really going to be a close race, but you got to think that Beckett will come out.
All right, well, those are two very good candidates. I mean, Beckett, I believe, is the first 20-game winner. And now that we've touched on the pitching, what do you think of the MVP for American League and National League?
Okay, well, first the American League. It's got to be Alex Rodriguez. It can't be anybody besides Alex Rodriguez.
Well, you know, Jordan, that is true. Alex Rodriguez having almost like a video game season, 52 home runs, over 145 RBIs. It has been just a tremendous season for him. And now that's all the time we have for baseball. When the 30-minute drill returns, we're going to kick it off to the football and how the third week of the NFL did. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein, and I'm here with my guests, Jake Fertig and Bobby Gross. Today we're going to be talking about fantasy football. All right, so the first section we're going to talk about start. Who are you going to start?
Well, at QB, I think I have to go with Brett Favre. He's having an efficient and historic year. He's playing Minnesota, who can't play pass defense. Brett Favre's the pick.
I think it's going to be Rex Grossman. He's playing the Lions, who they have a pretty good defensive backs, but I think he's going to have a very good week.
I'm going to have to say Donovan McNabb. Most people are putting him down after the first 2 weeks, only one touchdown. And he's a lot of pressure in Philadelphia with the risk of losing his job to Kevin Cobb, someone who they recently drafted. But, I mean, week 3, 381 yards, 4 touchdowns, only 5 missed passes. And he's playing the Giants, who let up 97 points in the first 3 games. So I'm going to have to go with Donovan McNabb. All right, next moving on to the wide receiver.
Well, I think there have been 3 underachievers this year who are going to have strong weeks this week, and that is first Hines Ward against Arizona. Weak secondary, he's going to be targeted by Big Ben, another route for the Steelers. Then Reggie Brown. I mean, Philadelphia really went to Kevin Curtis last week, and against a terrible Giants secondary that's going to try to D-up on Curtis, who had a huge week last week. I think they're going to go to Reggie Brown, who's going to open it up. Lastly, Lee Evans is really underachieved for owners who are expecting a breakout year, but he is going to annihilate the Jets this week, I promise.
Wow.
I think it's going to be Reggie Wayne. He's playing the Broncos. They have they don't have that great of a pass defense, but I think he has Peyton as a quarterback, so that's not too bad. So I think he's going to have a good week.
All right, I'm going with Kevin Curtis because, as I just said, Donovan really has to step up, and Kevin Curtis probably wants to be his go-to guy. Last week, 221 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he's playing the Giants, who not only have a bad defense, but in particular a terrible secondary. All right, next, moving on to the running back.
Well, clearly, LaDainian Tomlinson owners were expecting another giant season from him, but he's really underperformed due to their tough schedule. This week they're playing Kansas City, and it's the perfect week for him to get off the schneid. Watch him. Also, Marshawn Lynch against the New York Jets defense that allowed 44 fantasy points to Ronnie Brown last week. He's a talented rusher and receiver. He's going to score a lot this week.
I think Marion Barber is going to have a very good week. I think he'll rush for at least 150 yards.
All right. I'm going to say Lamont Jordan of Oakland. So far this season, 350 yards, 121 receiving yards as well, and they're playing a struggling 0-3 Miami defense. All right, next, the tight end, who a lot of people underestimate, but sometimes tight ends like Antonio Gates come up big and produce big numbers.
I think I'm going to have to go with Jason Witten this week. Jason Witten has been picked low in a lot of fantasy drafts because he only had 1 touchdown last year. Tony Romo has had a great season thus far and had a great one last year. He's really been looking at Witten against St. Louis. They're going to crush him.
I'm going to have to agree with Jake. I think Jason Witten is going to have a very good week. He had a great week last week, and I think he's going to do the same.
I'm going to, again, say Jason Witten with everyone else because Tony Romo's been coming up big.
And they're playing St. Louis, who's been really struggling. They're 0-3.
Yes.
All right, now to the sit-em section. Who are you sitting for quarterback?
Well, Carson Palmer has not disappointed thus far in the season, even though his team has. But they are playing the best team in the league, the New England Patriots, and they haven't let up anything, even against great offenses like the Chargers. Sit Carson Palmer and any Cincinnati Bengals you have this week.
I think Mark Bolger, hasn't been playing well, and he's playing a Cowboys pass defense who are pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I'm also going to say Mark Bolger. I mean, on the season he does have a lot of yards, but only 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He started the season, he was ranked 4th in our fantasy league, and it's just not putting up the numbers.
True.
All right, next we've got wide receiver. Who is not performing up to expectations?
Well, Marvin Harrison and Larry Fitzgerald, neither of them have had great fantasy seasons, but they're considered elite wide receivers, and this week it's not going to get any better. Marvin Harrison is playing a very tough defense this week, especially Champ Bailey, the best cornerback in the league, against Denver. Larry Fitzgerald has not produced, losing touches to Anquan Bolden, who some say is the better receiver. They're playing a tough defense. He's not going to score this week, I'm telling you.
Bob?
I don't think Santana Moss is going to have a very good week. I mean, Jason Campbell's his quarterback. He's all right, but I don't think he's going to be that great.
All right. I'm going to say Marvin Harrison as well. I mean, no one can deny Peyton being an incredible QB, but, I mean, he's got to share the passes with Reggie Wayne, who Peyton does seem to be leaning towards a little. And, I mean, Marvin doesn't have terrible stats, 200 yards in 3 games, but they're not great stats, and he was just put up to be one of the best wide receivers in the league. All right, next to the running back, who in a lot of leagues is the most important position. So, I mean, who's letting your team down?
Well, any smart and savvy owner at the beginning of the season would have been able to see past Larry Johnson's past success and look at his early schedule. He's played tough teams with tough run defenses, and it's not going to stop this week. He's playing the San Diego Chargers, and he's going to get crushed behind that no-look offensive line. Also, Travis Henry has had a good season so far, but Indianapolis has had a surprisingly good run defense. So look at him just not play well.
I don't think Frank Gore's going to have a good week. He's playing a tough Seattle rush defense, so I don't think he's going to have a very good week.
All right, I'm going to have to say LaDainian Tomlinson. I know at the beginning of the season, it was unheard of thinking of him being mentioned in anything but the highlights. But, I mean, 130 yards, 1 touchdown in 3 games. He was ranked to be the best player in the entire league, and he's just not putting up the numbers. All right, next we've got, finally, tight end.
Once again, it surprises me year after year to see how overrated Jeremy Shockey is. He is not an elite tight end, and he's not going to play well this week. He's playing Philadelphia. He's not going to do well.
I think it's going to be Tony Gonzalez. He hasn't been playing well. I mean, he's a good blocking tight end, but he's not a good catching one. Well, he's all right.
I'm also going to say Tony Gonzalez. I mean, only 167 yards, no touchdowns. So he's just not putting up the numbers. And he's playing San Diego defense, who does have a good defense. All right, thank you for watching 30-Minute Drill. We'll be right back after the break.
Traditionally, Michael Vick has been considered one of the most exciting players in the NFL today. However, he's made plenty of headlines, but for all the wrong reasons. Today in our special State of the League segment, I have co-hosts Bobby Gross and Brandon Rosenblum here to talk to me about the problems with this NFL offseason. Now let's start with Michael Vick. Convicted of dogfighting, he's gotten in a lot of trouble over the past year, and he's been convicted and suspended from the league for a long time. What's your guys' thoughts?
My thoughts on Michael Vick are that he is a disgrace to the league and to humanity for the crimes that he has committed. I think Roger Goodell is going to have a very tough decision in whether to reinstate him in next year or the year after, and if he does, it's going to be a hard time back for Michael Vick to get back into this league.
I think it was one of the stupidest things you could ever do, because Michael Vick was one of the most popular players in the NFL, and he also screwed the Falcons over because they also let go to their great backup QB, Matt Schaub.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I completely disagree with both of you. I mean, not only do I think the NFL had no place in suspending Michael Vick for his off-field actions, I don't really see a problem with either dogfighting or Michael Vick. Personally, I don't think it should be a crime. I don't think Michael Vick should be indicted, and most of all, I don't think he should be suspended from playing in the NFL. Now let's continue. Both Pac-Man, Tank Johnson, and it would seem the entire Cincinnati Bengals offense and defense were suspended or got in troubles with the law this season. So let's talk about it. NFL, is it becoming the crime league or what's the deal?
I think that Roger Goodell has got a serious problem with suspending players and fining them, because only a few players have actually been convicted. Like Pac-Man and Tank Johnson haven't really been convicted for their laws, but they've gotten suspended 8 games and several amount and lost a lot of money. So I think Goodell is being too hard on the league.
I think Goodell's doing a good job. He's just making sure that it stays safe, and I think he's doing a pretty good job.
I think Roger Goodell is painted as the superstar in this issue, but I don't think it's really him. I mean, Pac-Man Jones seems just like a crazy guy, and all this off-field stuff could potentially ruin a young budding career. In terms of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis has got to keep his guys in line. In terms of discipline on the team, on the defense, he's not doing it. And this is going to ruin that great offense, that great chemistry between Carson Palmer and Chad Johnson. And they'll ruin their prime years if they're not able to discipline that team. Let's talk about cheating and coaches in the NFL. Obviously, Bill Belichick had a huge scandal after it was revealed that he was cheating in a game against the Jets a few weeks ago. What do you guys think?
I think that cheating happens in every game, but I think Bill Belichick went over the top and actually got caught. Because they all say that if you're not cheating, you're not doing the right thing. But Bill Belichick went over the top and got caught, which is the wrong thing to do.
They say that most coaches cheated, but I don't think. Why would you want to be cheated off of? It's just Mangini didn't want it, and he didn't want to lose.
Well, I can stand what you're saying, but I've recently read an article by Peter King, one of the foremost NFL analysts, about the NFL coaches' mob mentality. And when I look at it, Eric Mangini was a coach with Bill Belichick for the past few seasons. He's seen what's going on, and he blew the whistle after he became a Jets coach. Many of him view it as more of a snitch, so to speak, a rat, a scapegoat. A lot of the NFL coaches do it. It's not surprising, and it's common in the league. Although it necessarily shouldn't be there, Eric Mangini is really going to take most of the blame for this in the future. Now let's talk about the state of some teams in the NFL. There have been a lot of surprise and decline teams this year. Name some.
Surprise team, first off, got to go to the Packers. 49ers surprised a lot of people, even though they had a tough game last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Some teams on the decline are the Saints. They have a big Monday night game against the Titans coming up. That will also show if they're for real or not. And also the Eagles, the Giants, and the Jets have all been on the decline.
I think the 49ers, the Lions, and especially the Packers with their great defense, and especially A.J. Hawk, who's been a monster. I think some teams that are on the decline are the Eagles, Chiefs, Jets, and Giants.
I agree with what you're saying. I think the main facet this year, the Packers are really restoring their prominence in the NFC. Also, the Saints have had a really, really disappointing season. And I guess it's looking like there are going to be a lot of changes in the NFL this season as opposed to last year. Now let's talk about 3 bold predictions that you have for the upcoming year. Brandon?
I'm going to go, the New England Patriots are going to finish 14-2 and win the Super Bowl. The Green Bay Packers are going to win the NFC North, and the San Diego Chargers will reprove how good they are and show everyone, and they will win the AFC West.
Bob?
Well, I don't even think the Bears will make the playoffs. And I think Eli Manning will have a big year. I think he'll make the Pro Bowl. And I think the Packers will surprise people. And I think they're gonna make it to the division in the playoffs.
My 3 bold predictions. It's going to be a revert back to 2006 season, 2 years ago. The Seahawks, Packers, and Redskins will all finish strong in their divisions. 2 surprising teams. The Steelers will win the AFC and the Super Bowl. And also, in the NFC South, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will come back to greatness under Jeff Garcia. Well, that's about all the time we have in this segment. But if you come back, we'll talk a little bit about the weekend review. In the words of Ludacris, get back. Week 3 is already in the rearview mirror, and here heading into Week 4 is the 30-minute drill. I'm here proving that you can't go wrong with purple. My name is JB Fertig. Here's my co-hosts Brandon Rosenblum and Josh Revitch, and we're here to talk about the football state right now. First, let's talk about some games. Miami played the Jets, and the Giants played the Redskins in what proved to be some hometown divisional rivalries. The Giants game was a close one, but in the end they prevailed. What do you think, Brandon?
I think the Giants had a really rough first half again, like the first 2 games of the season. But in the second half, the Giants' defense prevailed, giving up only 120 yards or so and having a key 4th down stop that won them the game.
I agree with Brandon. The first half, Giants not doing that well, but in the second half, the defense was really good. And Reuben Jones got 2 touchdowns, and so did Plexico with 1 touchdown.
I mean, you're right, guys, and that does certainly count as an important win in the column because the Redskins were already 2-0 in the year. But I don't think they won that game on their own merit. They got really lucky that Liddell Betts tripped on that goal line play at the end of the game. Now let's move on to the Jets game. The Jets beat a pretty weak divisional opponent. I know it's your favorite team, Josh, the Miami Dolphins. And even though Ronnie Brown ran and received all over the Jets' defense, they still came out in the end.
I think it had to do with that kickoff return by Leanne Washington that just gave the Jets a big boost. The defense, then again, was terrible. Ronnie Brown was rushing everywhere. Trent Green threw for over 300 yards, but the Jets prevailed with a big win that might boost them to another good season like they had last year.
Kills me as a Dolphins fan, Jake. Miami offense is doing well, but the defense was just not in it. But yeah, as you said, Ronnie Brown with the touchdown, Chris Baker from the Jets with that nice touchdown too.
To be honest, I think this was an embarrassment for the Jets team. I mean, obviously they got the win, but they played a team that should be one of the worst in the league, no offense, Josh. And they not only let Trent Green throw for 300 yards, let Ronnie Brown run all over them, but they let him creep back in the game at the end, coming back for 15 points and proving to be an onside kick away from winning that game.
But Jake, I have to disagree with that though, because the Dolphins have a good offense and a good defense. They should be one of the better teams in the AFC, but they are young, and I don't know why they have an inexperienced coach and they're not doing very well.
Brandon, but you look at Trent Green, he's what, 73? He's one of the oldest dinosaurs in football. And not only that, but the Jets last year were a team that was expected to crush teams like this. The Dolphins last year had what, 4 or 5 wins last year? The Jets were a playoff team. They should be beating better teams than this. Anyway, on that note, let's move on to an important game this week. Dallas played Chicago on Sunday night. Tony Romo once again threw crazily, and they beat last year's NFC champions, the Bears.
Cowboys are the best team in the NFC by far. Marion Barber, Julius Jones give them a great rushing attack, solid defense. Taylor Owens is beastly this so far. They're just a very good team.
Yeah, Marion Barber did really well with 102 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, and San Mateo with 145 receiving yards, and they did really great.
Also, hometown hero Greg Olsen got his first 2 catches of the season, which was pretty exciting for us Wayne fans. Anyway, in the Monday night game, Tennessee played New Orleans, and once again, Tennessee that it proved it just knows how to win against a New Orleans team that is starting to look more and more like last season was just a fluke.
I have to agree with that. I think last year was just on the they played on pure boost of energy from the fans in the city after coming off Hurricane Katrina. They have a very, very bad defense. The offense is okay with Reggie Bush and Deuce McAllister, who is now hurt. I think the Titans are an excellent team with Vince Young and a bunch of nobodies who are doing very well.
Yeah. Josh?
Vince Young did really well. Reggie Bush, he had only 15 rushing yards, but 2 touchdowns still, but Tennessee came up on top.
And New Orleans is still just unable to get that once vaunted offense going. Breeze with 4 interceptions, Reggie Bush with only 15 yards and 7 carries. Ugly, ugly game. Now let's move on to the upcoming week. There are a few big matchups. First, let's talk about the NFC North. Last year's champions, the Chicago Bears, are now playing this year's leaders, or second place behind the Green Bay Packers, the Detroit Lions, who've been somewhat of an upstart team this week. Who's going to win?
I think it's going to go to the Bears. Detroit started off good, but they're not that good of a team. They just maybe got lucky the first 2 weeks, not playing the best teams. Chicago's going to figure it out, give the ball to Cedric Benson, and he'll do very well.
Chicago's going to win it.
All right, now let's go to the lightning round. Who's going to win in this other NFC North divisional matchup, Minnesota or Green Bay?
Green Bay.
Green Bay.
As much as it pains me to say it, I have to say Green Bay too. Now a big name game, Denver versus Indianapolis. Who's going to take it?
Denver defense.
Indianapolis.
I think Denver's going to take it too. They're an underrated team. Last 2 games, Philadelphia, who had a huge week last week, versus the New York Giants. Who's going to win?
Hurts me to say this, but Philly.
I agree with Brandon. Philadelphia.
Philly's going to be a strong team. I think they're going to win too. And last game, big-time offenses, New England versus Cincinnati. Who's going to win?
New England's unstoppable.
New England.
New England just can't lose. But that's about all the time we have right here in the 30-minute drill. And once again, I'd like to leave you with one last quote. Impossible is the opposite of possible.
Welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow. Alongside me, Max Gold and Scott White. We're going to start off with an NFL recap of this week's games. The Rams got destroyed yesterday, 35-7 by the Cowboys. Will the Rams ever win a game this year?
Personally,
Actually, I want to step in and take this one first. No offense. I personally, even though the Rams are 0-4, I think they're going to pull together definitely. You know, when Steven Jackson comes back, he'll pull it together. Mark Bulger, Torrey Hill connection, they'll pull it back together. I think they're definitely going to have a winning season this year. Maybe, 12-4 possibly. Maybe 11-5 if they lose another one. But I definitely think they'll make the playoffs this year. They're just a high-powered team on offense especially. With Brian Leonard at running back, they can't be stopped.
That's highly doubtful. But Max,
Personally, I'm going to say the Rams are one of the worst teams in the NFC right now. Mark Bulger is not playing well. With Steven Jackson hurt, it's not looking good for them. But Dallas is a really solid team, so I wouldn't be that afraid.
Romo also had a great game yesterday, but the Cowboys are a good team. But they will win, but it won't be a great record, like Scott said. Moving on. Favre set the record yesterday for the most touchdown passes and had an amazing game defeating the Vikings. How long will this streak continue? The Packers are undefeated. Packers.
I don't know. I've been very impressed by Green Bay. Brett Favre's been playing incredibly. He had 344 yards yesterday and 2 touchdowns. And they have been playing real solid defense also. So I think this streak can go on for a while. They're probably going to win their division.
The Packers have been impressing me a lot. Brett Favre's doing it all. He got the touchdown record, all-time pass record, the Greg Jennings yesterday. He's doing amazing. And, the running game's doing good, the defense is playing, and I was impressed by Green Bay a lot yesterday.
Towards the end of last season, I thought Favre should be in a coffin. He's got gray hair, but this season he's really impressing me. Chicago next week will be a true test. They have a solid defense, but moving on. The Jets lost to the Bills, and the fans are questioning Pennington's arm due to his 2 interceptions. Should they put Clemens back in next week against the Giants?
Pennington's been a little off, but I think putting Clemens in is a little extreme. The Jets played okay, and they almost made a comeback at the end, but they shouldn't have lost to the Bills. I think Pennington needs to improve, or Clemens will be coming in soon, but putting him in next week would be a little bit too extreme.
Scott?
I think that they should put Clemens in, That pass at the very end to end the game, that was just a terrible pass. He's a little bit of pressure maybe on him, but he just, off his back foot, he just lobs it up to no one. He's hoping someone's going to catch it. That was just a dumb pass by him. And I think that Clemens should be the starting quarterback in that Jets team.
I'm a Clemens fan as well, so I think they should take Pennington out. But surprisingly, the Chargers are 1-3 this year, and they lost to the Chiefs. What will it take for them to bounce back?
I think they need to get their attitude straight. They need to come together as a team and get on the right track. LaDainian Tomlinson's been playing okay. He needs to step up. And Phillip Rivers needs to step up also and take some leadership for the team.
I think it's got to be that offensive line. I might not see it really, but, last year, Daniel Tomlinson was the highest rusher in the NFL. Phillip Rivers is a good quarterback, and really the only way that I could see them not working together is that offensive line. Without an offensive line, you can't pass, you can't run. It just makes everything harder for that team.
As far as this week go, Rivers had a horrible game. He had no touchdown passes, and he just has to step it up. Panthers lost to the Bucs yesterday. What went wrong?
The Panthers had a very disappointing game yesterday. I wasn't impressed at all by them. Their running game was very, very, very poor, and they couldn't really pass either. It was a very disappointing game.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. The Panthers, I used to like the Panthers a lot, and they haven't been stepping up lately. That John Fox as their head coach has to pull it together. He started off first season, they made it to the playoffs, really high, far in the playoffs too. And just lately, they haven't been doing it. Jake Delhomme's got to find Steve Smith more often. They got to get their running game back together.
Actually, Scott Carr is in for Jake Delhomme. He's actually injured right now, but he has to be more comfortable in the pocket. He had 3 sacks. But moving on more locally, the thoughts on the Giants after their win yesterday.
The Giants impressed me last night. It was very weak offensively, but their defensive line stepped it up real big last night. And also with their defensive line hold last week, I've become impressed with the Giants' defense.
Yeah, the Giants definitely stepped it up this week a lot more than last week, that's for sure. Their defense has been playing a lot better. The defensive line stepped it up. Linebackers stepped it up. Eli had a decent day. The running back's actually been impressing me a lot. Now with Brandon Jacobs out, Ward's been doing good.
That's all for now. We'll be back with more over-under after this. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow. Alongside me, Max Gold and Scott White again, and we're going to start off today with a little over/under. The Giants 8-8 last year. What do you think's going to happen?
I don't feel like they're going to go up to that potential that they set last year. They really haven't been playing that well offensively. Even though their defense has stepped it up, I really don't think that they can come back and reach 8 wins. My guess is around 6 or 7.
Good point.
Yeah, I'm saying under for 8-8. You know, maybe they might get 8-8, but I'm thinking tops they're getting 7-9, maybe 6-8. They're just, you know, they're not a bad team, but they're not a good team either.
They definitely had a rocky start. They're struggling so far in the season, so I'm going to go under 2. 8-8 if they're lucky. But my favorite team in Max is the Titans. 8-8 last year. What do you guys think?
Titans are definitely going over 8-8. They're a very potential playoff team this year. I could see them getting up to 10 wins with the way Vince Young's playing and their incredible rushing offense and rushing defense.
Scott?
I don't really like the Titans, but, you know, Vince Young's on my fantasy team, so I got to root for them a little. I'm saying maybe 9-7, maybe 10-6. You know, they have a good start, and Vince Young's definitely been making that team get far.
I'm going to say over because last year Collins started a lot of games over Vince Young, and he just did horrible. This year they have Vince starting. He'll bring out the wins. But moving on. The Browns, I mean, last year they were just awful.
Wow.
4-12. What do you guys think?
The Browns are going to probably go over 4 wins. Not much, but they're going to beat it. They've been playing pretty impressively these first couple of games. But I can see them ending up with 5 or 6 wins in their division.
Scott?
I'm thinking over, like, probably 14-2 is my guess. But, you know, if not that, they're definitely going to get at least 12 wins this season, you know, with the running back, you know, Jamal Lewis, running back, he's amazing. Derek Anderson's playing amazing. Brilliant Edwards is amazing.
All right,
And
Scott, I'm going to cut you off there. The Browns, they're doing better than last year. They're already halfway there, so they'll get over 4-12, but they're still not that great of a team. Yeah. Jets 10-6. What do you guys think?
I don't think the Jets are coming anywhere near 10 wins this year. They've been playing very disappointingly this year. Chad Pennington has been so off. Their running game can't do anything. I'm going to predict maybe 6 or 7 wins for them this year.
I'm thinking under also, but I think they're going to pull it together. I think they might get maybe 9 wins. They're not playing that good right now, but I think that they actually have a chance to pull themselves together and get higher in the ranks.
I think under. They got to decide who's going to be their quarterback and stick with them. They can't keep changing every week. But Bengals, what do you guys think? They were 8-8.
I think the Bengals are probably going to end up with somewhere close to their own record, like their 8-8 record from last year. They've been playing okay. Their defense has been horrendous these first couple of games, but their offense has stepped up and been incredible. Carson Palmer's been playing real well, getting the ball to Chad Johnson and everything. Their running game with Rui Johnson's been pretty good also, but they just need to step up their defense and they can get over.
I'm going to say under for 8-8. You know, they haven't been playing that well lately. They lost to the Browns, which, you know, isn't that bad of a thing. But they have New England tonight, which I don't think anyone's getting past New England this year. But overall, like, they're not a bad team. I mean, they just got to step it up and pull themselves together, really.
Chad Johnson's one of my favorites personally. He's a great wide receiver, and he has great touchdown dances as well. All right, Seattle Seahawks, 9-7.
Seattle's 3-1 right now, but I really don't think they're going to get towards 9 wins. They haven't impressed me very much at all. Hasselbeck's been playing okay, and so has Sean Alexander, but nothing up to the standards that they've set in previous years. They'll probably get around 8 wins. They'll still probably win the division, though.
Yeah, they'll probably win the division after the Rams. But, like, you know, no one really cares about Seattle. No one likes them. And, you know, I think that they maybe get 8 wins, probably 7 wins in my opinion. But, you know, Sean Alexander, he wasn't the running back he was 2 years ago. And that defense is, you know, so they got to step it up.
Sean Alexander is definitely going downhill, but he's still a decent running back. Matt Hasselbeck, he's a great leader, good quarterback, just a great guy all around. Next, the worst team in the NFL possibly, we're going to go over again, the Rams. 8-8 last year, surprisingly. What do you guys think?
Rams are going nowhere near 8 wins this year. Mark Bulger's not been playing well. Steven Jackson's not even in right now. I don't think he'll have that much of an impact when he gets back. The Rams, my prediction, will have 3 wins this year. They'll be the worst team in the NFL.
Scott?
I disagree a lot. I do not think they will have that bad of a record at all. I'm saying, you know, 12-4, maybe 11-5. They're just an incredible team. That offense is stacked. Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, Steven Jackson, Brian Leonard, Mark Bolger.
Scott, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We're out of time. But we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this, and we'll be talking about predictions. Welcome back to a 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me again, Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to start off now talking about predictions. Next week, New York versus New York, Giants, Jets. What do you guys think?
I'm going to probably go with the Giants for this matchup. The Jets are pretty much in like a state of limbo right now. They don't really know where they're going. Yeah. They don't really know where they're going. The quarterback situation is really bad. Their rushing game's been horrible. And with the way the Giants defense is playing right now, I think they're going to come out and win that game.
Scott?
I'm excited for this game, actually. I think it's going to be a nail-biter. I think it's going to be a better game than people expect it's going to be. Overall, I think I'm going to take the Giants over the Jets in this one. I think that lately they've been playing better than the Jets. After last week, a win by the Giants, lost by the Jets, they've just been playing better in total, especially on defense with the Giants. I think that the Giants are going to take this one.
The Giants' defense plays like they did last week. I mean, it's no doubt they'll win over the horrible Jets. But moving on. Titans versus Falcons. What are your thoughts?
The Titans are going to manhandle the Falcons. Vince Young is going to run all over them. The Falcons are in disarray. They have no idea where they're going. Joey Harrington is their quarterback, I think. He is not playing well. So I think the Titans, with their awesome running game and awesome defense, are going to take them down.
Yeah, without a doubt, Titans. That's not even a game, in my opinion. You know, the Falcons, what are they, 1-3, I think? They're probably the worst team in the NFL. You know, Titans are getting far this year. No one's been able to stop Vince Young lately. I definitely don't think the Falcons defense will stop Vince Young.
Some say Vince Young was Michael Vick. I mean, with the scrambling and running, however, without the dog fights, of course. We keep it clean. Moving on, Seahawks versus the Steelers. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to have to go with the Steelers. They took a disappointing loss this week, but I still think that they're going to win. The Steelers have been real solid this season. Roethlisberger's been playing well, and they've held up a real solid defense this year. I don't think Seattle can compete with them.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh too, but you know, after last week, you can't really expect anything because that was a big upset. That took me by surprise, losing against the Chiefs, a no-one team. Who cares about them? And the Steelers lost to them. I mean, after that, you know, you can't really expect any much more out of the Steelers. But I think they will pull themselves together and beat the Seahawks.
I think the Seahawks will win. They're not having that great of a season, but Hasselbeck will probably have a good game throwing. Although Steelers have a great defense, but. Next, the undefeated Packers versus the Chicago Bears. What do you guys think?
I'm a fan of the Packers here. I think that Brett Favre's going to step up and keep playing the way he's playing. The Bears haven't impressed me that much this season, and I think the Packers can keep rolling if Brett Favre can keep hitting Greg Jennings.
As much as I like the Packers, I'm going to take the Bears on this one. You know, I'm trying to win all my predictions. Last week I went 1-6 in predictions, so I'm trying to win them all this week. I think Chicago's going to take this one. I think the defense is definitely going to step it up against Favre. Favre's going to, you know, be caught under pressure and throw too many interceptions to that defense. I think the Bears are going to take this one, especially with Greg Olsen.
Max, you couldn't be more wrong. Brett Favre is going to do horrible against the Chicago Bears defense. They're known for their defense. Plus, I'm looking for Greg Olsen, Scott as well, to have a great game. Next, Chargers versus Broncos. Do you think LT will bounce back?
Yeah, I think the Chargers are going to come back. They're not having a great season. I think they need to start stepping it up, and I think this is going to be their week. The Broncos are at the top of their division right now. I think the Chargers can come through with Phillip Rivers having a good week and LaDainian having a good week. I think they can take the Broncos down.
I don't think so. I think the Broncos are going to take this one. You know, week after week I've been saying LT and the Chargers are going to bounce back, and they just haven't been showing me that. So I really can't take the Chargers anymore. They're a disappointing team to me. And, you know, I just can't take them winning anymore.
The Broncos, I think they're an underrated team, but I still think that the Chargers will win it. I know maybe early in the season, but now we're going to say Super Bowl predictions.
If I had to pick Super Bowl predictions right now, I'm probably going to go with the Tennessee Titans from the AFC. They have shown the best, improvement from any team last year right now. They had an 8-8 record, and Vince Young is just playing incredible this year. I think they're going to step it up. I don't know if they can win the division in front of the Colts, but they'll still make it to the Super Bowl. From the NFC, I'm going to go with Dallas. They've impressed me the most out of any team in that conference. Tony Romo's been playing really well, and with Marion Barber and Julius Jones splitting the time, their running game has impressed me. They've also been playing awesome defense. So I'm going to go with the Titans-Cowboys Super Bowl.
It might sound like a biased opinion, but I'm going to take the Rams from the NFC. I think they're going to step it up, definitely. I think the Browns are going to get far from the AFC, but they're going to lose to the Colts, maybe in like the AFC Championship. The Colts will go into the Super Bowl and lose 35-3.
I personally, I like the Titans as well, Max, and the Bears. Although they have a great defense, the Titans will win it. That's all the time we have now. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Yeah, it's a great men's lifestyle periodical. It's called Jersey Magazine. Yeah, I'll give you more information. The Crusades, the Civil War, September 30th, 2007. All of these dates will live in historical infamy after this massacre occurred recently.
Yeah, what are these wars you speak of?
You know, like just like world wars, and then that college football upset. You know.
So you're comparing college football to wars?
Well, I'm not like the Civil War, but like War of 1812 or something.
Nah. I guess. I don't know.
So let's talk about the first of these upsets. West Virginia played South Florida on Friday night. West Virginia was upset. Pat White left midway, and Grothy had a pretty good game, Matt Grothy, the QB, but he didn't quite win.
Yes.
Excuse me, he won. Pat White lost.
Yes, they won. South Florida's defense was excellent. 6 turnovers. Slane was nothing. Devine was nothing. Couldn't run the ball, and biggest win for South Florida ever.
Yep.
It was all about South Florida's defense. They held West Virginia to no touchdowns until the fourth quarter. I mean, they just dominated the game.
And obviously there were some other upsets in the top 10. Auburn defeated Florida, today. Oklahoma lost. Texas lost to Kansas State. But especially, hometown Rutgers lost to Maryland, a surprisingly uncompetitive team. And this is the second straight year where Rutgers, for the first time getting into the top 10, lost right when getting there.
Yeah, Maryland had a very, very good running attack. Lance Bell, Ray Lewis's stepbrother, Keon Lattimore, had over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ray Rice had a good game, but Rutgers' defense just couldn't stop anybody.
I mean, it shows that Rutgers is not that powerful. The first 3 games, they versed pretty weak teams, and then Maryland came and showed them up, and they didn't do well.
But perhaps the biggest game this week was Cal-Oregon, right? I mean, they played the second-best team in the Pac-10. Cal beat a very competitive Oregon team, the number 6 and 11 teams in the nation. Great game. Is he now in Heisman contention full-time?
Yeah, man. Like he said, Deshaun Jackson, like he said on College Game Day that day, like the famous song by Tupac, "All Eyes on Me." He likes the big spotlight. Deshaun Jackson, 11 catches, 161 yards, 2 touchdowns. Always shows up in the big games.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson had a very key part of this game. Also, Justin Forsett, the running back, had 101 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean,
he did have a very good game. Now we'll talk about some great performances for this week. Let's hear your choices for best performance of the week.
I'm going to have to go with Wes Byram, the Auburn freshman kicker. Kicked the field goal, but before that, Urban Meyer called timeout. Then comes back again, kicks another 43-yard field goal. They win the game.
Just like in that Broncos game against Oakland the other week.
Of course. Janikowski then misses it. Game over.
I'll have to go with Wisconsin's running back, P.J. Hill. He had 155 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. He did amazing.
Yeah, good picks by both of you. And maybe another pick, Dan Hawkins, the coach of Colorado, just 2-10 last year, leads the team to a victory over Oklahoma.
You can also go with his son, the quarterback of that team.
Cody Hawkins,
coming back with some big touchdown pass at the end.
But actually, I think I'm going to have to go with a different person. I think the greatest performance of this week in college football was J.B. Fertig, myself. Why do I say this? I was the only one in all of America who was able to predict all 5 of these 10-team upsets. Incredible.
Great job.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Good effort.
So in the national title picture now, there's some teams left in the Big Ten: OSU and Wisconsin, Pac-10, USC and Cal, SEC, LSU, Kentucky, and Big East, South Florida. What's going to end up looking like?
For now, I think these top 10 rankings are a little misleading. I don't think Kentucky's going to be there. South Florida, I don't think it's going to be there. They're going to lose. I think West Virginia still has a chance, but I think it's going to be USC, LSU, and then I think LSU has just got a very dominant team. They got the 2 little quarterback system working now. Good defense. I like it. I like them as my favorite.
Good pick.
Yeah, LSU is very good. For the SEC, they're definitely going to win it. Big East, I'll have to go with South Florida. I mean, with their game over West Virginia, they showed that they have great offense and great defense, and they did really well.
I agree. I think USC is just going to win again. They're too good of a team. I hate to pick them, but I think they're so good. Now, audience, stop swimming. It's time to get out of the water. Because it's the lightning round. Now we're going to move fast, and I have a few questions for you guys, and let's hear your opinions. First of all, 5 top 10 teams lose in a week. Government conspiracy or no?
Obviously, I don't know, Sopranos, something, gambling, who knows?
Rutgers, mobsters, New Jersey.
New Jersey, but I don't know.
It could be. Maybe it was a full moon. I have no clue. We'll just see next week and see what happens.
Well, thank you for affirming my beliefs in a possible controversy. But now let's talk about 3 bold predictions for the upcoming week. Kentucky plays South Carolina, Oklahoma plays Texas, and Cincinnati faces Rutgers. Who is going to win? Give me your predictions.
South Carolina, Oklahoma in a blowout, Cincinnati once again.
All right.
Kentucky, Cincinnati, Oklahoma.
I'm going to have to go with you, Josh. Kentucky, Cincinnati, Oklahoma.
And Virginia Tech.
Oh, and Virginia Tech. Well, that's about all the time we have right here. But when we come back, we're going to take you out to the ball game. We'll even buy you some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, and we don't care if you ever come back, because we're talking about the MLB baseball playoffs. Actually, please do come back. We do care if you come back, so just do it. While you were plotting a diabolical scheme to rule the world, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, we were here at the 30-minute drill following the MLB playoffs because it's time to talk to you about the postseason. Now, because of some exciting game on Monday night, the Rockies beat the Padres in extra innings. And it looks like there's going to be another Rocky in Philly. This time his name isn't Balboa. He still is an underdog, but he doesn't have a speech impediment. So let's start talking. Big game. Clutch Rockies. What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, it's great for baseball to see a team like the Rockies come into the playoffs, but I mean, the Phillies are just too good right now. There's no way they're going to lose.
I think the Phillies are going to sweep them because the Phillies have some pitching and the Rockies have none. And the Phillies just have been on a hot streak, and they have a killer lineup, 1 through 5.
True, but I think the Rockies have been so hot lately. 14 out of 15 games. This is going to be an interesting matchup, and usually the team that gets hot first, gets hot the longest, wins. Also, key players in this series, it looks like Jimmy Rollins and Matt Holliday are really going to be duking it out for MVP, correct? So it seems like those two, this series could really decide who wins. Anyway, let's move on a little bit. We'll talk about the Diamondbacks and Cubs, another series in the NL. Now, it looks like this team's going to be somewhat of the youngins, the Diamondbacks, versus the misfits, the Cubs. Who's going to win it, in your opinion?
Well, from last season, I mean, the Cubs didn't make the playoffs. Diamondbacks, horrible season last year. I think that both teams are hungry for a playoff win. I think the Diamondbacks can do it this time.
I think the Cubs, they have too dominant of a team to lose. And Diamondbacks don't really have anyone. Who do they have? Chris Young?
Bobby, how could you say the Cubs when they just skated into the playoffs by playing in a weak division? I mean, they have 1 or 2 good hitters, but their pitching's been weak. And I mean, the Diamondbacks have so many good young hitters that it looks like someone can get hot at any moment.
I don't agree.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a war then, Bobby. And I'm going to come out on top. Now let's move over to the AL because the Indians are playing the Yankees. And what's interesting about this is that all the teams in the AL had better records than all of the playoff teams in the NL. So the Indians have been a solid team the entire year, and the Yankees won the wild card. Who's going to take it?
I think the Yankees definitely. I mean, their lineup is just too powerful. Their only problem is the bullpen might not hold up. But, I mean, other than that, their lineup is just too dominant.
I think the Yankees might come out with the victory, but I'm going to go with the risky pick with the Indians. I think they're going to dominate because they have pretty good pitching and a dominant lineup.
Alex, I don't even know how you can say the Yankees all this time. I mean, I know you're a huge Yankee fan, but they don't really have the depth. How many seasons in a row can they get swept early, been upset by a team that shouldn't have beaten them? It just annoys me. Not only that, but think about how many great Indians there have been in history. Mahatma Gandhi, Buddha, Apu from The Simpsons. There has only been one great Yankee in history, and that's George W. Bush, obviously. But in this series, it looks like it's going to be a really clutch matchup.
Oh, we were talking about baseball here, my friend.
I think we're talking about baseball and some other things as well.
Okay.
But this is going to be an interesting matchup, and I don't think the Yankees are going to be able to hold off on the Indians, who are better.
All right. Well, I mean, A-Rod, this is his time to shine in the playoffs. I think that he's going to have a huge series here. I don't think there's any way they can lose.
But he's been so bad in the playoffs in the past, and plus the Indians...
After the 54 home runs, 156 RBIs, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, well, he's done that before. We'll let the stats show us what's going to happen.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Now let's move on. Red Sox are also playing the Angels in the last playoff matchup. Who's going to win? Alex?
I mean, it kills me to say this, but the Red Sox are going to come out on top. I think it's going to wind up being the Yankees-Red Sox in the ALCS. I mean, Angels are always going to come out and give them your A game, but Red Sox.
Bob?
I think the Red Sox, they just have too good of pitching, and my prediction is Vladimir Guerrero is not going to have a good series.
I can't see that. I mean, the Red Sox have been a solid team in the regular season, and they've played pretty well recently in postseasons. But I think the Angels, Vlad, Garrett Anderson, the hottest player in the baseball, the great pitching, the great bullpen, I can't see them losing. Plus, I'm wearing blue socks, so how can I possibly go with the Red Sox? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, but okay, sure.
Bob?
No, I'm wearing black socks. That doesn't mean the Red Sox will win.
The Red Sox won't win. You're right. Now, let's talk about one thing that's been overriding the playoffs. One surprising factor, all of the NL teams who were in the playoffs last year, none of them made it this year. I mean, we all know about the Mets' horrific, tragic meltdown. But isn't it surprising, top to bottom, no one's back?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what? This is good for baseball. I mean, it's good to see all these teams, you know, having big seasons at this good second halves. I mean, it's good for baseball to see this.
I think, being a Mets fan, I think they played absolutely horrible at the end. I think Alex could have played for the Mets, and that's not a compliment to Alex.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Bobby.
No problem.
The other thing is, though, I don't think this can be good for the league. I mean, it shows parity, but look, all the teams that made it last year, a New York market, 2 California markets, and St. Louis, which is a pretty big market. This year, we got teams from Colorado, Chicago, which is pretty good, Philadelphia, which is a solid baseball market, and then obviously we have Arizona, which is not so good, shall we say. But that's about all the time we have here at the 30-minute drill. And I'd like to leave you with one last quote before we go. To be successful, you must be confident and not believe in luck.
welcome to the fourth week of the 30-minute drill. I'm Sean DiPeri here with my guests Jordan Kessel and Kyle Folbrect. And today we're going to start off with the Yankees. Guys, they lose a heartbreaker at home. I mean, they were so close to winning and they just couldn't do it. What happened?
That's funny. The Yankees so close to winning. They were never really in that series. I mean, through the first two games, CeCe Sabathia and Fausto Carmona had their number. There was no shot they were winning that series. They had to take game 2 in order to win the series. And, you know, Joe made all the right moves during the first 2 games. But it didn't work out in the end. Pettit gave him all he had through the second game. Clemens came out. He's old. It's October. And got hurt a little bit. didn't even make it through the third inning. Hughes came in, did a fine job, and got him a win, but they really didn't even deserve to be in that series.
Kyle.
Well, the Yankees yesterday were totally dominated by Paul Bird, really. He allowed 8 hits through 5 innings, but only gave up 2 runs, really. And you know what? The Yankees couldn't really hit the Indians' bullpen, and Rafael Perez with his strikeouts. Joe Borowski got the save. And you know what? Fausto Carmona and CC Sabathia did wonderful as well.
Well, Kyle, those were all great points. I mean, I have to agree. The bullpen and starting pitching for the Cleveland totally just dominated the Yankees. There was just no shot for us at all. So now we're going to move on to the championship series. ALCS, the Boston Red Sox versus the Cleveland Indians. What's it going to be like, Jordan?
Well, my team, the Boston Red Sox, are going to dominate this series. They rested Tim Wakefield during the ALDS and didn't even put him on the active roster, so they were confident to get to this point. They really got good starting pitching through the first couple of games. Beckett's going to start game 1. Schilling's going to move up to game 2. Dice will throw 3, and Wakefield's a possibility for game 4. If he is not ready, then John Lester will throw game 4. And when you really have all those options on your starting pitching staff, along with Okajima and Papelbon, and Eric Gagne's starting to figure it out a little bit more, Manny Del Carmen, you got to love the pitching staff. And in October, it's all about the pitching.
Kyle.
You know what? As much of a Yankee fan as I am, I'm going to have to go with the Red Sox taking over the Indians in 5 games in this one. The Red Sox have just too good of a lineup with Mike Lowell, Manny Ramirez, and Senor Octubre, David Ortiz. And you know what? The pitching staff is great, too. I mean, Beckett was 20 games winner. Tim Wakefield always is good with his knuckleball. And you have the bullpen has always been dominating. So, you know what? I think that the Red Sox are going to take this one.
No, I agree with both of you. I also say the Red Sox take this. Manny Ramirez and Big Papi, 1-2 punch. I don't think you can pitch around them, and you definitely can't pitch to them without letting up something, a hit, a run, a walk.
And they got Lugo and Pedroia at the top of the lineup, so watch out for them, too.
Rookie of the year with Pedroia.
It's very true. Pedroia having an amazing year. And now we're going to go to the NLCS with the Colorado Rockies. Very big surprise they're even in this. And the Diamondbacks. What do you think, Jordan?
Well, if you watch the Rockies from the beginning of the year, it's really not that much of a surprise that they're in it. They've pitched well, they've hit well, they got really a lot of talent, good mix of young guys and old guys. They got Todd Helton, even though it's his first playoff series, he's been around a while, he knows how the league works. But the Diamondbacks are a quality baseball team. They're a little young, but they are a quality baseball team. Jose Valverde led the MLB in saves this year, and I think that the Diamondbacks are just too much for the young Colorado Rocky team to handle. And watch out for the Diamondbacks even in the World Series.
Kyle.
I'm going to have to go with the Rockies taking this one. The reason is that, Arizona has Brandon Webb, they have Valverde, they have a pretty good pitching staff.
They have Levon Hernandez.
Levon Hernandez, big game pitcher, if you remember, 97 World Series. You know what, though? The Arizona doesn't really have good hitting outside of Eric Burns. I mean, Steven Drew's all right. Chris Young is okay. But Colorado, Jeff Francis is very good. Corpus and Fuentes in that bullpen. They got really good hitting. They got Tulowitzki at shortstop, who's possibly a Rookie of the Year candidate there. And then you got Helton, who's going to be a team leader. You got Holiday. I mean, that team is just too good to just shut down like that. And their hitting is going to lead them to a win.
But great pitching beats great hitting. And, I'd watch out a little bit, Kyle.
That's true, but I'm going to have to agree with Kyle, and I say Colorado wins this series in 7 games. They're on a roll. They have momentum with them. It's when you have someone like Kaz Matsui hitting a grand slam,
Well, how long is that going to last, honestly? How many grand slams is the guy going to hit?
It's true. It's true. But, when you have someone like that just hitting a grand slam, hasn't been batting that well.
Ever. He's never batted that well.
I never said he batted that well, but I mean, in this
series... You
can't
count on him in a playoff series. You honestly can't count on Kaz Matsui.
But having someone like Kaz Matsui, not that great of a player, I mean, in the batting, sometimes. Hitting a grand slam.
But that's what the Diamondbacks have throughout their order and their bench.
Oh, Tony Clark's pretty good on the bench.
Stacy, you lost this argument.
Jordan, I will. All right. I still say Colorado takes the Diamondbacks.
We'll see.
And, it's going to be Boston versus Colorado, I'm saying, in the playoffs. Well, when we return, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the Yankees, and let's see what happens. And we'll see our new segment, and you'll see.
And the crowd is fired up. What a huge play. We cannot stress this enough. This is just an outstanding kick. All the pressure relying on David Damo. The kick is up, and it is gone! He kicks it through the uprights, and Wade Hills takes a 25-24 lead.
Welcome back to the second half of our segment, the 30-minute drill. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the Yankees. And guys, A-Rod, never that good in the playoffs. Again, showing, a little bit more improvement from last year, but what happened?
It's all A-Rod's fault. It's all A-Rod's fault. The entire series should be put on A-Rod. Honestly. The Yankee Stadium crowd gave him a standing ovation in the third inning of Game 3 when he got his base hit. You know something's wrong when you're getting a standing ovation from a ground ball single up the middle. I mean, come on, it's all your fault.
Kyle.
Well, you know what? Part of it is A-Rod's fault. I mean, they can't
It's
play.
all A-Rod's fault.
The guy is hitting 2 for 26 in the postseason, and last year, the year before that, and this year, that's terrible. That's pretty bad. I mean,
it's all his fault.
pretty much. You can't really expect much out of your team to win if the guy is doing that bad.
No, I have to agree with you all, except when Jordan's saying it's all his fault.
It's all his fault. He is the reason they lost that series.
I have to disagree with you on that one. I have to say this three-named person lost the series, and that name is Ching-Ming Wan. I mean, you can't say A-Rod, he came up, he started hitting. And I believe his second to last hit in the postseason was a home run.
Yes, sir.
He came up when they needed it a little bit. That was this year. Game 4. A-Rod, big part in losing, but I don't think it's all of him to blame.
It's all his fault.
All right, guys, we're going to go to our next topic. What's going to go on? Who's staying with the Yankees? Who's going? Who's coming in?
Well, let me tell you, George Steinbrenner is going to have a field day with this roster. I have Alex Rodriguez, Jason Giambi, Jorge Posada, Johnny David, Bobby Abreu, Roger Clemens, Andy Pettitte, and Joe Torre. I got 8 guys leaving the New York Yankees from that roster.
Jordan, why don't you just pick a whole new team while you're at it?
They might drop the entire team, except for the captain, Derek Jeter, and I only give him a few more years. When these guys are not coming through in the playoffs, you gotta get rid of them. Damon played well, maybe saved his job, but when you're only playing for a quarter of a season because of injuries, how good are you for the season? You gotta get to the playoffs before you can be good at the playoffs.
But Posada, you touched on Posada. He's been great behind the plate all season.
Are you kidding me?
He had great numbers this year for a catcher.
He is the reason they lost Game 2.
I thought A-Rod was
He's terrible defensively. He is terrible defensively. They should have won that game 1-0. And after he gave up that run, yes, then it was A-Rod's fault that he could not produce another run, being the center point of that offense. But Jorge Posada, 3 wild pitches should have been pass balls. He should have blocked or caught all 3 of those balls. Any college catcher can catch those. It was a terrible job by Jorge.
Jordan, I'm going to have to also agree with you with Clemens. I think he's gone.
He just can't do it anymore.
He can't.
You want him to, but he can't.
When the game hits 9 o'clock, it's past his bedtime. He should just leave. He's too old.
God. You know what? I agree with you. Roger Clemens is a bum. They're paying him $17 million. He can't even go past the 3rd inning. He's hurt. You could get something like that out of Phil Hughes for maybe $16.5 million less than you're paying Roger Clemens. The guy should just retire already. And you're right what you said. Ching-Ming Wan, I don't know. I don't think they should have started him yesterday. I thought they should have gave Messina a chance. Wang was absolutely horrendous. But who's staying?
Messina a chance. Kick Messina out there too. He was terrible.
Yeah, you know what? my opinion with who's staying, I think Pettit should resign for another year. I mean, the guy's always clutch for the Yankees.
He's going to retire. It's not Steinbrenner's call.
I hope not. But who knows what's going to go.
Well, guys, one other big free agent this season, Mariano Rivera, is going out there. What do you think?
I think they re-signed Mariano. I think they didn't re-sign him this spring because they didn't know how his elbow was going to hold up. I think they re-signed him. I think he's the one guy that Steinbrenner says, you've been here forever, you're possibly the greatest closer of all time. I want to re-sign you.
I agree there. You know what? Mariano in the postseason, and even during the regular season, he's just amazing. This year he had more strikeouts than innings pitched. He had a 3 ERA, which is very good. I mean, the guy's getting old. He's up there. He's like 38 now. And you know what? I think they should give him maybe 1 or 2 more years because he's always been the greatest closer of all time.
All right, guys, well, it's time for our newest segment on the 30-minute drill, Say Anything, where our 2 panel members can say anything they want. And now we're going to start with Kyle. What would you like to say, Kyle?
Okay, well, yesterday at Talladega, Jeff Gordon led 1 lap of the race, and that was the final lap, but that was good enough to get him his 80th career victory and move into the Nextel Cup point standings lead.
Jordan.
Well, you know, I think I'm going to talk about the University of Connecticut basketball. They were really overshadowed last year by the powerful Big East with teams like Villanova and Syracuse. But watch out for them. Jalen Calhoun had a nucleus of young players last year. Hashim Thabit is going to be a name to watch out for. Jeff Adrian led the Big East in double-doubles last year. They're a young team, but I think they'll step it up, and look out for them in the Big East and in the top 25.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to finish it off with the topic we started on. I'm going to finish it off on the Yankees and a note on Joe Torre. I believe his job should still be with the Yankees. I mean, sure, he made some bad calls, but you know what? He can pick the pitchers, he can pick the players, but he can't make the pitchers pitch, and he can't make the players bat.
You can motivate him a little bit.
Well, you know, he can.
I say get Girardi.
But he can't make them do. He cannot go up to the plate and bat for each and every one, and he cannot go to the mound.
They
and
wouldn't
pitch
want him to.
for each. No, they wouldn't. Well, that's all we have for this segment. Next, we'll kick it off to NFL Week 5. Stay tuned.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Wayne Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads triple zeros as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Hello and welcome back to 30-Minute Drill. I'm Josh Revitch, and I'm here with my co-hosts, Eric and Brandon. Guys, let's talk about what happened this weekend in the NFL. So, the Jets versus the Giants, and the Giants won 35-24. Aaron Ross got 2 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown. What do you guys think?
Well, Pennington is so bad. 3 interceptions, and it's not like the Giants even have a good secondary. And the Giants did find a good rushing combo with Derek Ward, Brandon Jacobs, who rushed for 156 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Plaxico also with 124 yards. So there's really nothing to complain about.
Brandon?
It's all about the G-Men coming in the clutch. A-Money, Aaron Ross, 2 picks, 1 for a touchdown. D-Rock, Derek Ward running the rock, and Plaxico is just ridiculously good. And Chad Pennington is just the worst quarterback in the NFL. Like, I feel bad for all them Jet fans. He's just terrible.
Oh, yeah. Chad Pennington, terrible. Like Eric said, 3 interceptions. I mean, not good.
Can't throw the ball more than like 40 yards. It's like embarrassing.
It is pretty pathetic. All right. Seattle and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh shut out Seattle 21-0. I mean, this just shows that Pittsburgh has an amazing defense. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Yeah, their defense is just strong. I mean, Sean Alexander, 25 yards, and Matt Hasselbeck, 116 yards. And plus the rushing game of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Willie Parker, 102 yards, and then Najee Davenport with 2 short touchdowns. And as much as this hurts my fantasy team because I have Willie Parker and Najee's a touchdown thief, but still a very good combo for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Najee. Doesn't do much, gets in there, plows in for 2 touchdowns, and then you have the old steel curtain defense back in the 70s led by Mean Joe. But this time you have a good linebacking core and secondary. Sean Alexander, I don't know what happened to him. Ever since that good year Madden cover got hurt, Maybe he was taking steroids or something, but he has been terrible the past 2 years.
Could also be the Madden curse, like everyone always talks about.
Yeah, but maybe the second year he could be better.
Or it could just be Pittsburgh defense.
He's just had a bad year, though. Like, he's terrible.
Okay. Also, another amazing defense. San Diego only letting 3 points against Denver. I mean, 41-3. Come on.
Well, I mean, it's just Mike Turner and LT, 214 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Denver just played so sloppy, 5 turnovers. With 5 turnovers, there's no way you can win a game.
Brandon?
That is not true.
Unless they're the
'cause
Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yes, the Cowboys.
Unless you have Tony Romo.
Yes, Tony Romo, that was lucky. But Michael the Burner Turner and LT, solid, best 2 running backs in the league. Finally, the Chargers defense stepped it up. Antonio Gates, who is probably the best tight end in the past 5 years, is just amazing. Always getting touchdowns, over 100 yards. He's just playing ridiculously well.
And Tampa Bay and Indianapolis. Tampa Bay lost 33-14. Dallas Clark with that nice touchdown. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, as far as Tampa Bay, you can't really complain about Jeff Garcia's touchdowns, but just the Colts, Peyton Manning, 253 yards, 2 touchdowns, and Kenton Keith, who came in for Joseph Adai with his bruised shoulder, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had a great game.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
On Fox 5, Ken Keith, a name that nobody knows of, played solid, over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. I thought the play of the game was when Dallas Clark got jacked up massively. But it was Indianapolis is probably the best team in the NFL besides the Patriots.
Yeah. Do you guys think they may go undefeated again? Undefeated.
No. Not with teams like the Cowboys and the Patriots in the league.
No. And they have Jacksonville and Houston always play them tough. And also Tennessee. Like, that division is getting much better.
Yeah. All right. Chicago and Green Bay. Chicago beating Green Bay 27-20. And also Greg Olsen from Wayne Hills with a touchdown for 19 yards. What do you guys think about that game?
Well, Brett Favre had a decent game, a lot of yards, 322. But again, it's just the 5 turnovers that the Packers got just really killed them. Because if you look at the stats from the Bears players, no one had huge games. It's just Packers, 5 turnovers. Again, unless you're the Cowboys, you're not really going to come away with it.
So many turnovers this weekend, it seems like.
Yeah, but Greg Olsen from the U had his first touchdown. Very solid. But Brett Favre, I think, pushed a little too much to try to tie that game and got a little sloppy with his throws. And the Bears' defense, if you give them chances to get turnovers, they have probably the best hands at any secondary in the league. And their defense finally showed why they were the best last year.
Okay, guys, let's talk about next week. Amazing matchup. New England versus Dallas. I mean, those are 2 amazing teams, both undefeated. What do you guys think?
I'm going to have to go with New England, but I don't think that, as good as their defense is, they're not going to hold the Cowboys to under 10 points. I'm going to give the Cowboys 17. I'm going to say New England 35-17.
Brandon?
I'm going with Romo and Terrell Owens. Big in this game. They're going to shock the world.
Yeah, I think New England's going to win this one. All right, now it's time for the lightning round. Carolina versus Arizona.
Arizona.
I'll have to go with Carolina.
All right.
Washington, Green Bay.
Packers.
Redskins.
Packers. Minnesota, Chicago.
Bears.
The Vikings.
I agree with Brandon, the Vikings. Miami and Cleveland.
I'm going to go with Cleveland Browns.
They both are terrible. I'll go with the Raiders.
Yeah, I know. It kills me to say this, but Cleveland.
The Raiders?
All right. It's
Miami,
about
Cleveland.
time that we end this up. Thank you for watching. We'll be right back after these messages.
Emotionally, look at Greg. Wow, he's just ecstatic. He can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
So with 10 seconds left to go, Monahan's gonna have to knee it one more time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is over. Wayne Hills is the 2002 Group 3 North 1 State Championship, their first ever state championship, and what a fantastic end to an amazing season for Wayne Hills.
And you know what? Greg Olsen did absolutely nothing on offense, but it doesn't matter because he has won a state title for his father, Chris Olsen, and first one in Wayne Hills history.
Mass hysteria in New York as the Yankees once again have exited the playoffs in the first round. Hi, I'm JB Fertig, and we're back here at the 30-minute drill with my best friends, Alex Bellias and Bobby Gross. Now, we're here to talk about the loss and possible demise of the Yankees. Alex, they're your favorite team. What went wrong?
Starting pitching in a couple of games, Ching-Ming Wang didn't come out ready to play. Runners stranded on base. A-Rod, Matsui, it was a team loss. They didn't come through.
But the thing is, people always talk about the Yankees as being this clutch team, this postseason team. We all know how many world championships they've won. But you look, Ching-Ming Wang, their ace of this series, didn't pitch the 2 games that he played. Derek Jeter, in a clutch situation in the final game, facing elimination, grounds into a double play. And the only player who did play at least solidly well, from what I thought, was Alex Rodriguez, the man who all the Yankees have had their pitchforks for since he wasn't able to play in the playoffs, but now all of a sudden love since his great season. Alex, as a Yankees fan, what do you have to say?
Well, it'd really be a shame to see A-Rod leave. He's done so much for the team, but previous years he hasn't come up in the postseason. He's probably has one of the greatest talents in the game, but I don't think the Yankees should let this guy go.
Now let's move to the other side of the spectrum. Bobby, you're about as big of a Mets fan as they come. You must be happy, just like I am, that the Yankees have lost. What's the reason?
I don't think it's a specific player or anything, but I think it's just the team in total. Their pitching was not good, and their hitting, they left runners on base, like Alex said, and they just didn't perform.
You're right. I get the feel when I'm watching the Yankees that it's not that they didn't come up in the clutch or that their pitching wasn't good enough. They just overall didn't seem like as good of a team as the Cleveland Indians are. It's not just that they collapsed, and that's not the only story. The Indians have come, and they're an upcoming team with great hitting, great young pitching. It really looks like they can make a difference, and now they're playing the Yankees' rivals, the Red Sox. Do you think the Cleveland has a chance of winning?
Well, the Red Sox really, they came out and they showed that they're ready to play in the playoffs this year by sweeping the Angels. I think that they're going to definitely beat the Indians.
I'm going to have to agree with Alex, but I think Cleveland's going to keep it close with their good pitching staff with Carmona and Sabathia. But I think the Red Sox are just too good with Manny and Ortiz and their great pitching staff.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top in that series. And let's move a little bit back to the Yankees, because that's the focus of this segment. The Yankees, they lost this series. Is this just continuing mediocrity? This is the 3rd straight year they've exited in the first round. Or is this the true end of a dynasty, as a lot of people would imply, especially with the possibility of Torrey leaving?
Well, if Torrey leaves, he's had a great 12 seasons. He's done a lot for the franchise. But this guy has held the team together. I don't think he's just going to leave like that.
I don't think the Yankees should let Torrey leave. He's built such a great team. They do have monster talent, but I think he's mainly the core of that team.
I think one of the problems in baseball is that all of the blame, like it does in almost any career, lies with the manager, lies with the person who's in charge of all the players. But the fact is, the only people that can truly be held accountable are the players. And even if they get rid of Torrey, it's really going to be difficult to overhaul that roster. Obviously the focus is now going to be on the young players, Phil Hughes, Jabba Chamberlain, Robinson Cano, trying to build that up to have a dynasty in the future. But in terms of immediate changes, can the Yankees be a playoff contender next year?
Well, depending on who returns. A-Rod is going to have great seasons every year, but it just depends on whether he can come up in the playoffs. I think the Yankees are.
Who's saying A-Rod's going to come back? The Angels are hot on him, the Dodgers are hot on him,
well,
and he's had a problem with New York ever since he first came here, and the booze of stuff.
A-Rod isn't the only performer. They've had guys that have came through this year: Posada, Matsui, Jeter, Cano. All 100 RBIs. So I think that they're going to be solid next year.
What about Posada too? Posada's in the last year of his contract. Had the best season of his career, and now what's going to happen?
Well, how can Steinbrenner let the Yankees like that just leave? They want to end their careers as Yankees, so I don't think they're going to be going anywhere.
I guess. Bobby?
I think they should hold on to Posada. There's no one better on the market, and he's been with the team for a while. He knows how to deal with the fans and the media. I think they're going to hold on to him.
Well, I guess it really is a lot of serious trouble for the Yankees, and you look at it, it's frustrating for Yankee fans and people who watch them. But I can't believe, and it surprises me to this day, how people still consider the Yankees a dynasty. You look at this past season, it's mind-blowing that they didn't play that well. You look at it, the Red Sox killed. The AL was great, and there were a lot of teams even a little bit worse than them that played, it seemed, somewhat better. I mean, the Tigers could have had an excuse. But the Yankees, were they really that good in the first place?
Well, they rebounded. I mean, they were 20-29 coming into at the end of May. They rebounded. They came away with 94 wins over the season. That's solid. They just couldn't come up in the playoffs. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think they were a dynasty ever since 2000 when they had Tino and everyone. But I don't think they are anymore, and they won't be.
All right, and that's about all the time that we have on this episode of the 30-Minute Drill. Guys, I appreciate your opinions on the Yankees. And audience, I'd like you to remember one thing. A young boy can have the magic in his soul, but it must exist in his heart for him to truly flourish.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to start off with possibly the most anticipated game of the week. Patriots versus the Cowboys. Patriots dominated. Which 81, Terrell Owens and Randy Moss, do you guys think played better?
I'm going to have to go with Terrell Owens on this one. Randy Moss had a good game, but he wasn't even the leading receiver for the Patriots. Dante Stallworth had more yards for him. And without Terrell Owens, Dallas really would have had no shot at this game. He kind of kept him in it for a little bit. But I'm going to say Terrell Owens for this.
Terrell Owens did do well, but, you got to pick the winning team in this one. I think Randy Moss was the better 81. He had 2 touchdowns. He should have had 3, I think. Honestly, I think that one catch was in. That was just an amazing catch. Over the shoulder at full speed. Just called out of bounds, maybe bobbling the ball a little bit, but I think he was in. That should have been called a 3rd touchdown, but I think he was the better 81 in that game.
Statistically, Owens had a better game. He had much more yards than Moss, and he's older, I believe 2 years. He has more experience, so he's been in the game, well, I'm not sure longer, but he's definitely a good player. All right. Next, Redskins versus the Packers. The Packers are 5-1. They lost to the Bears, but they defeated the Redskins yesterday. What was the main component in their victory?
The main component in their victory was defense. The defense played well throughout the entire game. They didn't give up any second-half points, and they just had enough offense to win. They got by with 17 points because their defense played so well the entire game.
Yeah, definitely defense. Giving up 14 points, it helps them a lot. They only scored 17. Brett Favre didn't have a great day. He didn't do nearly as well as he did in the first 5 weeks. But they're 5-1, which definitely surprised me.
I'm going to say that it's all luck. The Packers won. Both teams had 4 fumbles, and the Packers recovered all 4 of them, but the Redskins only recovered 2 out of the 4, so that's probably the reason why they lost. Won. Titans versus Bucks. Vince Young almost fell victim to the Madden curse. Sorry to say. Would the Titans have won if Vince didn't leave in the 3rd quarter?
As a huge Titans fan, it's disappointing to say I don't even know if they would have won. Vince Young played so badly in that game in the beginning that it was very upsetting to see him throw an interception like deep in the red zone. It was just a very bad game for him. They still probably would have won because he is one of the best fourth quarter quarterbacks in the NFL. But I really don't know. He didn't really have that good of a game.
Scott.
Yeah, I think they would have probably pulled it together in the fourth quarter and won. He's statistically done very well in the fourth quarter. And versus the Bucs, only down by a little, I think they could have came back.
Scott, I'm not even going to mention your other team, the Rams, because they got demolished, but we're going to go with the Browns. The Browns played Miami. They won yesterday, making them 3-3. Did they deserve the win yesterday, or did they just get lucky?
Oh, they deserve the win. The Browns have been playing pretty well this year. They've impressed me. Derek Anderson has had a very good year, and it wasn't like a fluke or anything. Miami's quarterback was out, whatever. The Browns still played well. They still won the game with their offense.
I mean, 41 points, they're amazing. Braylon Edwards at 3 touchdowns. Derek Anderson is amazing. You know, Brady Quinn, I expected was going to have a good season, but he's not even going to get to play because Derek Anderson's just amazing. And, you know, their running game lacks a little, but they're all pass game, and it works because they score 41 points.
I'm going to have to disagree with you guys. I'm going to say that it's luck because statistically, the Browns lost. They had worse stats,
Yeah,
but
really.
Miami had an injured quarterback, as Max said, but I guess you guys disagree. All right, yesterday, the Jets wore the New York Titans jerseys back in the day. The Jets lost, making them 1-5, one of the worst teams. Why are they doing so bad, and what went wrong yesterday?
It's all the passing game. Chad Pennington is just awful. This entire season, you can't do anything. It's like if I were the Jets, if I was Mangini right now, I'd be considering taking Kellen Clemens and giving him half the snaps or even all the snaps in the game.
Yeah, the Jets are just really bad. Their running game is bad. Their passing game is bad. You know, Chad Pennington's just doing terrible. I think he just quit. Kellen Clemens, you know, like I don't know why he's not going in personally, just because, you know, like Chad Pennington's doing that terrible, and even if he does do worse, you know, how much worse can you get?
All right, Scott, I'm going to cut you off there. We're going to move on to our newest segment, MVP of the week. Who do you think is your most valuable player of the week?
For this week, I'm going to go with Adrian Peterson, the Minnesota Vikings. He had 3 touchdowns and like 224 yards, I think. He had an incredible week, and the heavily underdog Vikings came out and defeated the Bears because of Adrian Peterson.
Scott?
My MVP is going to be John Madden for this week. Going on with the Madden curse, Vince Young has been injured in the game versus the Buccaneers, resulting in a loss. Injured his quad. He'll probably be back next week, but, you know, his injury definitely went on with the Madden
Personally,
curse.
my MVP is going to have to be Tom Brady. Although he's amazing all the time, but he did especially well yesterday. He had 388 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, and no interceptions. That's just a phenomenal game. But we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this, and we'll be talking about predictions. Stay tuned.
And the crowd is fired up. What a huge play. We cannot stress this enough. This is just an outstanding kick. All the pressure relying on David Damo. The kick is up, and it is gone! He kicks it through the uprights, and Wade Hills takes a 25-24 lead.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Brian Dubow, and alongside me, Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to talk this segment about predictions. Titans play the Texans next week. Who do you think's going to pull it out?
I'm going to go with the Titans on this one. They've been incredibly defensive all year. Like every game, they've been playing really, really well. And I think Vince Young will be back next week, and he's going to have a monster game. He's due for one, so I'm going to go with the Titans.
Yeah, definitely I'm picking the Titans. You know, Houston's not doing bad this week, but the Texans, you know, they're just, you know, I don't know. I just don't think they could pull it off against the Titans. Vince Young probably will be back after a quad injury. He's probably will be back. You know, it's not sure that he will be, but he probably will be. So I'm going to pick the Titans on this.
As long as Vince is healthy, there's no doubt they're going to win. The Texans are horrible. So Steelers versus Denver, I think this is a pretty obvious pick, but who do you guys think?
I'm going to go with the Steelers on this one. They've been playing really well all year. Also, their defense has been great. And Roethlisberger's just been playing really solid. Willie Parker also. Everything about their offense and defense has been well. And Denver has not been very good, so I'm going to go with the Steelers.
Yeah, definitely. Denver's just really bad this year. And, Adam Alfke likes Denver, and they're just really bad this year. So I'm definitely going to pick the Steelers. Their run game's amazing. Roethlisberger's doing well. Their defense stepping it up big time.
Steelers have always been known for the defense, so there's no way Denver's going to pull this out.
No.
But next, New England versus Miami.
Is this a joke?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. All right, Giants versus 49ers. What do you think?
I'm going to go with the 49ers on this one. Alex Smith's been playing really well, and they've established a good running game with Frank Gore. And the Giants really haven't been that good. They're 3-3, I think, or they're 500. So I'm not going to go with the Giants. I'll go with San Francisco.
Yeah, I think this game's going to be closer than you think. I might be picking the Giants on this one. I think they might somehow step it up. Their running game might be doing a little bit better. Their pass game might. If they do well on offense, I definitely think that they could win because I think that they have a defense strong enough that will be able to stop Frank Gore in that offense for the 49ers. But if their defense and their offense plays both well, then I think they'll be able to win.
I used to like the 49ers back when they had Jerry Rice, but that was a long time ago. They definitely went downhill. As long as Burris plays, I know he has a hurt ankle right now, I believe. As long as he plays, they'll be fine. They should pull out the win. But next, Bears versus Philly. This is a pretty good game. Who do you think's going to win?
This is a really good matchup. The Bears have not been playing well recently, and Philly's been they pulled off a nice win over the Jets, but they really haven't been playing well either. I'm going to go with Philadelphia in this one. Donovan McNabb has stepped it up a little bit, and the Bears just really have not been playing well. Their defense has been disappointing. Their quarterback situation is just horrible. Brian Griese is terrible. So
Actually, Max, you're kind of wrong there. Griese had an amazing game, 381 yards passing this week, but as you were saying.
He also had 2 interceptions, so thank you very much. He had a very good game. So he really did not have a good game, and they need to step it up in the quarterback. So I'm going to go with Philadelphia on this.
I disagree with Max entirely. With Greg Olsen on the Bears, who can beat them? They're just, their pass game is doing well. Their defense is what they're known for. I definitely think that they'll be able to beat Philly on this one.
All right, next, Jets versus the Bengals. It's pretty obvious to me, but what do you guys think?
I'm going to go with the Jets on this one. I'm going to see a surprise start from Kellen Clemens next week. That's what I'm predicting. And I'm going to see the Jets pull out. The Bengals have been horrific on defense this entire season. And even though they can put up 40 points a game, I don't know. I have an eerie feeling that the Jets are going to come out with this one.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go with the Jets, too. As bad as it sounds, Cincinnati's not playing well. Everyone thinks they're a good team, but I just don't think anyone's really paying attention to them. But they're 1-4, if you didn't know. Carson Palmer's doing well, I know that, but they're not good this year, and I think that the Jets will beat them. They lost to Kansas City last week.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. Carson's having a good year, as Scott said, but I do think the Bengals will win. The Jets are just horrendous. But our next segment, it's pretty new. Biggest upset. What was your biggest upset for next week?
My biggest upset prediction for next week is going to be Minnesota over Chicago. Adrian Peterson had an incredible game this week, and I feel like Tavares Jackson had a really good game also, and the Bears have been so disappointing these past couple weeks. They're only 2-4, so the Vikings are definitely going to take over.
My upset pick for this week is going to be Jacksonville beating Indianapolis Monday night. David Grier's been playing really well. They're 4-1 right now. Although Indy's 5-0, I think that streak's going to end next Monday. They just had a bye week on week 5, so I think that this week, it'll be tough for them. They didn't play last week. They're not fresh. Jacksonville had a fresh win. I think they'll be able to beat
All right,
them.
Scott, I'm going to have to cut you off there. That's all the time we have for now. We'll be back next week. Or actually, we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Wayne Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads 000 as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Good afternoon, Earth. Now, this weekend in college football, this past weekend, another great week. I mean, big upsets in the top 5. Again, this has happened for 3 straight weeks now, and let's start off with the number 1 team. LSU, the big-time team in the SEC, and a large favorite, lost to number 17, Kentucky. Now, this was a big game, and this means a lot for not only the SEC, but the national title picture. Brennan?
It was like the miracle on bluegrass. Kentucky, Andre Woodson had a huge game. Played very well. He did break the interception streak that he had going, but he threw 2 interceptions. But a big touchdown in the 3rd overtime to Steven Johnson. Yes, his name is Steven Johnson, like we have at our Hills, number 21 on the football team.
Yep.
They also have a good defense. LSU, Matt Flynn's playing a little not as well. Yeah. I think they maybe go to Ryan Perlow. He's a little good player.
Now, Josh, obviously then the number 2 team, what would have been the number 1 team, California, big game there. They were down by 3 to Oregon State, with less than 20 seconds remaining, and their backup QB, Matt Riley, coming in for Nate Longshore, made a crucial mistake, forgetting to let the ball go and then rushing with the time clock going. They weren't able to get the field goal unit in time. A terrible, terrible mistake, and now they're out of the top 5. Josh, Cal's loss, what is that going to mean for both the Pac-10 and the national title?
Well, California, yeah, their loss was a big problem for them, but they still have a chance, I think. And
they do, because the 1-loss situation.
Yeah, the one loss, fine, but they still have a good chance.
And the surprising part of the Pac-10, before the season, there were many favorites. USC, obviously the team favored to win the national championship. Then there was Oregon, Cal, big-time teams, not only big-time in that conference, but top 10 in the entire national picture. But all 3 of them have 1 loss. The only undefeated team in the Pac-10 right now, Arizona State. Now, they haven't faced too tough of a schedule, and they'll have to face all these teams in the future. But if they were to go undefeated, that would be one crazy surprise. Am I right?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions because everyone was a suspect to Sam Keller, the quarterback that used to be there, transferred to Nebraska, and they didn't know how they would respond on the Rudy Carpenter, who last year was a little shaky, and that was definitely his job. He just came out strong. They have a very solid defense, and the Sun Devils, I think, are for real.
Well, let's see if they are, and we will see in the coming weeks. Now, looking at the top 5 picture right now, number 1 ranked team, Ohio State University. Now, they were ranked around 10 in most of the polls to start the season, but they've played a Big Ten, which usually is very competitive, but this season, nearly nobody has been playing very well besides them. So now they're the number 1. The number 2 ranked team is South Florida. The 4th ranked team coming into the season in the Big East. They've overtaken Rutgers, West Virginia, and Louisville. And now the 3rd ranked team is Boston College, which was ranked around 25 when the season began. This really muddles up the picture from when it started before the season. Guys?
I think Matt Ryan and BC, they didn't play very well against Notre Dame, but they are in a very easy ACC. I think if they run the table, you can't leave them out of the national championship game. And I also think South Florida, I don't think anyone in half the nation doesn't really know about them yet, but number 2 in the BCS, first time ever being ranked in the BCS and ever being ranked in the top 25 this year. They got a really good coach. I think if it's going to be hard for them to run the table, but if they do, man, it's crazy. I couldn't imagine that.
And you know, you look at the Big East right now. The Big East is an absolute mess. I mean, you started the season, Rutgers looked great. Louisville looked great. West Virginia looked great. All of them have losses. West Virginia lost to South Florida. If South Florida could run the table, it would be good for them. However, this is a very, very hard conference to win. And they're going to have to play tough teams down the stretch. Josh, what do you think about the Big East as a whole?
With South Florida's win against West Virginia, really showed that they're a very dominant team.
For real.
Yeah, I think they're very good. They may go first in the Big East.
And obviously, all of the national title in the BCS picture depends on what happens in the upcoming weeks. But if you look at it, it's very surprising compared to what a lot of people expected. Now we have, besides those top 3 undefeated teams, we have next a muddle of all these 1-loss teams: LSU, Cal, Oregon, USC, all these teams that people thought were going to be great. But now we have 3 undefeated teams left, and they're all very surprising.
Yeah, let's give some love to Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas. Kansas is very surprisingly undefeated, but personally, there's no way that they're going to go this season undefeated and make a run at the BCS. I don't.
Possibly. There is Hawaii, who had a big comeback. That was clutch. I watched the end of that game.
But even if they won, they wouldn't be a Boise State type situation because they really haven't played anyone, and I don't think they'll be able to.
I think they can beat some teams though. Cole Brennan, he's a good quarterback. I think
I'm not blaming this on Cole Brennan.
They could compete against some teams, not like suspect teams like maybe Florida because they don't have the best defense. Michigan, I don't think they can stack up against USC, who has a very good defense, and like Oklahoma, who has like probably the best defense in the nation. But other than that, they could compete, I think.
I think the problem with all these teams, these cupcake teams, is that they haven't played anyone. So Hawaii, whether they could or couldn't be competitive, we can't see. but the BCS won't give them love until they play someone, and their schedule just wouldn't permit that.
Ain't no love.
So let's move on. Let's talk about a conference that most people in the beginning of the season thought was going to be the best in the entire nation, and that was the SEC. SEC has been strong for years, and these teams beat up on each other, strong teams. Now, around the top of the SEC right now are these one-loss teams who have all beaten each other. Kentucky, which recently beat LSU, LSU, which beat South Carolina, and South Carolina, which beat Kentucky. So it's a triangle right there, and it's going to be interesting to see who wins that division of the SEC. Guys, what are your predictions for who's going to win there?
They just all lay the smackdown on each other each week. It's like a rotation. I think the SEC East is going to go to LSU.
SEC West?
West, I mean, LSU.
Mm-hmm.
SEC East will go Tennessee, maybe?
Yeah, Tennessee.
I don't know.
Josh,
maybe Florida, maybe? I don't know.
LSU,
Yes.
Kentucky, South Carolina. Take your pick.
It's a tough choice between Kentucky and LSU. Kentucky's Andre Woodson. I mean, a phenomenal quarterback.
Kentucky.
But LSU is going to win the SEC, I think.
Well, that's about all the time we have in this segment. But when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about MLB playoffs. Dane Cook may be a terrible spokesperson for them, but the Colorado Rockies may be the hottest team ever. Come back home and we'll discuss.
Go Crockies.
Corrado. Here's Campbell. Campbell centering Licio. Off his stick. Licio falls down. Beautiful pass from Campbell. Licio not able to hang on to it. Axelman in the corner. Axelman, nice moves. Centers to Licio. And Wade Hills puts it away. Wade Hills puts it away. Albert Campbell, his fourth goal. It's absolutely crazy at the asphalt. Wade Hills, your 2005 NBIL Ice Hockey Championship. Albert Campbell, 4 goals. For the Patriots, 6 goals. Campbell, the sophomore. What else can you say but wow?
We're deep in the MLB playoffs here at the 30-minute drill, and we're going to discuss the 2 championship series. The Colorado Rockies are playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, named after, obviously, the snake indigenous to Arizona, and the Boston Red Sox versus the Cleveland Indians. Now, these are 2 big series in the AL and NL. Let's begin with the NL. Colorado Rockies, Arizona. Colorado has absolutely dominated Arizona in every facet of the game. They've killed every team they've played for the past month. This series is a big one. What's your analysis?
I mean, the Rockies are just way too hot right now. No way they're giving up a 3-0 lead. They're going to definitely be the NL champs.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, Colorado is one of the hottest teams in history. 19 out of 20 wins at one point. They've just been terrific. And Arizona, even though they've been a good team during the regular season, aren't able to compete. Bob?
I agree. I mean, the Rockies are hot, and the Diamondbacks can't pull off a 3-0 comeback. It's just not going to happen.
You know, the other funny thing about this is the D-backs during the regular season had one very surprising statistic. They won the NL pennant, correct? However, they gave up more runs than they scored, which meant that, first of all, they were amazing at getting blown out. When they lost, they made sure it was big time. And second of all, they had a crazy good record in one-run games, 32-19, which was a very, very statistically relevant in terms of their winning season, but also is rare and not usually indicative of how successful a team is or how good they are. And it would look like, playing the Rockies right now, all these runs that they let up in are really catching up to them, in that they're losing every game, and it's really not been close. It just seems like Colorado owns this series and possibly owns the season. Guys, if Colorado even made the World Series, would they be able to compete with these 2 teams, Cleveland or Boston?
Well, I mean, you have to look at who has momentum coming into the World Series. The Rockies, they're an underachieving franchise that have been looking to do something big. I think they could definitely beat the AL.
Well, momentum, schmomentum. Whatever. They don't have the pitching. All they have is Jeff Francis. I mean, Boston has Josh Beckett, but they have monstrous bats, and Cleveland has the great pitching staff.
But people said last year that the Detroit Tigers were the best team, the AL was much better, and that the NL, and they've been saying this for years, is kind of the JV league. However, the Cardinals came in, they had the momentum, and they probably weren't the better team, but they came in and they destroyed Detroit in 5 games. Now, you look at it, and traditionally in the playoffs, it seems like what Alex said, momentum is the deciding factor. It's not necessarily, the World Series isn't an indicator of who's the best team in the league, but just who's playing the best. And you look at the Rockies, the pitching staff, Ubaldo Jimenez, Frank Morales, Josh Fogg, Jeff Francis. They may not be big names, and they aren't big names, and they may not even be that talented, but they're playing well enough and they have a really good cohesive unit as a team for the big bats like Matt Holliday and Troy Tulowitzki to produce. So I think that's what's going to happen. Bob, counterpoint?
Sure. Actually, I'm baffled.
Okay, so then let's move on. Now we're talking about Matt Holliday and the big bats in Colorado. Does this seal, I mean, coming into the playoffs, it looked like Jimmy Rollins had the NL MVP sealed. However, Holliday's Rockies painstakingly just destroyed Philadelphia and in only 3 games, and it looked like, would that mean that he is probably going to take the NL MVP right now or not?
Well, I mean, he just came up big in the playoffs. I mean, right now he is definitely the most valuable player. Look where Jimmy Rollins is; he's home watching. So yeah, Matt Holliday should be the NL MVP.
Matt Holliday's been good the whole season. I've predicted it from the last game of the regular season. I mean, I thought him and David Wright, but David Wright. But you were saying, oh, Prince Fielder's going to win, but no.
I did not say that.
No, I'm referring to Alex.
You did say that. You said that, Alex.
He looked good. I don't know.
Now let's move over to the AL. And on the AL side, obviously it looks like Alex Rodriguez is going to take MVP. But right now, the Indians versus the Red Sox. Very close series. 2 very good teams. Who's going to win?
The Indians. I mean, I don't think Boston, other than Beckett, obviously. I mean, he's just pitched phenomenal. But I don't think Boston's pitching can hold up.
Bob?
How can you say that? They have Beckett. For their pitching staff, it's not that stout, but they have Manny. They have Poppy. They have Jason Varitek.
I'm talking about their pitching, Bob. I never said their offense.
Also, and even, okay, if you look at the pitching, first of all, we know Josh Beckett's been probably the best pitcher in the playoffs so far. However, CC Sabathia, Foster Carmona, the Indians have a deeper rotation that have all been playing really well. And if you look at their lineup, it's not really that much of a difference. Even I think I could argue that Cleveland has a better offense. I mean, obviously Manny and Poppy are great postseason hitters, great hitters in general. But Cleveland's been so solid top to bottom. I mean, you even saw former Boston Red Sox Trot Nixon getting that game-winning hit the other game. All right, final predictions. Who's winning the World Series? Bobby, Alex. Bobby, who?
I think it's going to be the Red Sox, just because they're just so great in the playoffs.
The Rockies, momentum, I'm telling you.
All right. Well, that's about all the time that we have in this episode of the 30-Minute Drill. And as always, I'd like to leave you with one possibly inspirational quote. To err is human. To forgive is divine.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Sean DiPeri here with Jordan Kessel and Kyle Folbrect, and we're going to start off with one of the biggest stories in the sports news today and probably for the next couple of days. Joe Torre given an offer made to refuse. Guys, what do you think about that offer?
was a joke. Simply a joke. They wanted Joe Torre out, but they didn't think their fans were smart enough to see that it was basically telling him, we don't want you here. We'll take you if you're willing to come for nothing, but we don't want you here. It wasn't the money that Joe Torre didn't want. The money made no difference whatsoever, but it was the fact that his contract was based on how many playoff series he won. He could only do so much for a baseball team.
Kai.
Well, Joe Torre has been with the Yankees for 13 years. I mean, he's been to the World Series a number of times, won 3 World Series with the team, and he's done a great job, but, his run has come to an end, and I don't really blame him for leaving. I mean, they gave him a good deal of $5 million with plus $3 million in possible incentives for each.
It wasn't the money. He has plenty of money.
True, but, I think I read that he was insulted about it. I mean, he was insulted that they actually thought they needed to give him incentives for it, and I don't blame him for leaving.
After being there so long, I mean, if you want to be there shouldn't need any incentives.
I agree. I mean, the offer, he still would have been the highest paid manager in the league, $5 million. If he makes it to, I believe, the World Series, they give him a $2 million bonus to make it $8 million, $8 million after, $3 million, sorry, my mistake. Dubow addition. But, he still would have been the highest paid manager. I would have taken it, but it was an insult, a 33% pay cut. Joe Torre was right by just leaving. Next, Hank Steinbrenner taking over for George, because George, getting a little sickly, getting a little old. It's time for him to move on. But Hank made a comment about Joe Torre saying, when my father took him, he was nothing, and that he made him everything. What do you think about that?
I think that the guy's a joke. I think with him in charge, I think Hal really has to step up and, take charge of the organization if they ever want to win another World Series again. The guy doesn't know what he's doing. Joe Torre is the perfect manager for New York City, and he persuaded his father to not have him come back. That's a terrible, terrible decision on the part of the Yankees front office. I despise that man.
I agree with Jordan. Hank Steinbrenner is new. He's learning what to do here, and his dad has been there since about 35 years now, and he's been making all the right decisions for the team. But, I mean, the Yankees firing Joe Torre, again, the perfect man for New York City. I mean, other possible choices would have been Tony La Russa, but he's nothing for New York media. I mean, I hope Joe Girardi gets a job. That's my choice. But, I don't know why they would ever drop the man that won the Yankees 3 consecutive World Series and got them to the playoffs every year that he was the manager. I don't know why they would make such a bad decision.
All right, both good points, guys. And to finish off this segment about Joe Torre, we're actually going to talk not about Joe Torre, about what the Yankee players who either have their contracts are up or have a opt-out decision, what they're going to do. And we're just going to start off with A-Rod. I mean, we all probably want him back, and he has his opt-out deal. What do you think?
I mean, I said it last week. There's going to be big changes in the New York Yankees roster. Right now, Scott Boras is trying to brainwash, per se, Alex Rodriguez into opting out of his contract to take bigger money somewhere else than what he's getting paid for his next 2 years. Alex Rodriguez wants to play in New York, I'm thinking, if the price is right. Playing in New York is a lot harder than playing in most places. So you got to figure, it's going to take a little bit more money for him to come back to New York, even though most Yankees really want him there.
Yeah, on the note of A-Rod, you know what? I heard he wanted to finish the rest of his career in New York. But, with Joe Torre gone, I don't know if it's possible now. I mean, Scott Boras is telling him, don't come back to the Yankees. There are other deals out there for you. And I remember that the Cubs offered him $250 million, a home, and a stake in the team, which is a pretty tempting offer. I don't know if he'd go there. But, a lot of teams want this guy. Look at the monster season he put up. How could you not want him?
And on a side note, 2 days ago, the Bergen Record reported that Jorge Posada was getting looked at actually by the Mets. So that would be a little ironic if he was to go over and play for the New York Metropolitans.
Jordan, I have to agree with you with A-Rod. I believe he wants to stay in New York. I mean, it's true, it's harder to play in New York than probably any cities. And I think he wants to, but it's all about the money because he still has to pay his manager, and I think the manager's more for the money than for what A-Rod's beliefs are. And actually, Jordan touched on our next player, Jorge Posada. Now, I believe his contract is up, free agent. He's always played with the Yankees, and now that Torrey's left, I believe he was loyal to Torrey. Do you think he'll go or stay?
I think he'll go. I don't think... See, the only thing that would make me say that he's going to stay is the fact that the Yankees have no other catcher in their organization. They have, Jose Molina, but Jose Molina. Is he a Yankee?
No.
No.
Huh.
Yeah, good point. Jorge Posada, monster season. What did he hit, like 340 almost? He did really good last year. And you know what? The Yankees don't have anybody else to catch for them.
And Kyle, that's a great point. We're going to be back with the 30-minute drill talking about more baseball and the World Series up next.
David and Andrew are two of the hardest working announcers I've ever seen.
Dave, I just realized Wayne's not lost a game since 2004.
Andrew, the last time we lost a game, you weren't even announcing for us.
But when it comes down to the wire, sometimes they have to work overtime to get the job done.
Oh my God! How can fall asleep? We have a huge game to prepare for. Andrew, get up, go on, come on, get up!
I've been waiting on this my whole life.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill, and it's World Series time. Guys, Colorado versus Boston. Who do you think's going to win? What do you think's going to happen?
My Bo Sox are going to take it in 6.
You know what? I think the Rockies are going to take it in 6, actually. I really do. Look at what they're doing. They won 22 to the last 23.
Well, I also believe that the Rockies will take it. They're on a momentum streak. Why do you guys think that each is going to win?
Well, it comes down to the pitching staff. Well, because, the Red Sox really have the best pitching staff in baseball. They've had the best pitching staff in baseball. They're the best team in baseball. And no matter how hot another team is, they can't beat them in a 7-game series. Beckett Game 1, Schilling Game 2, Dice-K Game 3, Wakefield Game 4. Those are 4 big-time pitchers. Beckett's big time in the playoffs. Schilling's big time in the playoffs. Dice-K, people say they don't know yet. Well, think of it this way. He won the MVP of the World Baseball Classic. That's a pretty big stage for somebody who's only 26. He's pitching some big games. When he was in high school, he pitched in a semifinal game of the national championship in Japan, threw over 200 pitches in that game, came back the next day to get a save. The first game was a 16-inning game, came back the next day to get a save, and then pitched a complete game the day after the save. The guy's a big-time pitcher, and the team that won that national championship with his high school, they are fantastically good shape, the Red Sox. And their hitting has really stepped up. Pedroia, the last couple games of the Indian series, started to get a little hotter. Euclid just does what he does. He is a great ball player. He was not on the active roster in 2004 when they won the World Series. But let me tell you, that guy's phenomenal. He's finally starting to get around on the inside fastball. He's playing great. David Ortiz is one of the best playoff players throughout the entire major leagues. Manny is one of the best playoff hitters around the major leagues. Lowell had another monster season this year. He's an RBI machine. Tech plays great in the playoffs. Tech, of course, referring to Jason Varitek. And, they're in pretty good shape. J.D. Drew came around the past couple games of the Indian series, hitting that grand slam to start it off in Game 6. They're in good shape. Jacoby Ellsbury stood up and played real good when he played in Game 6. Coco Crisp has been really solid defensively. You know, all around their lineup, they're pretty set. You know, they got Papelbon in the bullpen, along with Okajima, and Gagne threw a perfect 9th inning in Game 6, a 1-2-3 inning with 2 ground balls and a fly out. And they're in really, really good shape to come win this. The Rockies they don't match up with them. They really don't. Their pitching is not that well. And their hitting, yeah, it's good, but good pitching shuts down good hitting. And also, the Red Sox, you know, they've played more October games. Their players have played more October games, so they're used to the colder weather. There was a torrential blizzard in Colorado this past week. So after the first 2 games in Boston, they're going to head out to Colorado and see what goes on there. And if the game does go to 7 games, it'll be on November 1st.
You know what? The Rockies are going to win this, and I'll tell you why. Jeff Francis really needs to throw a big game. So does Josh Fogg and Franklin Morales. And they're really good. They did really well in the playoffs so far. And that's what the Rockies need. They need big games out of their pitchers. They also need, the pitching staff needs to find a way to shut down Kevin Youkilis, Manny Ramirez, and David Ortiz.
There's no way to in the playoffs. Youkilis has shown great patience at the plate during this playoffs.
I know.
And David Ortiz, you can't pitch to him. When Youkilis gets on base, you know, you don't want to put 2 guys on the bases. You don't want to put 2 guys on the bases for Manny Ramirez, so you can't pitch around David Ortiz, so he's going to punish you. And then, okay, you walk Manny, but Lowell's been an RBI machine this year. There's no way to pitch to that Red Sox lineup.
Well, also, Matt Holliday, Todd Helton, and Troy Tulowitzki are going to have a really big series. I'm looking for them to come up with some big hits.
But that's only 3 guys, and the Red Sox really have the best pitching. I mean, Beckett's been phenomenal. Schilling in clutch moments has been phenomenal in the past. Daisuke in his clutch moment has been phenomenal. I mean, he hadn't pitched well in the postseason, but Game 7, he gave him a good shot to win that game, and they came back. He only gave up 2 runs. You know, and Tim Wakefield's a big game pitcher. Good pitching shuts down good hitting, and the Rockies are going to have huge trouble. They may even sweep them. I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Well, guys, that World Series, I mean, it's going to be a good one. But it's time for Say Anything, and we're going to start off with Kyle. Kyle, what do you have to say?
All right, well, in NASCAR yesterday, Jimmy Johnson won a Subway 500 at Martinsville. It was his 3rd straight win there in his career, but there were 21 caution flags in the race, and it was hard for him to come out with the victory. Jeff Gordon, the current Nextel Cup points leader, came in 3rd, but Gordon retains the lead over Johnson by 53 points.
Jordan.
Excuse me, sorry. My Say Anything this week is we're going to recognize those in the great sport of professional chess. You know, and I'm really going to put the spotlight on Alexander Shabalov, he's really one of the most unique players in professional chess nowadays. He rarely settles for draws or ties. And, you know, he is one of the best American players that's around nowadays. He's won tons of championships, including the U.S. Championship.
Jordan, I'm going to have to cut you off there, but Alex Shabalov.
And the Chicago and North American
Very
Opens.
good chess player. Well, when we return, NFL time. Week 7 in NFL, record-setting Tom Brady. Let's see what they have to say. Stay tuned.
A lot of you may know Dave Suntup as one of the lead play-by-play announcers and maybe even co-president of the TV club. But there's a lot more to him. I mean, he's really intelligent and really amusing, and what you may not know is he's also a 2-time freestyle dancing champion. I know, it's hard to believe.
Hello, America. and Earth. We're here today to talk about the most important development in recent history. Joe Torre is no longer the manager of the New York Yankees. Now, Alex, I know you're a big New York Yankee fan. Joe Torre, was he a great manager? Will he make the Hall of Fame? And how are the Yankees going to be now that he's gone?
Well, I mean, I think he was one of the greatest managers of all time, to be honest. He definitely should be in the Hall of Fame, and the way he left the team was really, disappointment. Most Yankee fans would see his number being retired, a ceremony maybe for him.
Can you understand, though, when you look at the way his contract was brought to him? After the Yankees said that they would renew his contract, but for $2 million less, and if he wanted to earn more than his last year's contract, he would have to win the World Series or at least get there. Do you think that was unfair of the Yankees? Do you think that was disrespectful to Joe Torre, or do you think that was fair and justified?
Well, I think that, they disrespected him, the Yankees, by giving him a pay cut.
Yeah.
He's done so much, been postseason every year. He's been there. The Yankees have been contenders pretty much every year. I think he did a great job in New York.
All right, so I think you're saying that he's being disrespected by the situation.
Yeah.
Bobby, you're a New York Met fan, the other side of the spectrum. Does the news about Joe Torre affect you at all?
Well, I think I like him. He's a good manager. I never had anything against him. If he was to go to the Hall of Fame, he'd go as a Met because he was so much better as a Met. But, the Yankees, I think they'll be worse, so I'm happy about that.
The way I feel about the situation is that the Yankees have, I wouldn't even say the most talented team. The blame always goes to the manager, but in this case, I really think it belongs to Brian Cashman, the general manager. He's had all this money, and he just hasn't been able to field a roster that's been able to win the World Series. Their salary cap is astronomically greater than any other teams. You would think that they would be able to at least field a team that would make the World Series if they have so much more money than everyone else. Brian, Cashman, sorry, Alex. Alex, as a Yankee fan, do you think that Brian Cashman deserves the blame? Do you think he should still be the general manager, or should he be fired?
I don't think Brian Cashman really has much to do with the situation. I think it's just about the Yankees could not come up in the clutch. Yet again. But the talent is definitely there. The team put up amazing numbers the whole year. Brian Cashman definitely fielded a good enough team.
Alex, you're wrong, okay?
How's that possible?
Because Brian Cashman gets everyone, I think, past their prime, except for, A-Rod. He got Carl Pavano, who had one good season.
Right there.
Hey, be quiet. He got Alex Rodriguez, Carl Pavano, who was past his prime, Jarrett Wright, who had one good season.
Jarrett Wright hasn't, and Carl Pavano didn't play for the Yankees at all this year.
Objection, leading the witness. Bobby,
they did play for the Yankees.
Anyway.
Not well.
All right,
Not
guys.
this year.
That's about enough arguing we can take. Now let's move on to the
Don't
next
know what you're
topic.
talking about, Bob.
That's what's speculatory, but here's what's real. There are two teams left in the postseason, and that's the Colorado Rockies and the hated Boston Red Sox. Now, guys, first of all, let's analyze this matchup. What's going to come down to? Alex?
Well, whoever pitches well, both teams are very powerful. I think that this is going to be a great World Series.
I think it's pitching. The Red Sox have this solid, established pitching staff, and the Rockies came out of nowhere, but they have this solid pitching staff. So I think their pitching is very equal, but it's going to come down to hitting, and both teams are pretty equal hitting-wise.
Well, I think it's going to come down to, as you said, they're both pretty similar teams in terms of hitting. And pitching, who knows? The Red Sox seem to have more talent, but the Rockies have been pitching well this postseason. I think it's going to come down to playoff momentum. Flat out, you look at the past few World Series winners, all of them have played really well in the playoffs. The Cardinals, when the White Sox won, it's about teams that get hot at the right time. And both of these teams are hot right now. Red Sox just came back, but here's the other factor.
Rockies.
Colorado, yeah.
9 days off, that's
9
big.
days off, exactly. They don't play for that long. Is the heat going to fade, guys? Alex, Bob?
Well, 9 days, you look at, 9 days is a long time in baseball. These guys are used to playing every day. The Red Sox came off just a great comeback win against the Indians. I think that right now the Red Sox are a little bit hotter than the Rockies.
I agree with Alex, unfortunately. The Red Sox are just on fire. The Rockies, they've kind of cooled down because they haven't been playing as long, and I just think the Red Sox might have the momentum to win, but I'm not saying anything for sure.
All right. But now we're going to need you to say something for sure, because right now we're going to our quick lightning round. The lightning round. Alex, Bobby, who is going to win the World Series? Straight up.
Rockies.
I think I'm going to have to disagree. Boston Red Sox.
Why?
Rockies' offense will do well against the Red Sox pitching.
The Red Sox pitching is going to dominate the Rockies' offense.
Ooh, opposite views. When we come back, we're going to instruct you how to manipulate your computer and win your fantasy league this week.
And the crowd is fired up. What a huge play. We cannot stress this enough. This is just an outstanding kick. All the pressure relying on David Dubow. The kick is up, and it is gone! He kicks it through the uprights, and Wade Hills takes a 25-24 lead.
Hello, America and Earth. Let's open up the toolbox and see what we have today. Professional football. It's business time. Now let's get started talking about these games and the most important things that happen in each one. First, let's start with Tampa Bay and Detroit. This was a close game between two winning record teams, the only game between two winning record teams in the NFC this week. Obviously, Detroit came out with a win over what has been a tough Tampa Bay team. What's the most important thing to take from this game, guys?
Although Tampa Bay lost, Ernest Graham did really well with 92 rushing yards and 99 receiving yards. But he had no touchdowns, and yeah, Detroit came up on top.
Yeah, for me it was a quiet game, 2 touchdowns from each side. Detroit was up 23-7. Tampa Bay made a late surge, but it wasn't enough.
Yep, I know what you're saying. But now we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about what may be the biggest named game of the week, where New England, 7-0, beat a hapless Miami team, which is now 0-7, 49-28. Obviously, we know that Brady had 6 touchdowns that game. What is the most important thing to take away?
Well, yeah, the Tom Brady 6 touchdowns. Well, what Dolphins struggled in was passing offense. They had no touchdowns in the passing, and they're just not doing well this year.
I gotta say the 2 big things is 1, Tom Brady with his 27 touchdowns is en route to 61 touchdowns by the end of the season, which will shatter Peyton Manning's 49 touchdown mark. And also, the Dolphins lost Ronnie Brown, their star running back. At 0-7 right now, there's no way they can do good for the rest of the season without him.
Of course, that's true. Now, 2 things I want to talk about from this game. First of all, the Dolphins, they have a tough schedule going down the road. They're playing in London this week against the 5-2 Giants. They might lose this game, and they have a solid chance of losing every game the rest of the season. Do they have a better chance of being not defeated than the Patriots do of being undefeated?
I'm going to say that
you go.
They have a better chance of going 0-16 just because with teams like the Colts, the Cowboys, the Steelers, the Jaguars, I don't see Patriots not losing a single game, as good as Tom Brady is.
Well, clearly Tom Brady's on a record-setting pace, but world, I'm going to make a prediction here and now. Listen up. Because I think that the biggest factor in this game was Miami scoring 28 points on that veteran Patriots defense. And this, world, will prove to be their downfall when they lose to the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL playoffs this season. That's right, I'm saying the New England Patriots, arguably the greatest team of all time, is not going to win the Super Bowl this season. Check it out. Now we're going to move on. We're going to go to the lightning round right here. We're going to talk about all the rest of the games that happened this week, the important ones, and you guys are going to say, once again, the most important thing in 1 sentence. First of all, let's go. Arizona versus Washington. Close game at the end. What's the most important thing?
Washington had a terrible passing offense again.
Portis had 2 touchdowns, but no.
I think it was that Kurt Warner, even with his wing chicken arm, that he's not going to be able to compete with any good teams in the NFL, as Matt Leinart may have. Now we're going to move on, and Tennessee versus Houston. Houston scored 29 points in the last fourth quarter. What is the most important thing?
Rob Baronis with the 8 field goals for 26 points, and the last one that won the game.
Besides the field goals, I got to say that Sage Rosenfels had 3 interceptions, and that was a big factor.
And the last thing we're going to talk about, the two games, Sunday and Monday night. Pittsburgh versus Denver, Indianapolis versus Jacksonville. Pittsburgh got upset by Denver. Indianapolis won against Jacksonville. Most important thing.
Denver defense for that game. And for Indianapolis and Jacksonville, Indianapolis is just a very good team overall.
Denver scored 4 touchdowns on the Pittsburgh defense, and coming into that game, they only had 5 scored against them the entire season, so that's what broke it open.
Well, thanks, guys. And that's about all the time we have here today at the 30-minute drill. I'd like to leave you with one last quote. Emus are the masters of disguise.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow. Alongside me, as always, Max Gold and Scott White. And as always, we're going to start off with a recap. Yesterday, the Browns defeated the 0-8 St. Louis Rams, who are atrocious. What was the key component to victory for these Browns?
The key component to victory was Derek Anderson. This guy is an epic story of heroic values. He's a guy stuck in the middle. He wasn't supposed to be anything. They got rid of Charlie Fry, and he was just supposed to be there to be Grady Quinn's replacement. And now he's stepped up, and he is the second best quarterback in the NFL stats-wise. Derek Anderson is the key to victory, and the fact that the Rams are just horrible.
Scott?
Very well said, Max. I agree with you. I just want to say what I think the Rams should do with their season because they're 0-8. If you're watching yesterday, Steven Jackson was back in. He had a 22-yard rush. He came back, was playing well, and he injured his back again. So here's what I think they should do. Because their entire offense is out with injury, 3 offensive linemen, wide receiver, running back, quarterback was out for a little, they should sit all their starters for next year, lose all their games, get the first pick in the draft, maybe, hopefully get like a defensive guy, like a linebacker or safety, something they like it on defense, and get all their starters back healthy, and they won't lose.
Derek Anderson, he's 6'6", not a small guy. He could see down, he gets the ball in those small pockets. He's a phenomenal quarterback, but let's not forget, first round, the Browns took Brady Quinn. So if something does happen with Derek Anderson, they have Brady Quinn to fall back on.
Sick.
But next, we have the Eagles versus the Vikings. Donovan McNabb finally healthy this season. He had a spectacular game, broke tackles, made passes. Do you guys see the Eagles going to the playoffs this year?
The Eagles will be in the playoffs this year. I know it's radical, but I'm seeing the Eagles as a number 3 or number 4 seed. They're not too good right now. They have a 3-4 record, but they will bounce back. Brian Westbrook is stepping up. Ronnie Brown or Reggie Brown, whatever his name is, he's stepped up this week. He hasn't had any yards, and he has like 160 yards this week. The Eagles will be a playoff team. You can quote me on that.
I will. Scott?
I disagree with you. I don't think they'll make the playoffs. I think they'll be a 6-8 team, maybe a 6-10 team, maybe a 7-9 team, but they won't have what it takes to make this the playoffs. They could make the wild card. I don't think they will. I think they'll be a 7-9 team.
Good points, but yesterday, the Giants played the Dolphins, who are also 0-8, like the Rams, in London. It was raining. Eli Manning, atrocious game, 40-something yards, just a bad day for him. What do you guys think that the Giants will, do you think Tom Coughlin's job is secure?
Tom Coughlin's job is not secure whatsoever. The Giants are playing well right now, but they're going downhill. If they played like that if they played like they did against the Dolphins, against any other team in the NFL, they would have been crushed. If they play at that level for the rest of the season, they're not going to win any more games, and Tom Coughlin's job will be gone. Gone.
Yeah, I agree with that. If they keep it up that way, the same way they played in London, his job will be gone. But I think between the last 2 games, they won them both. I think that he will secure a position at the head coach. You know, their running game didn't look bad at all. They looked pretty good in that position. And I think that I don't really think he has to worry about his job.
I actually think that Tom Coughlin's job is not secure. He's not doing well. Eli Manning obviously isn't making that much progress. Brandon Jacobs had to carry that team yesterday. But our newest segment, MVP, who's your most valuable player of the week?
Greg Olsen, far and away the best tight end in the NFL. Chicago Bears, the leading receiver yesterday for the Chicago Bears. 6 receptions for 59 yards and a touchdown. The Bears this year are atrocious, and I don't know how bad they'd be without Greg Olsen.
Scott?
Yeah, Max, what school did Greg Olsen go to, by the way?
I don't know, Scott. Do you know, Brian?
I think it was Wayne Hills.
All right. My MVP of the week is going to be Gordon Brown, Prime Minister of England. He let the NFL come over to that country and let us expand our sports to a different country. They made us global. It's a very admirable thing of him for us to do, letting us play on his stadium in his own country, and it just helped the U.S. expand their NFL network.
My MVP, as I said before, Brandon Jacobs. He played well in the rain. He carried the Giants team on his back, 131 rushing yards, broke tackles, played well in the mud. Most running backs, they would fumble in the mud, but he did good job of holding onto the ball. Great performance overall. Next, Chargers annihilated the Texans. So they don't have the best record. Everyone thought that they would do better. Do you guys see them turning this season around?
Their season has been turned around. They've won 3 games straight. Phillip Rivers is on a roll. LaDainian Tomlinson is guys groove back. The Chargers are going to come back. They're going to win their division, and they could even get the number 2 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, I think that they'll definitely make the playoffs. I think they'll make it pretty far into the playoffs, too. They had a rough start to their season. I think they lost the first 2 or 3 games. But definitely they're starting to bounce back. You know, their running game's still lacking a little. If that bounces back, I really think they won't have a problem at all because Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates, both been playing well. If their running game gets back together, then they'll definitely be good.
As long as LT stays healthy and he bounces back, he hasn't had the best season. He's an average quarterback.
Running back.
Excuse me. Last year he was a lot better, but as long as he gets better, he bounces back, like you guys said, they'll be fine. Phillip Rivers, as Scott said, great quarterback. But that's all the time we have now. We'll be back more with 30-minute drill after this. Hello and welcome back to a 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, as I said before, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White, and we'll start off with predictions. The biggest game of the season, Colts play the Patriots next week. What do you think's going to happen?
New England will dominate. I'm predicting a New England win by somewhere around 40 to 50 points.
Whoa.
New England is far and away the best team in the NFL. Indianapolis is good, but I think they're overrated. New England is stacked at every single position. Their special teams is awesome. Their offense is ridiculous. Their defense is incredible. Everything is awesome. They can't be beat.
Well, you know, I think that New England will win, But don't count the Colts out too bad. I mean, Reggie Wayne, Peyton Manning, the returning Super Bowl champions. I mean, don't count them out too quickly. I mean, the New England Patriots have been doing well. Been doing especially well on offense. But, I don't know how well the Patriot defense will be able to stop the Colts. No one has been able to this entire season. So, I think it'll be closer than a lot of people think.
Max, you are completely 100% wrong on this. The Colts won the Super Bowl for a reason. They're going to come away with the win. As long as New England doesn't spy on them with their cameras as they do in their practice, they'll be fine. Peyton Manning this week, he had 255 passing yards. He was the MVP of the Super Bowl. No one can beat them except for the Titans. Yeah. But next, another big game. It's pretty obvious to me, but Eagles, Cowboys, do you see Donovan having a repeat of last week?
I do see Donovan having a repeat, but I think they're going to come up shy. Dallas has really impressed me this season. Tony Romo has been having a great year, and I see Donovan coming out and throwing a ton of passes, having a very good game. I see Westbrook playing really well, but I just think they're going to come up a little bit short, and Dallas will win maybe by a field goal.
Scott?
I'm going to pick the Eagles on this one. It's an upset pick, but I'm going to pick them over the Dallas Cowboys. I think that Dallas, they're good, but I think it's time for them to lose a game or two. I think that Donovan McNabb will throw very well. Brian Westbrook is going to run all over them. I think that they're going to be able to stop them on defense, too, with Brian Dawkins, Jeremiah Trotter. I think they'll be able to stop them.
Cowboys, their passing is unstoppable. They have T.O., Tony Romo, great combo, but they also have other receivers that aren't as big, but they still make the catches and get the first downs. Next, we're going to talk about the Green Bay Packers, who won Monday Night Football. They're going to be playing the Chiefs next week. Who do you see winning?
I see the Chiefs winning this game. I don't know why Green Bay's been playing very well, but the Chiefs, I just feel, are going to come out with a surprise win. They haven't really shown that much this year, and I think that they're going to step up this week. Larry Johnson hasn't really done much. I think that this is his week to shine against Green Bay.
The Chiefs? Are you kidding me? I think the Packers will destroy the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs are terrible, I think. And the Packers, they won last night on Monday Night Football against the Broncos, who have been doing decent. Brett Favre is doing great. Their defense is doing great. I think that, without a doubt, the Packers will win.
I'm going to have to agree with Scott. Or actually, I'm sorry, Max. I disagree with you, Scott. The Chiefs are going to win because they have Larry Johnson. He went to Penn State. As you all know, I'm a Penn State faithful. But Larry Johnson, I'm looking for him to have a big game. He's a great running back, and I think he's going to break those tackles. Next, the Seattle Seahawks play Scott's team, the Cleveland Browns. What are your thoughts?
Cleveland Browns dominate.
Yes.
Again, Cleveland Browns, Derek Anderson cannot be stopped. Their running game is awesome. Everything about the Cleveland Browns right now is incredible. They could come out winning that division this year. And Seattle really hasn't impressed me at all this season. Hasselbeck's average, Alexander's average, their receiving is average, their defense is average. Cleveland will come out with a win.
Scott?
Well, first of all, I really don't like Seattle at all. They're probably my least favorite team next to the Cowboys. And, the Browns, they're sick. I mean, Derek Anderson is one down from Tom Brady in touchdown passes in the season. They figured him not to even be the starting quarterback. They figured he'd go in to give Brady Quinn some time before he started, and he just came in throwing 5 touchdown passes on his first start. I mean, their running game's lacking a little, but they're all pass game. They're a pass team, and I think they'll definitely beat the Seahawks.
I think this is one of the few times that we all agree on something. I'm going to say that the Browns are going to win too. So that means the Browns definitely have to win if we all three agree. But next, we're going to move on to our new segment, your biggest upset of next week.
I'm going to go with Buffalo over Cincinnati. Buffalo had a good week last week. J.P. Losman came in after Trent Edwards really didn't play that well, and he stepped up. And Cincinnati's just been atrocious lately. So I'm seeing Buffalo come out with a strong win against Cincinnati.
Scott?
I'm going to pick the Cowboys losing to the Eagles Sunday night. I'm going to pick them because I think that Donovan McNabb is going to have a big day. I think Brian Westbrook's going to have a big day. I think their offense is going to step it up and be able to stop them.
My biggest upset's going to have to be the Saints being the Jaguars. Drew Brees, I'm looking for him to have a good game. Reggie Bush will have an okay game, but I'm looking for him to bounce back and have a strong game. Next, quickly, we have 30 seconds left. Vikings play the Chargers.
Vikings.
Scott?
I'm going to pick the Chargers. I think that Antonio Gates will have 2 touchdowns and they'll win by 21 points.
Max, you're wrong. Chargers are going to win, but that's all the time we have now. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host Eric Orenstein. I'm here with my guests Alex Bellias and Brandon Rosenblum. Talk about the MLB right now. The Boston Red Sox swept the Rockies in the World Series. What's your thoughts?
The Red Sox, they just really, well pitching performance last night, and the Rockies just couldn't come up in the World Series.
Thought the Red Sox were dominant. It was a big good job done by the first two batters, the Navajo Indian fellow, Jacoby Ellsbury and Dustin Pedroia, who in Game 3, the most pivotal game for the Rockies, when they had a chance, 7 for 10, a couple doubles each, 4 RBIs. They were very dominant. John Lester, a cancer survivor, pitched an excellent game, and the Red Sox are just too dominant. The Rockies' good run was ended.
Yeah, I just gotta say, what a job by Boston's pitching. The Rockies, at the end of the season, 21-1 in the last 22 games. Then they swept their first two series in the playoffs, so they were 28-1 coming into the World Series, and the Red Sox just swept them. All right, now a very interesting topic. Alex Rodriguez decides not to be a Yankee. He decides not to renew his contract. Where do you think he's going?
I really don't know where he's going or care. As a Yankee fan, I'm very aggravated. I guess that was the right decision him and his agent decided that they had to make.
Making the decision, Scott Boras, his agent, who gets ridiculous contracts for players who are terrible, Carl Pavano, just players who aren't that good, but he somehow can work it. And knowing before that they were making the decision, they know they could get the offer, which he wanted was $30 million a year. And I think A-Rod's a very selfish man who made the Yankees look stupid, and I think the Yankees could seriously be going on a spiral downfall. Joe Torre is gone. And they got free agents, Posada and Pettit. The team could be going down.
Yeah. I'm going to say there's a chance of A-Rod going to the Red Sox because I remember, I think it was in 2004 when the Red Sox played, no, it wasn't 2004, but when the Red Sox played the Yankees and Aaron Boone got the home run in the 11th inning. I heard a story that Alex Rodriguez was sitting on his couch and he jumped up when that happened and said, "That's it, next year I'm going to be on one of those two teams." And he ended up being on the Yankees. So I think he does have that desire for the Red Sox. Plus, their third baseman, Mike Lowell, is a free agent and he's a dinosaur right now. So I think there's a chance of him going to the Red Sox.
And also, there was also a trade in 2003 that the Red Sox had to send Manny Ramirez over to the Rangers to get A-Rod, but Bud Selig denied that. And
the Red Sox, they have a lot of money now to spend. If they could take A-Rod, the question is A-Rod going to perform in the playoffs? He obviously didn't perform with the Yankees. Is he going to go somewhere else where he can do that? I don't know.
But A-Rod wants to be the man, and New York was just not his place. He had Derek Jeter there and all these old-time players, Clemens and Pettit and Rivera, and A-Rod just wasn't in the spot. I think he fits better in a team that's not good, like the Rangers, where he can put up numbers and be selfish with all the money that he wants, but he'll never be a winner. So any team looking to get A-Rod, you're making a tough decision.
Yeah. But also, if you look at when A-Rod was in New York and he was always under scrutiny by the fans, you could tell he really didn't like that from his interviews with the media. If you look, the Boston fans, they're faithful. They've been with the Red Sox through the curse, and they seem extremely supportive and extremely into it. So I think he's going to like the fan base there if he does end up going there.
Well, yeah, New York is just an extremely tough place to, as a player and as a coach. And only few people can handle the New York pressure. Joe Torre, Jeter, true Yankees. But, A-Rod, I guess it was his time to leave New York.
Yeah, the city, it was too much for him in New York. So good job well done for the Yankees, and a very selfish man looking for a lot more money that he definitely does not need.
All right. What's going on with the Yankees management right now? What do you think's happening?
Well, I've heard that Joe Girardi is going to be the Yankees manager. I mean, you know, that can be a good fit for him, and that can be a not so good fit for him because, I mean, he's going to be playing with, he's going to be coaching a lot of veterans. I mean, if Pettit comes back, but I mean, Girardi is the type of coach that he's very effective with the younger players, as he showed in Florida with the Marlins.
If they do pick Girardi, I think it's tough because he played in the World Series championships. He played with Jeter, he played with Rivera, Pettit, Clemens, but I don't think Clemens will be back. But he's played with some of those players, and I don't know how the veterans are going to react to someone who is, like some of them are their age, is the same age. So maybe he might help out like Cano and Cabrera, the younger players. But if the Yankees start doing bad and the veterans are not responding to Girardi, I think they might have made a very bad decision. But you can't also just go with what the AP says. Mattingly could be the choice. So
I mean, there are problems that can come about. I mean, he might not get the respect from the players.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, you don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, like when he was in Florida, he clearly proved himself with the young players. They said that year when they traded away everyone, they said maybe they'll be okay in a few years. But he brought, that first season after they traded everyone away, he brought them up to a 500 team. All right, now real quick, as early as it is, next year's world champions. Your prediction?
New York Yankees.
New York Mets.
All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. But when you come back, we'll be talking about college football. Stay tuned.
8th grade, I came in 12th place out of 200 in a best sense of humor superlative. That's about 3 more votes than fellow 30-minute drill-ite Kyle Folbrect. And 2 behind Bart Simpson. Look, there's a thing called talent, you know? I am not going to be the one to squander it. So when I'm on set, I like to try out some of my comedy sets. You know, if Bill Belichick wanted to know how the Jets work so badly, why didn't he just go to flight school? You know? Do you get that? Do you get that? Is it over your head? Yeah. Look, there are always going to be people who tell me that sports and comedy just can't mix. And those are the same people that I have to ask, then how does hockey work? Hey, sailors. It's me, your host, JB Fertig, here with Josh Revitch and Brandon Rosenblum, and right now, deep into the college football season, we're here to talk about the sport. Now, big news this week coming from the Pac-10, 2 major games. As we all know, coming into the season, USC was ranked number 1. Big time Joe McKnight, big time players overall. But as the season has progressed, they lost once, huge upset to Stanford, and now this week, they lost again to what looks like a strong Oregon team. Guys, what's your analysis?
Oregon's a very good team. I think Jonathan Stewart could be one of the top front runners now for the Heisman with Matt Ryan, the way he's leading that team. But he's putting up touchdowns.
Yeah, but don't you think if the Heisman went to that team, it would go to Dennis Dixon?
No, but Jonathan Stewart's making the big plays when it counts the most. He's got a mix of the speed and the power, like a Brandon Jacobs type. He's running through each teams. USC was supposed to have this good linebacking core, and Jonathan Stewart ate them up alive.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Josh? I agree with Brandon. Jonathan Stewart had a great game. He got 2 touchdowns and 103 rushing yards, and he is a very strong candidate for Heisman.
Well said, guys. And now we'll move on again in the Pac-10. Maybe the biggest story this season, Arizona State University. Now, coming to the season, we all talked about USC, but then it was Oregon and Cal. Arizona State this past weekend upset California, one of the top-ranked teams in the nation, and are now still undefeated going into the season. So let's recap. We're about 9 or 10 weeks into the college football season, and Arizona State is the only undefeated team left. Now, as we know this week, they're going to be facing a tough Oregon team. But right now, let's talk about this past win. Arizona State versus Cal. What is this going to mean for the rest of the season?
I feel Arizona State, they had a tough decision last year with Sam Keller, and it worked out good. He got hurt, and they're not playing good. They had a good running back, Dimitri Nance, and another guy, I don't know his name, but Dimitri Nance had 3 touchdowns. But they're going to Eugene this coming week, and I don't think they're pulling out a victory. It's going to be a big sea of green. I don't see them going undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they go against Oregon, I think they're going to lose. They had a great game against California, but it's going to be tough to see who's going to win that game next week.
All right, now let's talk about the hometown teams. And the Big East has been somewhat of a disappointment this season, with even the team that we assumed would be the best team going in a few weeks back, South Florida, losing twice now. But the hometown Rutgers played West Virginia this weekend, what seemed to be a marquee matchup going into the season. Rutgers got dominated. It was genocide all over again, 31-3 in favor of West Virginia. Guys, Big East, is this a very big disappointment, maybe the biggest disappointment in college football this season?
I think so. I also think USC and Florida, who are both, Florida has 3 losses, USC has 2. Rutgers did look very good with those black uniforms, but at least they went down in style. Like, that's all that matters. But they got eaten up alive. It was like a genocide, like you said, Mr. JB.
Josh?
Yeah, I was actually at that game in the pouring rain. Yeah, it was terrible to see that game. They got killed. Pat White and Steve Slayton ran all over them. And if they had a lot of plays that messed them up, especially that pump play when West Virginia actually recovered it and happened to get a touchdown off of that.
Oh, you're right. And now also in the Big East, maybe, like I said, similar to the Pac-10, the biggest surprise in the Big East has been UConn, which right now has only 1 loss. They beat Louisville, and then they went into South Florida, which, as we talked about, was ranked 11th going into the week. And they defeated South Florida. Is this a team that's going to compete, or is this just another fluke?
I think it's a fluke. If they do win the Big East, whoever they play in it'd probably be the Orange Bowl. It would probably be the ACC team, because I don't think BC will win the ACC, but they will not make the national championship. And but they have Andre Dixon, a good running back. He's very underrated, and Tyler Lorenzen, a lefty quarterback, somewhat like Jared Lorenzen, who used to go to Kentucky. Kind of reminds me of him a little bit, playing pretty good.
Josh?
I disagree with Brandon, actually. I think that UConn did really well. South Florida is a very good team, and they may go 1 for the Big East.
Stop.
All right. Well, guys, let's move on a little bit. Talk about what most people think is the most powerful conference in college football, and that would be the SEC. Now, this week, Florida played Georgia in what may be an irrelevant game in regards to the BCS. But if you look at it, one interesting fact about this game. Now, as we all know, the NFL has risen to astronomical heights in terms of popularity recently. But this game, this was the only state, Florida versus Georgia, had 84,000 people in the crowd. The Jacksonville Jaguars game 2 weekends ago at the Indianapolis Colts, one of the best games in football, the NFL, one of the best games of the season, only drew 75,000 people. Now, this may be a huge surprise.
Because it's called the world's biggest tailgate party. Obviously, there's a lot of people there.
That's true. I mean, you look at college football and people say all the time,
Georgia, they have the Falcons, like the worst team in the NFL. They got to root for something. And they got no Sean, man. No Sean Moreno from New Jersey. Come on.
There you go.
I think there were so many people there.
That's a good point, Brandon. You got to look at Maurice Jones-Drew as arguably the greatest player in NFL history.
Yes. Fantasy-wise, not.
All right, now let's move on. Let's talk about this upcoming week. We got a few games going into this week, as we talked about. First of all, Oregon versus Cal. Guys, lightning round. Who is going to win and why?
It's actually Arizona State versus Oregon, not Cal.
I misspelled. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm going to go Oregon. Jonathan Stewart, big-time money player. Heisman Trophy. You mark it down. Lock it down right now.
All right, Brandon, let's move on. Josh?
I completely agree with Brandon. Oregon's going to win because it's Jon Stewart. He's an amazing player.
I'm going to say Oregon, and I think it's a different reason, guys. You keep hyping up Jon Stewart, but I think he is a great host of a fictional news show, but not necessarily the most important player on the team. It's Dennis Dixon. Now, we got 2 more games. We're going to go through them real quick. Just tell me the name, who's going to win, and then we'll be out. First of all, Rutgers versus UConn. Who's going to
win? Nobody.
Josh?
Oakland's going to win again? UConn.
I think UConn's going to take this one, too. And in the SEC, LSU versus Alabama. Who?
Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide.
LSU.
All right. I'm going to have to say LSU as well. But that's about all the time we have here in this episode of the 30-Minute Drill. And I'd like to leave you with one quote. The greatest part of the man's inner soul is his ability to change.
Yes!
When I thought that I was gonna go crazy, and now my grandmama ain't the only girl calling me baby.
Hello and welcome to Week 8 of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Sean DiPeri, here with Jordan and Kyle. And today we're just going to start off with our segment, Say Anything. Kyle, say anything.
All right, well, I'm going to bring the spotlight on the reality TV show Survivor today, and it's one of my favorite shows. But besides the point, the next season of the show is going to be All Stars 2, in which many people that didn't win, and it's basically the focus is that people that deserve a second chance are going to come back. And some people that I think they really deserve to come back are Ian from Palau. I mean, he gave up the $1 million so he could be friends, and they thought that was more important. Bobby John, great competitor, always conducted himself like a gentleman.
I love Bobby John.
Yeah?
He's awesome.
He's amazing. Yao Man, you know, he got screwed over in the Fiji season by Dreams, but you know what? I'm looking for him to come back strong in this one. And Ozzy and Terry, very strong competitors, looking for them to win some immunity challenges, so let's go with that.
All right, Jordan.
Well, my Say Anything is going to be a spotlight this week on Tracy McGrady announcing that he is coming to Camp Shenawanda. He says he is going to, quote, play some basketball, go-karts, maybe some fishing, baseball, softball. If we name it, he'll play it. So he's going to be coming, and he'll be spending the summer at camp, and it's really a phenomenal thing. He says he's going to bust some butt, he's going to talk some smack, and he's going to have some fun while he's doing it. And I think we are all really looking forward to Tracy McGrady coming to Camp Shenawanda this summer.
I bet we are. All right, well, for my Say Anything, it will be about Serie A soccer in Italy. The two powerhouses, Juventus and Inter, went against each other on November 4th, having a 1-1 tie. These goals were scored by Inter Cruz in the 41st minute and by Camoranesi in the 77th minute for Juventus. Juventus was 4th place when it happened, but now have moved up to 3rd. So guys, now we're going to go on. Big story, Joe Torre has signed a 3-year, $13 million contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and also bringing along Boa and Mattingly, and hopes for A-Rod. What do you think, Jordan?
I think that it really shows that Torre was hurt by the contract the Yankees gave him. It was 1 year, $5 million plus incentives, which translated in 3 years, of course, is 3 years, $15 million, which is more than he did get with the Dodgers. So it shows it was more of an insult, not more of a, it wasn't a money issue. He didn't want more money. And he went over to L.A., where he seems that he's going to be a good fit. Brought over Mattingly and Boa. Mattingly did not want to return to the Yankees. He was hurt by them not hiring him as the manager to replace Joe Torre. And Larry Boa coming along to, keep some of Torre's staff on board. And hopefully he'll do the same thing with the Dodgers that he did with the Yankees.
Kyle.
Yeah, I kind of expected that to happen after he didn't get the contract offered by the Yankees there, but what are you going to do? I mean, Joe Torre's always been a New York guy. I don't know how well he's going to do with the Dodgers, but they have a lot of good players. I know Derek Lowe and Jeff Kennedy are going to look forward to playing with him. And, he should be able to do a good job. I don't know how good they're going to do. Probably they might win the division. Who knows what's going to happen, but they can hope for the best with Joe Torre.
Well, both good points. I think Joe Torre will do good with the Dodgers. And he also said when it came to A-Rod that it is possible A-Rod will come to the Dodgers. But A-Rod also said that he doesn't not want to play for the Yankees. He also would still like to be in New York. He just opted out. What do you think?
Well, it wasn't A-Rod that said he didn't want to play for the Yankees. It was the Yankees saying that if he hopped out, they would not negotiate a contract with him during the free agent market. The Yankees had the $23 or $25 million from the Texas Rangers that they were getting each year for the next couple of years, and that was a major help. It would have let him go out and sign another big market pitcher to try to come and get hurt for the Yankees, like all the big market pitchers they sign. So he didn't want to. It wasn't him that didn't want to go back. The Yankees will end up negotiating with him. I really have a strong feeling that they'll go back on their word, but I don't know if they'll give him as much as he wants. I don't think he's worth it with the playoff performances he had. A team like the Dodgers, a team like the Giants, who needs a big market player to come in to sell tickets, he's the type of guy you want to come get. And the Mets are also considering going into the bidding for Alex Rodriguez, of course, moving David Wright to second base, but it's going to be a little bit hard for Omar Minaya after David Wright just won a Gold Glove at third base.
Kyle.
Yeah, A-Rod wanted $350 million in order to sign with the Yankees, and that is a lot of money. I mean, look at the bust Roger Clemens was. A-Rod, as great as he is, I think that you can get somebody maybe a little cheaper that might perform. He won't give you as many home runs or RBIs, but he might as well be someone younger like Miguel Cabrera, somebody who could, get along well with all the players, and somebody who can, still provide some good offensive production and everything, but Miguel Cabrera, good in the playoffs. He might be someone to look at. But A-Rod's still a possibility. He might go back. Who knows? It's what Scott Boras has to talk about with the team.
All right. Well, that's it for right now. But when we return, we'll be talking about a new segment that we have, Multi-Minute Owner. And stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill, and now it's time for our new segment, Multi-Minute Owner, where Jordan and Kyle will each be giving a team, and they will be their owners, saying what they should do in the off-season, next season, and let's start it. And Jordan, your team will be your favorite, the Boston Red Sox.
Okay, the Red Sox had two major priorities coming into this offseason. One was Curt Schilling, the other was Mike Lowell. Curt Schilling has already been signed to a one-year contract with very interesting incentives. They give him more money for the more weight he loses. The slimmer he stays, the more money he gets paid. And I would have done something very similar to that to ensure the Red Sox a healthy and in-shape Curt Schilling for the season. Now, priority 2 is going to sign Mike Lowell. The guy was your World Series MVP. He was great during the regular season for batting behind your two major powers in David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. And then the next priority, when you're going out and thinking about, trying to make moves, maybe another person in the bullpen, I guess, would be the only thing that could make your team any better. The only thing they could do is maybe try to trade Coco Crisp, because they have Jacoby Ellsbury, who really came into his own during the playoffs this year. And, I don't really want to make too much changes. They're the Red Sox. They just won the World Series. I want some more. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want some more of the Red Sox? They were phenomenal this season. Why make any changes? Keep them pretty much close to the exact same way they were. Maybe make a bullpen change here or there. They're losing Gagne. Maybe get somebody to fill that spot that they would have hoped he filled, even though he didn't. They re-signed Julian Tavares. They picked up the option on him. They're ready to go for next season, pretty much.
World Series champions. I don't think they really do have to make any changes.
Lowell's the biggest thing they have to do, and once they get him, they're set.
All right, Kyle, your team is the Yankees.
Okay, well, first of all, the New York Yankees have had a lot of players file for free agency in the recent 2 weeks or so, most notably Alex Rodriguez, and also Andy Pettit didn't choose to sign, Mariano and Posada. But the first priority I would have is to get Mariano Rivera and Jorge Posada back here. They've been here for about 12 years. They've all been leaders. They've played great in the postseason and the regular season. They've had big years pretty much their whole career. And Posada's very close to signing a deal. And there's really nobody else that can fill the role. I mean, Jose Molina, no. I mean, who else is going to be the closer? Mariano last few years. But second of all, I try to re-sign Andy Pettit. The guy's been clutch for you in the postseason. He gets you a win when you desperately need one. He has a great record after a Yankee team loss. And, he might be leaning toward retirement right now, but, he might come back. But if you don't get Andy Pettit, I would try to go for Johan Santana. The guy was not happy playing for the Twins.
The question is, are you willing to give up Robinson Cano for Johan Santana in a trade? Cano's young talent. You really like having Cano in your lineup. He's been phenomenal for you.
I would never give up Cano, but
That's all
maybe
they
a
want
younger
for him. They lost
pitcher,
it yesterday in the paper.
maybe somebody like Jeff Karstens or Ian Kennedy. But unfortunately, I wouldn't like to give those guys up, which Yankees would have had to do for Miguel Cabrera. I still want Miguel Cabrera to go to the New York Yankees. I think he fit in lovely with the team. He played for Joe Girardi, so there's some connection there. But Marlins said that the Yankees would have to give up one of their pitchers for Miguel Cabrera. I don't know if they're going to do that, but we'll see what happens.
Kyle, I don't know if you saw the article in the New York Post this weekend, but it said that in order for the Yankees to get Johan Santana, the Twins would have to get Robinson Cano and more. Robinson Cano would have to be in the deal between the two teams.
All right, Jordan, we
to
have
get
to
Johan
cut you
Santana.
there. We are out of time. Stay tuned for NFL next week.
The United States of America. Hello, I'm here to talk to you with my good friend, Brandon Rosenblum, about this very important college basketball season. Now, it's just starting this week, and nothing that much of importance has happened besides two pretty big upsets.
Just a little bit. Cool.
Yeah, we're going to speculate on what to expect in terms of March Madness, in terms of the rest of the season. Now, first point, both of us have siblings that go to major basketball colleges. Now, obviously, your brother, Corey, goes to Indiana, and my brother, Spencer, goes to Georgetown. First question, which team's going to be better this year?
Indiana. Eric Gordon, DJ White, inside, outside, looking like the old Indiana with Isaiah Thomas and Calbert Chaney. Hoosiers, Final Four, San Antonio, lock it down.
I'm going to have to systematically shut you down because you're completely false. And this is why. Let me explain.
You have no Jeff Green. You guys are nothing.
The fact is we have one of the most dominant centers in all of college basketball.
Terrible.
Roy Hibbert, who's a human giant.
He's
if
very
you believe
big,
it.
but he's
But
Gordon.
listen,
DJ White will eat him alive.
In terms of freshmen, besides Greg Oden, I can't remember a freshman that has had an impact of bringing his team deep into the national championship. People talk about Kevin Durant last year. They only went into the second round, and that would
Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, I know. That you're proving my point. The only people who can make that much of a difference, the key to college basketball, and it may be a key to the NBA too, is the center position.
Yes.
Now, big men have always ruled college basketball, and would it be true that you're talking about Patrick Ewing? I would never say that Roy Hibbert's as good or close to as good as Patrick Ewing is, but I think that the mere fact of having a player like him, who's now a senior, being able to compete with guys who can shoot like Jonathan Wallace, people who can play.
They have Summers, who's good.
Yeah, Summers can play. I mean, the fact is, I think Georgetown has so much more of a solid team, especially in an easier conference than Indiana will have to play in, I believe.
I'd have to disagree. I think the Big East is the best conference in America.
I don't know. I think Syracuse proved that they're not as strong a team.
But they got recruits, Johnny Flynn coming in, Dante
yeah, but
Green.
You can't, but that's in terms of freshmen. You have to
Yeah,
wait
but
a few years.
freshmen have been playing, freshmen one and done. Durant, Oden, everyone. They come in Connolly. They all just play 1 year because they can't go in the NBA and make all that
Yeah,
money.
I know, but these aren't freshmen in the area of Odin. And Durant is even a different story.
But no
'cause
one
they didn't
even
go
thought
far.
Durant was going to be like that. They were talking
people,
about Oden.
okay. Everyone talked about Odin, and some would say it was rightfully so. I mean, we know that Kevin Durant won the National Player of the Year award.
Only freshman ever.
But exactly, and I'll agree that Kevin Durant's a great player, but the only player who was able to make a difference was the center, Greg Oden. And I'm not sure that Syracuse or teams like that, Pittsburgh, are going to be strong enough to be able to come close to competing with Georgetown.
I think Georgetown will win the Big East. They've also have added recruits phenomenally the past few years.
Yeah. But I don't think Indiana will win their division conference, being that Michigan State's there, Neitzel.
Michigan State lost to some Division II team in an exhibition game. That doesn't say that much, but Michigan State, they got
early in the
June
season.
Neitzel.
Early in the season,
right?
yeah. Early in the season, there are always going to be those losses to upstart teams. What happens is the actual talent level of teams, there always seems to fall out of the top 25 and stay out. But there are plenty of teams. You look at Michigan in college football that lose early, come back, and have productive seasons, prove that they can play. All that matters is March Madness. And I think that Roy Hibbert has been trained for success, having gone far into March Madness all of his years.
And that's why I think North Carolina will win it all this year. I think they have Tyler Hansborough, center, like you said, big man.
They got recruits. They got Tywan Lawson, Gomez, and Green. I think they're going to be really good this year.
From my standpoint, I'm going to take a pass right now on projecting the national champion. I think that I'm not going to be able to predict it until it kind of shapes up. Now, we can always talk about number 1, number 2, number 3 teams, but we all know about the surprises that there have been in the tournament over the past few years. So, that's about all we can talk about right now in this segment.
Watch out for Davidson, everybody.
Watch out for Davidson. I agree with him on that. However, later in the year, we'll have more college basketball coming to you. We'll be back very soon.
Good night, Canada.
What do I contribute to the drill? Well, my biggest virtue is definitely motivation. I pick people up when they're feeling down about themselves. Well, I'm a peaceful guy. You know, I calm everything down. I soothe people. A chair? What? Bobby, why is there a chair? A chair blocking the door.
I'm sorry.
A chair. Well, I make everything relaxed. Chillax is a better word. Yeah, never actually seen Kid Nation. Heard good things though. I mean, oh, Josh.
Yes?
Remember a few days ago, we were doing the drill, lightning rounds, forgot to switch to game 2? Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering, do you purposely suck at everything? Or is it genetic? Can you control it at all? Hey, Alex, I told you like 4 times I'm on mic 2, not mic 3.
My bad about that.
It seems like everything you do is your bad. Quick, what's 6 minus 4? Huh? It's 2. Mic 2, Alex. Get it together.
Good evening, Earth. I'm your host, JB Fertig, and we're going to be here talking to you about things that are important. Now, let's see, right now in this coming year, what are the best things in America? Dennis Kucinich, Anthony Anderson, the National Basketball Association. Now, I know you guys may have tuned in thinking that we talked to the first 2. We're really going to discuss the latter, the National Basketball Association. It's a great league, and unfortunately, deteriorating ratings and interest have occurred over the past few years. Now, guys, let's talk to you. Alex, I'd like you to speculate on why do you think this ratings drop has occurred, what can change it, and is it valid? Do you think it really should be the NBA not as interested as it is before?
Well, I think that the ratings have dropped because, I mean, you know, players like Michael Jordan that aren't in the league no longer. I mean, there's not really one guy that's just like the face of the NBA anymore. I mean, there's a bunch of different people.
Well, I can understand what you're saying in that the NBA has changed a lot since Sean Bradley and Michael Jordan have retired.
Yeah.
But
Sean Kemp as well.
Yeah, when you think about it though, yeah, Sean Kemp as well. When you think about it, you look at LeBron James, Yao Ming, Dwayne Wade, Michael Doliak. There are plenty of great players who are still alive, kicking, shooting, draining, dunking in the NBA today. And if you inspect it, you'll see that teams like, especially the Boston Celtics, are really having a successful season, which brings us to our next topic. Brandon, the Celtics are undefeated. That means 0 losses.
That's
now,
correct.
obviously, this has been impacted by their acquisition of probably the greatest player in NBA history, Kevin Garnett, and also Ray
I think
Allen.
it's actually Eddie House is probably the best.
Yeah, that would be an interesting perspective. But obviously, we know why they're a better team because of Garnett, Allen, House, Rajon Rondo's development, and Paul Pierce now playing with other talented players. But do you think it's going to sustain? Do you think they're going to be a national title competitor? And I've seen a lot of projections that they're going to win the championship. But can they compete with the West?
I don't think they win a national title in the NBA, but I think like our championship, NBA championship.
Mm-hmm. The national title, you mean?
Yes. No, that's
Yes.
college.
The national title.
Of course.
the NBA.
That's going to go to Indiana, though.
Yes.
But they're good. They have a good cast of players, Ray Allen, Garnett. Pierce is coming alive ever since they've had them too. Rajon Rondo is a very improved point guard. They have a very formidable center in Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah.
And Doc Rivers, who I think is determined to do well because he's been a good coach. He just hasn't had the players in Boston. And I think it's going to be them or the Nets to represent the East.
I can't agree with you that Doc Rivers has been a good coach. I mean, last year they did have a lot of talent. I don't think they were able to produce. Obviously, they were very young. But I don't think Doc Rivers has ever been good at developing talent. I understand that he knows the game and he used to play. But I think that a lot of times NBA success or failure is attributed to coaches.
I don't agree. I don't think the coaches, it's really not matter who the coach is. It's all
Yeah, I
about
think
the players on the
it
floor.
has a lot to do with personnel, and that's why I think that I agree with you. The Celtics are going to be a great team. I'm not sure if they can compete with the Spurs. You know what a frustrating thing, and I think this may also contribute to what we were talking about before, in terms of how ratings have deteriorated, is that the Spurs, the national champions, as we all know. The thing about the NBA is that a lot of fans believe that it's lost its predictability. You look at the national champions over the past few years. The Spurs have won how many in the past 9 years? Like four
or five. They're not flashy.
Yeah, but they're not flashy, but it's not just that. No one can beat them because they've perfected the formula. They have an understated big man who does the garbage work and has fundamentals. And it's frustrating because you're right, they're not as flashy, but they have team players, Tony Parker, who can penetrate the lane. All they need, they have a point guard, a great point guard, a great big man, and a solid wing in Ginobili.
Who comes off the bench.
Yeah, they barely have any depth. They don't really have anything special. I mean, Finley can shoot or it can be clutch, but it's not necessarily a team it's a team of three. You look at teams like the Suns that have so many exciting players all over the court, and fans get frustrated that these teams aren't able to compete or win. But Alex, what do you think?
Well, I mean, there's not really. I truthfully don't think the Spurs are really going to be in it this year. There's not one team that's just like dominating. Like the Chicago Bulls in the '90s were just the team. I don't think that there's really the team that's the face of the NBA.
Well, I think there's one thing that we can all agree on, and that's that this NBA season is going to be a great one. That's about all the time we have in this segment.
I'd also like to share a special fact real quick. Me and Tim Duncan share the same birthday, April 25th.
It's important information for you as fans. When we come back, we'll talk to you about fantasy football.
Quarterback, Torrey Holt, Larry Fitzgerald, Andre Johnson, Joey Galloway, all solid receivers.
Well, that's a solid basis, but however, in terms of receivers, Joey Galloway is very good as a number 3, but Andre Johnson had a lot more value earlier in the season, and now he's injured. Is there reason to believe that he's going to be able to retain how he performed at the very beginning of the year?
I hope so, but if he doesn't, I still have Fitzgerald and Holt.
Okay, so obviously you're set at QB and wide receiver, even though Peyton had 6 interceptions this past week.
Yeah, he still got me a fair amount of points.
But at running back, what's your status?
Marion Barber, he's a solid touchdown guy, even though he splits time with Julius Jones. And Lindell White, he did not perform last week, but I mean, I'm hoping. He's been solid for me so far, but I'm trying to make a trade and get someone good.
Well, clearly your team's positives are its passing game, and what you may need a little bit of help with is the running game. If Lindell White can sustain how he performed earlier in the year, a few weeks ago when he had just won the starter's position and performed really well, then you could have a team to be reckoned with going into the playoffs. You're projected to have a bye right now in the first week of the playoffs as the number 2 seed, and you really could be a contender. Now, Josh, you're at the other side of the spectrum.
Yep.
Now, I wouldn't say that your team is bad, but I would say that your team is horrible. So coming in 10th place, you have headlining your team Carson Palmer. Now, do you feel you're ready to improve your team? Do you feel your team's going to be strong enough to make a playoff push or not?
Well, I actually had a trade this week, and I got Frank Gore, who's supposed to play, I'm pretty sure, today. And coming off an injury, I hope he does well. I also got Chris Chambers, who did nothing for me.
But who'd you trade?
Deion Branch and Marvin Harrison.
That's a great trade. Both of those guys are injured.
Both are hurt.
Yeah.
So I got the good end, I hope.
Well, the positive side of that trade is Frank Gore at the beginning of the season, we all know, was projected to be one of the top fantasy players, number 4 in almost all magazines that I read, sometimes number 3. So you have him, and he still has the potential, but in that anemic 49ers offense, no one knows what can happen. However, so your team is set. The running back position, and with Marshawn Lynch, who's played really well this year.
He's done very well for me.
Hopefully Frank Gore. However, in terms of wide receiver, do you really think you can sustain it? I mean, obviously you got to win this week. Josh was playing the worst team in the league. You know, one thing I have to tell the audience is that one way to really ruin a league is to have a player in the league who doesn't update the roster. So right now, the person you're playing, I won't name him, but he played 3 of his guys who were on a bye this week, and one of his positions
was empty.
Yep, exactly. So that's a pretty easy win. Do you think this is going to be the week to turn around ship? In the next 3 weeks, do you think you're going to make the playoffs from here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very confident with that statement.
Wow. So now, judging by both of your teams, what advice do you have to give to fantasy fans about the players on your teams, about moves in general, about the waiver wire? What do you think, Bob?
I have a solid team. I mean, Peyton, I rely on every week.
Yeah.
He does a solid performance. Marion Barber, I think, performs every week, and so does Torrey Holt or Larry Fitzgerald.
I think your team, Bob, although you may not be able to compete with some teams in the playoffs that are getting really hot right now, I think that your team is a perfect example of how using proven veterans, making smart waiver wire pickups that can't backfire, and even if they do, you have nothing to lose, and also making wise, but not too many trades is how to really sustain a good, productive team. Would you agree?
I would.
Okay. Now, Josh, let's talk to you. Your team has not succeeded in the places that you wanted to. What was your biggest mistake in putting you in the place that you are right now?
Wasn't really mistakes, actually. At the beginning of the league, I had Cadillac Williams, who was doing all right for me. He was getting a lot of points, but he got hurt, which messed up my whole entire roster. I had to drop so many people, pick up a lot. And after this trade that I got, I hope now I'll do well.
All right, well, thanks, Josh. And now, fans, I'm going to have to fill you in on the league's most favorite team in your perspective. My team, the Jake Fertigs. Right now we're in fourth place, climbing up the rankings, making a big playoff push. My team centered a lot on Larry Johnson, who's since injured. My team features the likes of Maurice Jones-Drew, an incredibly hot Drew Brees and Marcus Colston, Reggie Wayne, who had a very good week against the Chargers last week. If I were to say the scariest team going into the playoffs, I'd probably say it had to be this team, the Jake Fertigs.
I beg to differ.
Well,
me too.
Thank you guys for sharing your opinions. But now I'm going to have to leave you and the rest of the audience with one quote. Never spit in another man's face unless his mustache is on fire.
Week 11 was one of the biggest weeks in the NFL so far. Not only did the Jets come up with a victory against the Steelers, but the Giants also beat the Lions. Guys, the Bears, on the other hand, are 4-6. Do you see them making the playoffs?
Absolutely no chance of the Bears making the playoffs. They've looked really bad these past couple weeks, and there are too many better teams ahead of them that can get the wild card spot. Washington can get it. Even Arizona has a better record than them. Detroit and the Giants are looking much better than them. The Bears really have not been up to their game. I don't see them making the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't see them making the playoffs at all. They've been playing terrible the last couple weeks. Besides Greg Olson, I mean, that team's really going downhill. He's the only hope that they really got. I think he had over 100 reception yards yesterday. But, I mean, there's no chance. As of right now, they're going to make the playoffs.
All right, Baltimore played Cleveland yesterday. They went into overtime with a last-minute field goal, and then they won in overtime with another last-minute field goal. What's their key component to victory?
Their key component to victory was Jamal Lewis in the running game. The running game, even though he had only 92 yards, he was a constant force the entire game. And also Dawson with his kicking. He had beautiful kicks at the end of regulation and at the end of overtime.
Scott?
Wow, what a game. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it, but that last field goal where it hit the post, bounced down, hit the little bendy bar thing, and bounced back out, that was incredible. I mean, they're just an amazing team. They win games, you know?
I do know.
They win everything. Derek
Dawson?
Anderson's amazing. Dawson's amazing. Braylon Edwards, Kellen Winslow, Jamal Lewis. I mean, the list just doesn't stop.
Dawson's a clutch kicker. I mean, if he missed that, he would never lived it down, but he made both of them, and he won the game for them. The Giants, more locally, as I said in our intro, they beat Detroit. They had a rough start this season, but they locked in a playoff spot. Are you shocked by this?
Not really, actually. The Giants have been playing very well recently. Their defense was outstanding yesterday, which is good because in the beginning of the season, that was their main problem. If they keep playing like this, they could win their division over Dallas.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I think also. I think it doesn't really surprise me too much. At the start of the season, they looked really shaky. I wasn't really sure what they were going to be able to get through, but they definitely did. They stepped it up. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger was running for his life half the time back there yesterday. He was probably throwing as much passes out of the pocket that he was throwing in the pocket. That defensive line was getting him. The only thing I can really think of was Matthias Kiwanuka's injury. He broke his legs. He was out for season. But besides that, I think that the defense will also be able to step it up in place of his injury.
All right, guys, we're going to do our MVP for the week. Who was your most valuable player?
My most valuable player this week was the Patriots' first-team offense. The Patriots' first-team offense got onto the field 7 times and scored every one of them. And right now, with this offense playing, they're easily the most dominant team that I've ever seen. So if this offense keeps it up, I don't see how they could possibly be stopped.
My MVP of the week is going to be Mike Shanahan, the coach of the Broncos. He found a way to get Travis Henry back on his team by using a lie detector test on his player, Travis Henry, to try and get him back in the NFL. He was suspended for a drug usage, and he tested positive on his drug test. They complained about it. They waited about a month or so, and they got him to take a lie detector test about his drugs. And he got past it, and now he's back on the team.
My most valuable player is Terrell Owens of the Dallas Cowboys. He had 173 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. That's just crazy for a wide receiver, and it's also without Bill Parcells, so he's doing a great job this season. But we're going to go locally again. Jets, biggest upset maybe. They upset the Steelers with a last-minute field goal. How'd they pull it off?
It was a combination of multiple things. Number one, the first thing was the bye week. Having a bye week for the Jets just helped so much. The players were rested, and they came out with that intensity. The next thing that helped them was their quarterback, Kellen Clemens. He fired them up. Everything just coming in, he just played well, and the team, it's just such a new life to have a new quarterback in the game. It's great. Thomas Jones also had 117 yards and 30 carries. He played amazing. The Jets' offense as well, but their defense accompanied with an offense like that just played an amazing game.
I just realized when you asked that question that earlier when we were talking about the Giants, I was talking about Ben Roethlisberger. I don't really know what I was talking about. I guess the 2 New York teams just switched around in my head for a second. But, I mean, I'm basically saying the same thing with the Jets. I mean, they played very well. I mean, their defense is stepping up big time. Their offense is doing good. And Kellen Clemens had a great game. I mean, even though Chad Pennington was sitting out, he still supported their team a lot. He was happy whenever Kellen Clemens would do good. Kellen Clemens he often said that he would go out and he would ask Pennington for advice, and Pennington would easily, help him out with it, even though he was on the sidelines.
Penalties add up. The Steelers had 100 yards at the end of the game with penalties, so that just speaks for itself. If they gotta tighten up on those penalties, become more disciplined, and then maybe they won't get these big upsets. But real quickly, we have 40 seconds. The Colts barely beat the Chiefs. They won by a field goal, 13-10. Peyton Manning struggled a little bit. Do you see them bouncing back, or is this a new fad for them?
The Colts are in trouble. They really haven't looked well any of the past couple of weeks. I don't think that their games are gonna be more close now than their early dominance in the season.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that very much. Before I saw the game, I thought it was going to be like a blowout, basically like the Patriots game. But it really, 13-10, I mean, that was just a crazy game, I thought. I think that they'll bounce back, though.
All right, guys, those are all valid points. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Hello and welcome to One-on-One with Scott and Brian. Due to the fact that Max Gold's in lab, we'll be doing this on our own. So predictions for this week 12 or 11 in the NFL, I can't remember. But
12.
12, good call. All right, Packers play the Lions on Thursday, Turkey Day. This will have already aired by then, but what's your predictions?
I'm definitely going to say the Packers on this one. The Lions have been doing that well. They lost last week to the New York Giants. And the Packers are 9-1, if you didn't know. They've been stepping up big time this year. After last year especially, they've been doing a lot better. Brett Favre's been stepping up. The defense also. The running back's doing very well. That entire program's just doing very well this year.
I know in the beginning of our drill season, I said I didn't like Brett Favre. I thought he should be in a coffin. But he's impressing me. He's stepping up. He's making great passes, and he's doing a great job leading the Packers. Last year, the Packers were a nobody team. And this year, they're 9-1, one of the best in the NFL. But
surprising.
Definitely. Moving on, Denver plays the Chicago Bears, who are 4-6, I believe.
I'm going to take Denver on this one. The Bears haven't been stepping up at all. From last year, it's been a definite, upset from last year. Their quarterback's not playing well. They got rid of Thomas Jones. The only thing that's really stepping up on that entire team is Greg Olsen at Wayne Hills High School. I mean, the defense isn't nearly what it was last year. They're giving up a ton more points than they used to. And Denver, they're not doing that well either. They're struggling a little. But I think they'll be able to step it up against Chicago and win.
Over the years, the Bears have obviously been known for their defense ever since Mike Ditka was on there. But I'm looking for Brian Urlacher to have a good day. I'm looking for him to shut down the Detroit Lions. And Greg Olsen, like you said, he had 100 yards this week receiving. He's doing a great job. And Denver, I'm sorry, I messed up before.
It's all right.
But then the G-Men, the Giants more locally, they're going to play the Vikings. It's a pretty good game. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm going to have to say the Giants on this one. The Towns team, I'm going to take them definitely. Minnesota stepped up in the first few weeks when Adrian Peterson was in. He's injured right now, so Chester Taylor's in. Chester Taylor didn't do that bad last week, although I don't think they have enough to beat the Giants' defense. The defense for the Giants, what started off very bad, is doing a lot better this time around. They went from a terrible defense to one of the better defenses in the league, and I think they'll be able to stop down Minnesota's offense.
All right, now we're going to do our biggest upset of the week. Who do you think is going to upset the biggest team?
I'm going to pick ATL, Atlanta Falcons, beating the Indianapolis Colts on this one. I know it's a bit of a stretch. Atlanta won 2 straight games last week, and in that same week, in the same 2-week span, Colts lost 2 of their straight games. I mean, the Colts have been seen always as a great team, but this year they really aren't. People look at them as they still are, but they're not doing well at all. Atlanta's not doing well either, but recently, in the past couple weeks, they've been stepping it up a lot more. The quarterback and their defense is doing a lot better, and the Colts just really aren't impressing me lately.
My biggest upset is going to have to be the Philadelphia Eagles beating the New England Patriots. The Patriots are, if not one of the best team in the NFL. And the Eagles, they're pretty impressive. I think that they're going to come up with it. I don't like the Patriots at all, and I want them to lose. They're just cheaters all around. I don't like them. We're going to move on more locally. As I guess remember, this is the last show we're going to do before the state game between Wayne Hills and Wayne Valley. First game in a very, very long time. Who do you think is going to come out with the win?
I'm going to take Wayne Hills High School in this one. The state championship, it's the 3rd time in history that these 2 teams have ever met. last time they met, Valley came up with the victory. I think that Hill's going to take this one. I mean, every single week we've been blowing out teams by at least 40 points or so. I mean, we're on a, I think, 39-game winning streak, going for a 40th straight win against Wayne Valley. A two-town meetup in Giant Stadium. I think that's definitely going to, I think people think it's going to be a closer game than it is. People want it to be a close game, as I do. But I think that we're actually going to blow them out.
I agree with you, Scott. I think it's going to be blowout. I think Hills is going to win. And if we do lose, which I don't think we will, we're going to get a bunch of talk from Valley. But
we're going to be hearing it for the rest of our lives.
We'll definitely win. But now we're going to do something a little new. We're going to talk about the teams that we like and what their future holds. My team, the Titans, they played Monday Night Football this week. They lost to the Broncos, unfortunately. Do you see the Titans making the playoffs?
At the start of the season, I say I did see the Titans making the playoffs. Vince Young was doing a lot better. But recently, they haven't been nearly as good as they were. I mean, last night on Monday night, they had a bunch of drop passes. I turned it on for a couple minutes. I was busy doing something else. But I turned it on, and I saw one play. I think it was a 25-yard pass and to a wide-open wide receiver, and it went right through his hands and hit him in the face mask. And another pass, a wide-open guy in the end zone, and went right through his hands. I mean, they can't make these mistakes and be a playoff-caliber team.
I want the Titans to get into the playoffs, excuse me, but Vince Young had one of the best games of the season so far. He passed for over 300 yards. He was doing phenomenal. Like you said, it's their wide receivers. They're dropping all these passes. If they caught it, they had a chance of winning last night.
Definitely.
That could have clinched them the playoff spot, but they blew it. It's over now. Also, one thing I think they need to work on is their defense, their secondary. I mean, they're just horrible at that coverage. Jay Cutler had a bunch of deep passes last night, and they just can't bounce back from it.
I think the loss of Pac-Man Jones is definitely affecting them greatly with that. He was a key pickup in their draft. He was one of their best cornerbacks that they had, and with him out, it definitely hurts their defense, and the wide receivers are getting better space.
Real quickly, Scott, your team's the Rams. Yes or no? Do you think they're making the playoffs?
Yes, I do think they're making the playoffs.
No, you're wrong. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein. I'm here with my guests, Jacob Fertig and Bobby Gross.
It's JB.
I'm sorry, JB. This segment, we're going to be talking about fantasy football, and in specific, our fantasy football team, is it Wayne Hills Foosball League?
Wayne Fantasy Foosball League.
Wayne Fantasy Foosball League. And right now, the three of us are all 7-4, and if not for the total points, we'd all be tied in second place.
You're right.
So, tell me something about your team.
Well, right now, my team, the Killer D's, are a competitive team in the sense that we're making a late season run. I mean, I had Larry Johnson, and obviously he's down to injury, but shrewd decision making and general fantasy experience has helped me out. I picked up Chester Taylor last week. He scored me 35 points. He was a solid play. In general, I think my team is deep enough and strong enough to be able to make a serious run in the playoffs. I'm not sure if it's as good as teams like your team or the Broncos, Andrew Dorbian's team. But I know I'll be competitive, and this is my fourth league, and all leagues I'm projected to make the playoffs.
All right.
So it's looking good.
I'm not sure. My team has been pretty solid throughout the year. I've gotten lucky on some trades, picked up some lucky free agents.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I'm just not that great of a team. I think I could maybe win the playoffs if I get lucky, but, I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, my team, Team Goliath. Right now, I personally think I have the best team in the league as long as
You don't.
Yeah, you don't.
As long as injuries don't plague me. I started out 1-4 and 6 in a row. My starting lineup, I made some great trades. I have Terrell Owens now with TJ Hushmanzada, Reggie Bush and Willis McGahee, and Bush has finally started to really perform. I picked up Derek Anderson off free agency. He's been incredible.
He's been all right.
Okay, I would say that, Eric, when I look at your team, I would say the feeling that I get is general disconcern. Now, you look at your team, and clearly your team is one of the most talented in the league. But first of all, there's no way you're going to win. If you were to win in the playoffs, people would be surprised, and then the day after, they wouldn't care because no one would want to hear you brag about it. But and when you look at the makeup of your team, obviously you have good starters, but an injury could kill your team. And even besides that, obviously that's just random chance if that were to happen. Your team's players don't seem like the kind of guys who could carry your team throughout the playoffs. My prediction, Andrew Dorbian's team will dominate the playoffs like he has the regular season with Tom Brady, Brian Westbrook are the two best players in fantasy football, maybe excluding Randy Moss. But that team I think is clearly head and shoulders above everyone else, even with Brandon Jacobs too. It's tough to beat.
Yeah. Well, just the thing with my team, it seems like most of my players can have an incredible week at any given time. Like Terrell Owens in our league, 45 points this week.
Last week?
That's last week. 4 touchdowns, 8 catches, 173 yards. And it's just like Derek Anderson has had huge games, 30-plus points. Hushmanzada has had huge games. Reggie Bush has had games where he's scored multiple touchdowns. McGahee's been carrying the Ravens.
I guess when I think of your team, you look at the African savannah, where there's a lion in the jungle. He's the king of the jungle, and that symbolizes my team. And you look at the gazelle that gets taken down, eaten, scalped, and devoured by the lion's family. I think that represents every other team in the league, including yours. And that's because when you look at my team, players that can come up, like pickups like Chester Taylor, and running back Maurice Jones-Drew, obviously, complementing Reggie Wayne, who I think is one of the most solid wide receivers in the league, and a quarterback who's done so successfully like Drew Brees has. I think my team is going to be tough to beat. I can see it happening by Andrew's team, but no one else.
Well, guys, when I think of your teams, I mainly think of the Dolphins and the Rams. And when I think of my team,
I don't understand the metaphor, but continue.
You're bad.
Good one, Bobby.
You're pretty bad. Hey, Eric, shut up.
How dare you?
Anyway.
Continue, Bob.
Eric, you just cut me off. I think of my team as like the Patriots just because I'm so dominant.
And dynamic, yeah.
Yes.
I see that. Well, when you look at your team, obviously, when you were in the first round, and we talked about this last week on the segment, you picked Peyton Manning expecting a safe pick, but he's been a wacky roller coaster ride. However, you have had benefits, Lendale White, other guys who have performed really well, Torrey Holt, Larry Fitzgerald. You have a good receiving core. Your team is the epitome of solidness, So when we go into the playoffs, your team is going to be very competitive, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to compete
that's what I was
elite
saying.
teams like mine.
Yeah, well, Bob, what I see with your team is I see a very solid team, but when you get your wins, usually you don't do it very flashy with a lot of points, and normally that doesn't matter. A win is a win is a win.
I win on fundamentals.
Yeah, that's a good
yes,
point.
but as far as I mean, you're almost definitely in the playoffs right now.
Yes, I am.
We all are.
Yeah, but as far as that second bye spot, which I think is really important.
No, it's not.
It's not important.
It's not because I'm going to win.
Plus, this being your first year in fantasy, it's not important at all.
Because even if I, let's say I get that bye spot, and even if I lose in the semifinals my playoff, I still get to play a consolation match to get my money back.
Yeah, that's a good point. You will lose in the consolation matches.
Well, me and you were playing each other this week. Let's see how that works out.
Well, it's irrelevant because we're both in the playoffs. When it gets to the playoffs, obviously my team's going to be much better than yours. We'll probably physically dominate yours, just like Andrew's will. I'm letting you know, MJD, other guys, success bred by the Fertig loins, the Killer D's loins.
All right. That's just about all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. But when you come back, we'll talk about some baseball. We got Barry Bonds, got a lot more interesting things.
Alex
Stay
Rodriguez,
tuned.
yeah.
Alex Rodriguez, stay tuned.
Tonight, the world watches as we await the trial of the century. Over the past week, big news has happened and occurred in the Major League Baseball around the world.
Today.
And two things that we're here to talk about today. First of all, the contract of Alex Rodriguez. Where is he going to sign? Who's he going to sign with? Where is he going to sign? Those three questions will be answered. Also, Barry Bonds, criminal, hero, baseball, great? The questions will be answered as we discuss here at this segment of the 30-minute drill. Now let's start with Alex Rodriguez. We all know he's a great baseball player, playoffs and otherwise. He's a great human being. He's a great player.
Great family man.
I don't know enough about him to make that statement. But Brandon, let's start with you, all right?
No problem.
We're going to have a conversation, a little dialogue between us two, and we're going to talk about Alex Rodriguez.
Yes.
Obviously, we know the speculation that he's going to sign with the Yankees for about $275 million, correct?
With incentives.
With incentives.
If
yes,
he breaks that home run record.
Yep. So let's talk about this for a second. Should he go back? Is it fair? After this entire saga has played out, what did you expect to happen? And how do you feel now that this has happened?
I could care less where he signed as long as it wasn't on the team that I liked. But I feel that A-Rod is a greedy, selfish man. I understand he's trying to get all the money, but he doesn't really need the money. But I think he made his agent, Scott Boras, look like a fool. And Scott Boras is usually known to get really good contracts. And I don't see Scott Boras being as good as an agent as he is now with his other players because A-Rod played him like a fiddle. And
That's how you got to play it, you know? Gotta play the aces with the deuces. That's what I always say.
That is correct.
So Alex, when you look at this, obviously Alex Rodriguez is he's a great human, American person. He's when you look at the Major League Baseball league and you look at how everyone's playing and how the market's been lately, baseball's so popular in the British colonies that we live in that it's questionable that should a player get paid this amount of money, and how do you feel about it? I know you're a Yankee fan.
Well, I mean, you know, the guy has a lot of money as it is, but I mean, from the he's gonna get paid the most in baseball. He's the best guy in baseball. From a business point of view, I mean, I don't think any other team's gonna sign him for as much as the Yankees. So this is a perfect fit, and I don't think that he can go somewhere and be not successful again and have the fans, you know, beat up on him like they did in New York. New York is where.
But if you know if he doesn't perform in the playoffs, which the Yankees are usually a lock to make it, the boo birds come out, and then the speculation of should he have signed here? Why the Yankees keep bringing him back if all he can do is perform in the regular season and not the postseason?
And you look at Alex. I mean, he's making more money than the Queen is. God save her. But when you talk about the New York Yankees as an association, they're paying all this money to a guy who is continually disappointed them. Even though I personally support Alex.
I support Alex too. I think he's
and
an
I know
excellent
you're a Yankee fan. We talked about the boo birds coming out. They're dangerous birds. They're birds of prey. Vultures.
They hurt, especially when you're not performing well.
Mm-hmm. So, how do you feel? I mean, is this a moment of elation? Is this a moment of sadness, grief?
Honestly, I'm very excited. I mean, he's one of the most exciting players to watch, if not the most exciting. I mean, I don't think that you're going to find guys that are going to come year after year, hit 40 home runs, and if he even were to hit 35 home runs, that wouldn't be considered a successful year when if any other guy in the MLB, he would be looked at like,
Well, clearly you have to put him in the ranks of Barry Bonds.
He's one of the greatest, absolutely.
Steve Traxel, obviously. But so now let's move on a little bit. Let's talk about Barry Bonds. He's the other big news story of the week. Barry Bonds faces 30 years in jail for perjuring himself, which is one of the most dangerous things you can do. It's illegal. It's highly criminal as well. For claiming he didn't use steroids when it's been found that he has used steroids. How do you feel about the situation?
Well, you look at Barry Bonds. I mean, he just completely. I've never seen anybody transform the way he has through the middle years of his career. He cheated, he lied, and he tried to get away with it, and he didn't get away with it. So, you know, I personally think that he should be put in jail. He not only ruined the game of baseball,
The most sacred record in all of sports.
And I think that there should be an asterisk. I think that he should be penalized full out.
I think Barry Bonds cheated the game. I don't think he deserves 30 years in jail. Every player, at least 80-90% of the players in baseball have done steroids, even from the biggest of Barry Bonds to the smallest of Paul Bird on the Indians during the playoffs.
He's a great player.
He's not a bad pitcher. He's a whatever. But I just think Barry Bonds is, I think one, it's a racial thing. I do think.
How can you say it's a racial thing?
Look at Jason Giambi.
I love black people.
Yeah, well,
I love black people
Giambi
too.
wasn't chasing an all-time record.
Exactly. That's why it's a witch. They're trying to
Yeah.
put down Bonds for the record. If this was a white player, this would not happen. If this was A-Rod, it would not happen.
Well, I'm going to have to break up this cat fight before we explode here, right?
fight?
Yeah, nitroglycerin got it going on. And I'm going to give you my standpoint, which is I know the only thing that you guys have been waiting to hear. Now, Well, let's cocky get there, my I'm friend. joking, guys, obviously. But I'm going to look at this from a purely legal standpoint. Barry Bonds is facing 30 years of jail for taking steroids and saying he didn't better use watch it. him still, watch Yeah. his backside. So obviously, the stand that I'm going to have to take on this is that he clearly should be going to jail, and that is because he's a criminal. To insult the British crown like this and to say that you're using steroids and perjuring yourself, which we all know is against the law. Plus, if you take into account the view of, as we look at the Stamp Act, guilty until proven innocent, important qualities of our homelands, laws and rules and everything. Well, that's about all the time we have right now. Thank you. I'm going to have to send you on a little journey away from here with a quote that I've developed in my brain, influenced by Larry the Cable Guy. Get her done!
Long as love is sure. On the street of dreams.
Hello and welcome to week 10 of the 30-minute drill. I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving. But now while you were eating turkey, stuff was happening in baseball. Guys, all the awards came out. MVP, Cy Young, and Manager of the Year and Rookie of the Year. Some of these are even no question. I'll just read through them very quickly. For AL MVP and Cy Young, MVP was A-Rod. Cy Young was CC Sabathia. Manager of the Year was Eric Wedge, and Rookie of the Year, Dustin Pedroia. NL MVP, Jimmy Rollins. Cy Young, Jake Peavy. Manager of the Year, Bob Melvin, and Rookie of the Year, Ryan Braun. So, guys, like I said before, some, no doubt, no question. A-Rod, no question. But in the NL, Jimmy Rollins, what do you guys think of that?
Makes sense. Does. Guy took his team to the playoffs. Makes sense.
For the Phillies, yeah? I think it was a good choice. Kyle?
I was kind of expecting Matt Holliday to be the MVP, but, Jimmy Rollins, if he's going to talk the talk, he's got to walk the walk, too, and he did. I mean, he put up great numbers, 20 homers, about 90-something RBIs, 20 steals over that, 20 doubles, 20 triples, put up a great season, and now that I think about it, he really deserves it.
All right. I also believe that he deserves it. He did a great job. Cy Young, AL Cy Young, excuse me. CC Sabathia for the Indians, I think he did a good job. I think he deserved it. Jordan?
Why do you think he deserved it?
Well, I mean, seeing what he did against the Yankees, seeing what he did to get him into the postseason, he was a great pitcher. I mean, I think he had over at least 10 wins. I mean, easily. I think he deserved it. Jordan, what do you think?
So everybody over 10 wins must win the Cy Young?
No.
Do you know how many pitchers there were who had more than 10 wins this season?
Probably
You're putting that on his Cy Young resume? You're kidding. Josh Beckett was the most clutch pitcher in baseball, was the best pitcher in baseball, had the best season out of every pitcher in baseball, won 20 games, the only MLB pitcher to win 20 games this season. That shouldn't have even been close. Beckett should have ran away with it, and the writers have no idea what they're doing, picking CC Sabathia instead of Josh Beckett. As you could tell, I am very riled up about this, and I will not back down that Josh Beckett was the best pitcher in the American League this season.
No, Jordan, actually when I looked at it, they did say Beckett was a close second.
They shouldn't have been a close second. CC Sabathia shouldn't have been a close second. He should have been way past them in third. Beckett was the best pitcher in baseball.
They still say that he is Mr. October when it comes to pitching. I mean, he is very good at
From
the
start to
postseason.
finish, Beckett was the best pitcher in baseball. That's what your Cy Young is.
All right, well, Kyle, what do you think?
You know, when I went on MLB.com that day the award was being announced and I see CC Sabathia, I got to admit I was a little surprised myself. Josh Beckett started the season off 8-0, and man, did he finish strong with 20 wins, 7 losses, 3.20 ERA or so. A lot of strikeouts, and that was a big improvement over he had last season. But irregardless, you know, I think Beckett should have won, even though I am a Yankee fan. He put up a better season than I could have imagined, put up a better season than most people could have thought. I mean, look at it. The postseason, he was very clutch, and he's always been that way, and I thought that he should have won, definitely.
You know, both are great pitchers. You know, maybe Beckett should have won, seeing that, you know, he also is with the World Series winning Red Sox. But anyway, to the end National
Best
League.
record in baseball, yeah, most of the wins. That shouldn't even be a question. I still can't believe they gave it a CC Sabathia. I was in shock for days after that award came out. It was unbelievable what they did to Jip. Josh Beckett giving it to CC Sabathia. What were they doing? Oh my God. Beckett was the best pitcher in baseball. He was the most feared pitcher in baseball. Strikeouts was the only thing Sabathia had going for him. And it doesn't matter about strikeouts because in the Major League, almost everybody can play defense. Beckett pitched to win games. That's what your Cy Young does.
All right, Jordan, well, let's just move on. We only have about 30 seconds left in this segment. Cy Young, NL, Jake Peavy with Padres. Think he deserved it?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Deserved it? Why?
He's the best pitcher in the National League, but far and away.
All right. Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, he led the National League in every category. I mean, there was no other question. Nobody even came close to that, really. I mean, the guy had, like, over 250 strikeouts. Nobody even came close to anything. So, yeah, he deserves it.
All right. Well, when we return on our next segment, we will have our Say Anything like we usually do, and we will finish with Manager of the Year and Rookie of the Year, so stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. For this segment, we're going to start off with Say Anything. Our two panel members get to say anything they want about sports, and let's start it off, Jordan.
Okay, well, the Red Hawks of Montclair State University, their hockey team, in their last 5 games has gone 4-0-1, with the leading goal scorer Sean Gunther, as he has 12 goals and 14 assists for a total of 26 points. And they're currently 9th in the SECHL division in college hockey. And they're really doing a good job over there. They're turning the program around. They had a couple weak years, but right now they're in a rebuilding process. And everything's starting to come together. They changed the coaching staff up a little bit, and they're a quality hockey program.
Kyle, what's your Say Anything about?
Well, today I'm going to talk about NASCAR. I mean, Jimmy Johnson, congratulations to him, won the Nextel Cup Championship. He beat Jeff Gordon by like 90-something points, and my hat goes to him because he really came on strong at the end of the season. 4 straight races, actually. Matt Kenseth won the last race. My man Mark Martin came in 9th, but I'm looking for him to come back next season and win the Nextel Cup.
All right. Well,
And one more thing, sorry to interrupt. If you want to go watch the Montclair State University Red Hawks play hockey, they do play in Floyd Hall Arena. And you can visit www.msuhockey.com and to get a schedule, and you'll be able to see them there. It's really, you should go. It's a fun experience. It's a family experience. You know, take
Good
your kids,
hockey.
your
Hockey's
wife.
always fun to watch.
Take your kids, your wife. You know, put on a jacket because it's normally cold in the arena, and it's good stuff.
All right. Well, my second thing is going to be about the new addition to A-Rod's deal. More than just a 10-year, $275 million. They're now adding a total of almost $30 million at the end, the home run record. If A-Rod will get $6 million for tying each Willie Mays, Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Barry Bonds, and an additional $6 million for breaking the home run record. $30 million total. That will bring his deal up to $305 million over 10 years if he does that. That is incredible.
And let me tell you, as a member of Red Sox Nation, I'm actually pretty excited to have A-Rod back at the Yankees. And there was the curse of the Bambino for a while. This is the curse of the Rodriguez, as they say down in the Dominican Republic, Rodriguez. They will not win another championship with Alex Rodriguez.
I disagree with that. Well, we'll see about that. But guys, continuing from last segment, we have Manager of the Year and Rookie of the Year left. I'm going to go right to Rookie of the Year with the National League, Ryan Braun with the Brewers. What do you guys think?
I think it was an interesting call, not with him getting it, even because he didn't play the full season. When he was in the majors, he had monster numbers. You know, look out for him in the future. He's been phenomenal, but he wasn't up there the whole season. It's Rookies of the Year, not Rookie of the last 3 months of the season. Rookie of the Year from start to finish. Now, we know when we look at the American League, we're going to see Dustin Pedroia up there.
Which we will get to soon.
Who did play a little bit in the 2006 season for about the last month of the season, but he's still eligible to be a rookie in 2007 because he had under the minimum at bats, and he was phenomenal. That is a phenomenal player.
You know, Jordan, don't waste all that. We're going to get to that very soon. Kyle, what do you think about the National League?
Ryan Braun, I was pulling for him to get that award. I mean, put up monster numbers, slugging percentage higher than Prince Fielder's, 95 RBIs, 35 homers, 320 batting average. I mean, he played only part of the season, but Troy Tulowitzki was second, and you know, it was really close, but I agree with the choice.
It was close, and as we just said, American League, Dustin Pedroia of the World Series champions, Red Sox, getting his Rookie of the Year. I actually do agree with this one. Jordan, I know you agree.
Oh, I agree. Dustin Pedroia had a phenomenal year for most non-rookies. That's how phenomenal he was. He's great with the glove. He secured that number 2 spot in the lineup. He also batted leadoff for some of the year. He's been phenomenal.
All right, Kyle.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that because Dustin Pedroia, he gives you your A game every time. He can hit, play the field, just great star player. And I think he deserves it more than any other person in the American League because I don't think Japanese players should qualify if they've played in their league.
All right, well, Kyle, to cut you off, that's all the time we have. Next up, football.
What do I contribute to the drill? Well, my biggest virtue is definitely motivation. I pick people up when they're feeling down about themselves. Well, I'm a peaceful guy. You know, I calm everything down. I soothe people. A chair? What? Bobby, why is there a chair? A chair blocking the door.
I'm sorry.
A chair. Well, I make everything relaxed. Chillax is a better word, I think. Yeah, never actually seen Kid Nation. Heard good things though. I mean, oh, Josh.
Yes.
Remember a few days ago we were doing the drill, lightning rounds. Forgot to switch to game 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, do you purposely suck at everything, or is it genetic? Can you control it at all? Hey, Alex. I told you like 4 times I'm on mic 2, not mic 3.
My bad about that.
It seems like everything you do is your bad. Quick, what's 6 minus 4? Huh? It's 2. Mike 2, Alex. Get it together.
70. The assumed age of Trent Dilfer. The assumed average in middle school of Albert Hainsworth. And the amount of points by which my team, the Killer D's, physically dominated Eric Orenstein, correspondent's team, Team Goliath, last week in fantasy football. Now I'm here with my correspondents, Josh Revitch and Bobby Rachmiel Gross. Now we're here today to use our fantasy league, which we've discussed with you in the past and in the present, and we're going to let it apply to your fantasy league by using an example to talk to the whole world. Now let's begin. This week coming in, I was ranked third place. Eric's team was ranked second, and in first place was the team of Andrew Dorbian, whose team Josh Revitch faced this week. Now, this game has been very competitive, but as it looks, Josh Revitch's team is going to come out with a win. Now, Josh, talk about what's been important this week in letting you defeat Andrew.
Well, I picked up Frank Gore from the trade, and he got me like 39 points.
That's an incredible amount of points.
Very.
So,
big amounts.
When you look at this, in standard points per reception league, running backs, like Frank Gore is expected to be this season, are incredibly useful, and that's why they're usually taken in the first round. Now, in many leagues, Frank Gore was taken 4th or 5th overall, and he's been treated as a bust. I mean, I had him for a little. He's been tossed around our league by everyone, and he's like the used tricycle. Personally, I had a lot of trouble with him, and I treat him as a bust this year. But with such a big performance, do you expect a comeback?
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm probably gonna beat the number one person on our fantasy league.
Unfortunately, that comes after Josh has been eliminated from playoff contention. But whatever, he's playing the role of spoiler. And as I noted, in my game, where I defeated Eric Orenstein by 70 points, now I move into the number one spot because Josh beat what was previously the number one team in our league. This is just an example about how some teams who are out of playoff contention can play spoiler to help out teams like mine, who are clearly in playoff contention. Now, speaking of playoff contention, we'll move to our next correspondent, Bobby Gross. Now, Bobby's team has been very successful this season, ranking 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for nearly all of the year. Bobby, what are your keys to success? And in this past week where you gained a clutch, important win that's bringing you into the playoffs, what are you looking for and expecting?
Well, this week, Larry Fitzgerald was a monster. He was a force to be reckoned with. He got me 30-something points.
It's an amount of points. It's a
I
lot.
mean, the key for my team is the chemistry.
Yep.
People say, oh, fantasy football doesn't matter with chemistry. It does.
Yep.
I elected Peyton Manning as my captain and Marion Barber and Larry Fitzgerald as my assistant captains. So that boosted their morale. But, I mean, I think I'm a solid team. I think we're going to dominate.
Well, when you look at your team from a spectator standpoint, most of our viewers have voted online that your team is their favorite to me on Internet Messenger. But in general, your team seems like a fan favorite because of, as you said, the chemistry. When people look, you see that you've had a blueprint of great QB, great running back, great wide receiver. And as I've said before, you're the example of using good trades, good waiver wire pickups to turn what could have been a down team into an up team. Those are opposites. Now, going into the playoff picture, it looks like, as of this week, I'm going to be number one in bye contention. As you know, in most fantasy football leagues, the first 2 teams get byes, which is a key aspect of fantasy football if you want to get past the first round, because you automatically do, because it's a bye. Now, Bobby, you're also competing for bye contention. What would it take for you to get in? And if you do, how will you award your players with a bye spot? And who do you have to attribute that to?
Well, if you lose, I'm sorry to tell you,
I'm playing a tough
you're playing
matchup.
a very tough team in Max Lieberman. He's a little shaky, though.
Tony Romo,
yeah,
been a very good player.
If you lose, I get a bye, and I win, I get a bye spot. Or if Andrew loses and I win, I get a bye spot. If I do this, I'm going to reward my players with something nice.
Good. That's a good thing. It's amazing that you've gotten to know your players. They have a coach that they can, surround around. That rhymes. But now let's talk about fantasy football as a whole, not just our league. When you look at it this year, a spectator would say that the number one biggest story of this year is that the projected top 5 running backs have all struggled to some degree this year. You look at Sean Alexander, Frank Gore, obviously LaDainian Tomlinson, Steven Jackson, and Larry Johnson have all struggled, but they're starting to turn a corner. Now, I'd like to ask both of you, each of your opinions. Go through the 5 running backs. Do you think they're going to be able to turn it around? I'll give each running back to you one by one, And I want to see what your prediction is for the rest of the season, what your analysis is, and what this means for drafting fantasy football in the future. Josh,
Yeah.
LaDainian Tomlinson, is this as down of a year as most people have said?
Yes and no. He's had his pretty good games at times, and then sometimes he's been in a slump. But he's still one of the best running backs, and he should go like number 1 again maybe next year for fantasy football.
Bobby?
I was reading Napoleon magazine, and they brought up a good point. I mean, he hasn't had a good year compared to his other years, but for a running back standpoint, he's had a great year. So, I mean...
That article was written by the Fantasy Man Speaks, Jordan Kessel, a member of our league who's in 7th place.
And I just think he's had a solid year overall fantasy-wise, but people want better because of last year.
Well, he's obviously been the best out of those 5. But now, quick run-through. Out of those 4, who do you think is going to have the best rest of the year? Obviously, Larry Johnson could be injured, and so could Sean Alexander. But between mainly Steven Jackson and Frank Gore, who's the better own for the rest of the year? Quick hit.
Frank Gore.
Bobby?
I'd have to go with Frank Gore also.
Okay. Personally, I have to say Steven Jackson. You look at the stats he's put up consistently over the past 3 weeks. I acquired him, one of my leagues, and he's consistently put up around 16 to 20 points in all of these weeks, where I see Frank Gore is a very, very good player, who I traded for, obviously, earlier in the year. But he's burdened and struggled because of his inconsistent offense, and you don't know if he has anyone around him. Obviously, he played the terrible Arizona defense, which enabled him to do well. But now, obviously, we have to end the segment on some point. And I'd like to bring you a little bit of light on what we marketed as a marquee matchup last week. Now, in the matchup between my team, the Killer D's, and Eric Orenstein's team, which is Team Goliath, what really shone is something that can all of you be able to learn from my fantasy standpoint. Always look for waiver wire pickups. Now, obviously, it helps when your opponent makes clutch mistakes like starting Donald Lee or the Arizona Cardinals defense. However, it helps when you're able to be smart and savvy enough to pick up guys like Colby Smith, who this week for me produced 27 points in an opening slot against the worst rush defense in the league in Oakland. Something that can help all of you. Now I'd like to leave you with one quote. When man faces the machine, his duality is only compounded by the defeat of his victor.
8th grade, I came in 12th place out of 200 in a best sense of humor superlative. That's about 3 more votes than fellow 30-minute drill-ite Kyle Folbrect. And 2 behind Bart Simpson. Look, there's a thing called talent, you know? I am not going to be the one to squander it. So when I'm on set, I like to try out some of my comedy sets.
You know, if Bill Belichick wanted to know how the Jets work so badly, why didn't he just go to flight school? You know? Do you get that? Do you get that? Is it over your head? Yeah.
Look, there are always going to be people who tell me that sports and comedy just can't mix. And those are the same people that I have to ask, then how does hockey work?
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Right now we're going to be talking about football that happened this past week. And of course, the first game that's on everyone's mind is Philadelphia against New England. New England ends up winning 31-28, but it was a scare for people that were expecting a perfect season. First thing I got to say is Tom Brady had 380 yards and 1 touchdown. While that seemed like a very good game, his only game of the season without 3 touchdowns and probably the worst of his recent career. So, which sounds ridiculous, but it is Tom Brady. So what else are your thoughts on this game?
Well, I think that A.J. Feely came out and he really performed. I mean, even though he threw 3 interceptions, I still think he came out, made a lot of key plays to keep the Eagles in the game for the most part.
I have to say to all you Philadelphia fans, I think Donovan McNabb's end is over in Philly. Not because A.J. Feely is some all-star stud, just because I think Philly rallied around A.J. Feely. I don't think McNabb is giving them the respect that they want as a quarterback. But I think Philadelphia should have won this game. They made some stupid play calls in the end of the game.
Touchdown.
They were interception. They were driving. They were on the 30-yard line. And the defense shut down Ronnie Juice's favorite player, Randy Moss, made him look terrible. But little Wes Welker had a big game.
Yeah, I got to say, the defense locked down the big players. Randy Moss had 43 yards. And while Wes Welker had 13 catches and 149 yards, he didn't find the end zone at all. Dante Stallworth, 54 yards. Ben Watson, 17. So they really did a good job of locking down Brady's favorite targets.
Yeah, they played a very good defense, but they left Walker open way too much in the middle of the field, and
They got caught in a few plays and a couple of goal line rushes, and that's it. That's the game.
Yeah. This next game is Cincinnati Bengals against the Tennessee Titans, and the Bengals dominated a very good Tennessee Titans team, 35-6. They're 4-7. Why is it that certain games they look like a Super Bowl caliber team, and certain games they look like the worst team in that division?
I honestly have no idea, but all I know is this, that it's about time the Bengals have finally won a game, because all I see is Chad Johnson on ESPN doing those stupid dances in the end zone. He can finally, it's about time they actually won.
Yeah.
Chad Johnson is a tool making these ridiculous celebrations with the camera, losing himself money. Wow, he's rich, who cares? Their team is terrible. They have no defense. Everyone's been arrested. Running backs are hurt.
This is true, actually.
They can't win. They got lucky. They beat the Jets and they beat the Titans, who, whatever. Vince Young's garbage so far in the second half of the season. Don't expect much out of the Titans the second half. Titan fans.
Yeah, for me, what it seems like the difference between this game and their other 7 losses is Chad Johnson finally gets in the end zone after not doing it since the first 2 weeks. Rudy Johnson finally has a good game with 88 yards and a touchdown. Kenny Watson gets a touchdown. Their team was just playing more solid than they usually are, and they're usually like a flaky team.
I think also how Chad Johnson started off the season with his stupid Hall of Fame jacket against the Ravens.
Since then.
His first touchdown since then. He was getting all cocky one game. Like they're not a good team.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got the Green Bay Packers at the Lions. The Packers are now 10-1. They won that game 37-26. What happened?
Well, I think that the Packers are really just unstoppable at this point, and if they could come past the Dallas Cowboys this Thursday, then I think that they're the Super Bowl contenders for the NFC. If the Giants don't get their act together, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, Eli Manning. We'll talk about that next. Brett Favre played he's ridiculous. 300 yards consistently, always making big touchdown plays. He's got receivers James Jones, Greg Jennings, Donald Driver, Donald Lee, all who make big plays for him. Ryan Grant, the unsung rookie, unsigned free agent, coming out of nowhere, has put in up big games lately. They have a very solid defensive line, so they're a good team.
Yeah, in the beginning of the year, the Packers were on a hot streak, but a lot of people said it wouldn't last because of their rush game. But Ryan Grant has really provided what they needed. He had 101 yards and a touchdown.
But if their passing's working, who needs the rush game? They're all just saying that because they're all critics like we are, but if the passing's working, go with it. Not every team rushes a lot.
Also with that game, Detroit has the #1 team in the NFL for turnovers, and that's why they're usually such a good fantasy defense. But Brett Favre had no interceptions, and I think there was 1 fumble that whole game.
Yeah, and I also think John Kitna's head is getting to him a little bit with his predictions.
Yeah. Now we got the G-Men and the Vikes. A blowout, 44-17. Eli Manning is inexcusable with 4 interceptions. But the big story was after the interceptions, 3 of them were run back for touchdowns. And without those 21 points, you got yourself a close game.
But no, you don't, because even the 4th interception he threw, the guy returned it to 10. Next play later, Chester Taylor makes a run through the whole Giants defense, runs it in. But Eli Manning made stupidest throws in such dumb places.
In a loss, you can't really look. There's not one guy that's the main. It's the main fault.
But Eli Manning made such dumb plays in the offensive line. Such dumb penalties. Sean O'Hara, go commit suicide. You're terrible.
Yeah, but
David
you look
Deal, horrible.
3rd string running back, Reuben Jones.
But Reuben Jones has been consistent. He's a goal line.
Yeah, but
he's had 2 1,200-yard years, 1 in Denver, 1 in Cleveland. He's a solid running back.
Also, you have to give credit to Plexico Burress. I mean, the guy, he looks like
he's garbage. He's hurt. Get off the field.
He can't even walk.
So they should rest him if they got the playoffs coming up. It's stupid.
I give him credit.
Well, we will see what happens. What the G-Men's fate will be.
Tavares Jackson, the garbage quarterback, that went first play.
Yeah, but the thing with the Giants, if you talk about playoff contention, they've got. They're not winning the division with the Cowboys.
They got Chicago Bears. They got hard games.
They've got the Bears, the Lions, the Vikings.
They just beat the Lions, so you're a little off.
But the Lions are still 6-5.
They have the Bears, the Redskins, and then the Patriots.
And I wasn't talking about schedule. I'm talking about wild card teams.
All right. I'm sorry. My bad.
There's the Bears, Vikings, Lions. There's a lot of teams in that NFC that's going to be going for that wild.
You know what? The Bears game next week is going to be tough.
Watch out for the Saints, and the Buccaneers are also a very good team. No.
All right. And finally, real quick, the Seahawks played the Rams. Seahawks won 24-19. The Rams pulled ahead early. They had a safety. They had Steven Jackson touchdown. They ended up losing just because Hasselbeck and Maurice Morris has been consistent.
Big fumble at the end.
But before this game, Rams won 2 in a row. Are they gonna? They're not making the playoffs, but are they gonna make a late season run?
Alex. No.
They started off the game very nicely. Safety touchdown. Bolger with his broken ribs got jacked up again, and they had a chance to win the game, 4th and goal from the 1, and the 100-year-old Gus Farad fumbled the ball, and they lost.
Yeah, I don't know. In the upcoming games, for me, it seems like I don't think they're going to be, at the end of the season, placed in the same category as the Dolphins like they were earlier. Because they got Holt and Bruce, and they're Jackson. They're improving because they were all very low-key at the end of the season.
And here's the thing for all you fans. The Dolphins will win tonight, or Monday night, against the Steelers. Upset of the week.
Yeah. All right, and that's all the time we have for this segment. But when you come back, we'll talk about the Wayne Fantasy Foosball League and our fantasy football teams. Stay tuned.